Audio check. 1 2 1 2. Audio check 1 2 1 2. Go ahead and give me a thumbs up in chat if you guys can hear me okay. We may have to restart our software here because I'm not getting the new warning that is being issued here that has come in for a couple counties. Okay, we're good on audio. Perfect. I am going to screen share this real quick. I'm going to restart my radar software just because it's not really displaying the latest warnings. Hopefully that's not the sign of things to come with that tonight because I like that software. I don't want to use anything else. There we go. I just went ahead and restarted it. Let's go ahead and get this screen share back up and rolling. We'll be good to go in just a brief minute. There we go. Let's switch it on back. There we are. We are live currently at 8:04 p.m. Eastern Time. Current time is 8:05 p.m. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Grand Rapids metro area. The Grand Rapids metro area here, this is going to be for quarter size hail, and that is the only hazard as this moves into Grand Rapids metro. This storm is located between Walker and Port Sheldon over Grand Valley State University. It's going to be heading to the east-northeast. Text of the warning says it's moving at approximately, let's find out the speed here, east at 50 miles per hour here. We are live. Thank you for joining us here on Facebook as well. It did not connect to Facebook the first time. I'm not sure why that was, but we are connected now and we should be good to go. This is going to be the first of many severe storms we expect to happen tonight. But the good news is these storms right here in the Grand Rapids metro area, they are what we call elevated. They are not surface-based. That means there's really no wind or tornado threat with these. It is simply just a hail risk. Now, to the south, down toward the Ohio and Indiana border area, our warm front has stalled out directly on I-94. So if you live close to Kalamazoo, Jackson, Battle Creek, over to Detroit, or anywhere in close proximity to 94 and point south to the Indiana-Ohio borders, your threat is later on tonight, but it is an all hazards threat with damaging winds and tornadoes as well as large hail, the concern as we push through the evening hours here. Currently, off to the south in Indiana, we have a couple tornadoes that have touched down across Illinois and Indiana. Our chasers are actually down there right now, out of state, chasing this confirmed tornado entering the Indiana area just south of Schneider and Shelby. Evan and Drew are actually on that right now as we speak. In fact, we can pull them up if we wanted to. They have not really a view, but they are out there with a view of this on the back side of that storm. So we're going to keep a close eye on them as well. They're not in Michigan right now, but it is still kind of fun, I guess, to watch people, to watch our chasers out of state as well. Back up here to the warning, we do have multiple weather cameras in the area of this storm. The hail core on this is really starting to gain intensity. In fact, let's go ahead and switch on the vertically integrated liquid. Yeah, we have two distinct hail cores there. The first one is over Grand Valley State University, heading into Grand Rapids downtown. The other one is back here just over and to the east of Port Sheldon. Also, we zoom out here and switch back to radar. We're going to notice over the lake, we have several of these elevated showers and storms that developed that will continue to push northeast here as the evening goes on. So we'll be live for probably pretty much the entirety of this event. My name is Ryan. This is Michigan Storm Chasers. Welcome into our channel, guys. This is going to be probably a long stream. Hopefully it's not, but we anticipate it will be. So strap in, we'll be live throughout the evening and overnight period. For right now, though, things are, I'm not going to say more so quiet, but they are quiet in comparison to what we expect to happen later on this evening. I do want to kind of toggle through these weather cameras as well. We have several of our sponsor cameras around the Grand Rapids metro area ahead of the storm. You're looking at the one facing northwest on I-96 in Hudsonville, courtesy of Grand Equipment. We also have a PTZ, a point tilt zoom camera here we're keeping a close eye on. We can kind of move this around, actually. We can kind of get a better idea of what the storm is doing. So again, this is also same location. This one can move around. So we'll keep a close eye on that. We have all sorts of camera angles tonight. All of these cameras are strategically picked for South Michigan tonight. So we have already done our due diligence to make sure we have good camera angles at our disposal throughout the evening here. Back to radar, we are live because there is our first warning that was issued here. The text of the warning says the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Kent County and southern Ottawa County until 8:45 p.m. At 8:02, a severe storm was located near Jenison, 11 miles west of Grand Rapids, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Your only hazard with this cell is quarter-size hail. And that is because these hail cores are looking quite potent here as it pushes into Grand Rapids. So right now, Grand Rapids is on deck here. Next few minutes, downtown will be impacted with some larger hailstones. Behind it as well, we need to keep a close eye on this hail core back over here toward Ottawa Station and Olive Center. It's going to track over similar areas here. So North Blendon, Grand Valley State University again, Elgin, Fennessy, and again toward Walker and Grand Rapids Metro. Outside of this storm, there really is nothing else happening in the state currently. We do anticipate storms will ramp up here later on overnight tonight. So we still have several hours before the worst of this event is going to arrive. This is just, we're going to call it pre-game activity, with hail being the main concern here as these storms are north of that warm front as we've been talking about. And that means we have elevated instability with a hail threat. I want to keep a close eye here on Drew and Evan as well. They're in Illinois, on the Illinois-Indiana border. We have several chasers who are chasing down there today, and they'll be chasing these storms back up our direction as they move towards us. So they're kind of tracking it as it moves our direction. So it's important to keep a close eye what these storms are doing. Again, Evan's in Morocco with Drew as well. They will be on a tornado-warned storm. Currently with there is a tornado that is on the ground, or supposedly just north of Rensselaer, Indiana. That storm is moving to the east. It is not moving toward the Michigan border right now. So that is good news, at least for now. But we'll have to keep a close eye on it as that moves up our direction. This is a storm down here. And as you can see, the border of the border of Michigan is up here by a county or two tier. So it's not even close to impacting us. But these storms back here in Illinois, these are the ones we're going to keep a close eye on as they push up our direction, as that warm front will pull them northward. I am working solo tonight, guys, so bear with me. We're going to be in for a long night together, but I'm here with you. You guys here with me. Welcome in. Let's get to know each other. Our only concern in Michigan, again, is going to be in the Grand Rapids Metro. And this storm, the latest couple of scans, the hail core on it, I think it's shifted back, or at least the concern is shifting back to that second cell. As the first one's hail core, I guess it's kind of cluttered, but it's still there on the Kent County, Ottawa County line as it pushes into Grand Rapids. This radar is 2 minutes old, but we do have a hail core back here on the west side of Grand Valley State University that is moving up into the exact same areas. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. And again, off on Lake Michigan, we have several other cells that are worth monitoring here. Storm motion tonight will be to the east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Again, 50 miles per hour. All 64 of these weather cameras are strategically across southern Michigan tonight, where the threat is centered. So you may see lightning flash on one, and on multiple they'll light up at the same time. That's because they're pretty close to each other. I do not drink Red Bull, Kristen. I do not drink Red Bull. There's just not much happening right now. Aside from the obviously warning that's in Kent and Ottawa counties, but timing out the threat later on, I would say our concern really ramps up after 10 p.m. especially. Between 9 and 10, we'll start seeing things that will ramp up our threat. So we have about an hour to 2 hours here before this event really gets kicked underway and started. Just happened to go early here tonight with this cell up in Grand Rapids. Man, you guys are blowing chat up here. I'm trying to read. I can't even read. It's just going so fast. I can't even stop and read a comment. It's crazy. We can go over a general idea of what's to come. I'll be happy to do that. And right now, I'm not going to show you models because models are kind of not really a good idea here. Just because when we get to the real-time event of things, we focus on what's happening in front of our faces on like real hard data versus models with an idea. So right now, these storms up here in Grand Rapids Metro are moving to the east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. Those cells are what we call elevated. They are north of our warm front. They are not in a very unstable environment. That means we have hail as pretty much the only hazard with these cells currently over Lake Michigan. When you come further south here to I-94, I'm going to draw on your screen here. I'm going to get my pen out. There we go. We're going to move the pen up here. Perfect. When you see this line right here, this is I-94 in Michigan. Anywhere along or close to it. So we're going to go up here to Allegan, over to Charlotte, over to about St. Clair Shores, and then anywhere south of this. This is where you're going to see your tornado threat tonight, your wind threat, and your damaging wind, your large hail, and your tornado threat tonight is going to be in this white box on your screen. So Kalamazoo, Marshall, Jackson, Detroit, Adrian, Monroe, Hillsdale, Coldwater, Centerville, Sturgis, all the way back toward Bridgman and South Haven. That is where the concern is highest tonight for all hazards being possible, including the chance for very large hail, bigger than a golf ball size in diameter, as well as a couple strong tornadoes that are possible. Now, with the overall threat along the 94 corridor, the activity to watch is right in front of our faces. These storms down here in North Indiana and North Illinois, they are going to slowly and surely push up our direction as the evening goes on. These are the storms that are formed, and those are going to be the ones to watch as they push our direction. So there's nothing that we're waiting on to pop up right in the middle of us here. It's already on radar back here across Illinois, pushing up our general direction as we speak here. So we have some time. We're going to watch it evolve as it comes toward us. But for right now, there's no reason to freak out if you're in South Michigan. There is currently nothing that is on the radar that is concerning. Anything up here happening in Grand Rapids is simply a hail risk just because the warm front is to its south. That warm front is the gateway to storm fuel and etc. Go ahead and check back in with Evan. They looks like they continued it. Oh, nope, it is a new warning. I'm not entirely sure why they issued a new warning. It looks like it's already for the exact same areas, unless it's for this bottom cell here. And if this radar software is not loading in new warnings, I do not like that. So we're going to flip back over here. We're going to restart this one more time, and we're going to hope that this software cooperates. Otherwise, I may switch. It might have been the screen. It might have been on the screen actually. So let's go ahead and get this back up and rolling. I see what they did, and it's kind of sneaky. So back on the radar screen here, they went ahead and issued a new severe warning. It's very hard to see, but it's going to be from Port Sheldon down to Holland, for Zeeland, Hudsonville, up here toward Allendale. It's a very sneaky box here that they highlighted. In fact, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for you guys if I can figure out how to do that. It's up here, isn't it? Let's make the borders a bit bigger so we can differentiate between different warnings. There we go. You can kind of see it better now. So we can see that the first box that got issued very clearly across Grand Rapids Metro, and that's being impacted right now, by the way. If you're in downtown Grand Rapids, the hail core is over you guys. But that second warning is back here, and this is the second box they issued from Port Sheldon to Robinson up to Allendale, over to Hudsonville, Jamestown, Zeeland, and Holland. This is going to be for the cell moving onshore here. It is going to be for quarter-size hail, and that is it. There's no wind or tornadic threat with these storms, as expected. We're going to get that new warning posted to the page. Again, quarter-sized hail is the only threat with these storms currently. It appears they also expanded the severe thunderstorm watch. I must have missed that too. I might have to put my headphones in so I can hear these alerts pop in. The watch has been expanded for Calhoun, Clinton, Eaton, Gratiot, Ingham, Ionia, Jackson, and Montcalm County until 1 a.m. Is there a graphic for that? I don't see it. This will be moving on shore here into Holland in just a few minutes. While we have a chance, I'm going to get the Holland cams ready. We have 2 of those. There we go. We'll go ahead and pop that in here. We're going to watch the storm roll in together, shall we? The hail core will be in Holland here in a matter of a couple of minutes. This camera is facing west, courtesy of Busher Septic Tank and Excavating. So we're going to be basically watching this storm come directly over the camera here within the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes. The bulk of the hail core is now over downtown Grand Rapids as well. It is now pushing through downtown in toward the 96 and 196 interchanges. I'll be heading toward Grand Rapids Charter Township here in just a few minutes. Eventually heading toward the Gretton and Lowell area, as well as Cannonsburg, Parnell, Mosley, and Alton. Again, that's a quarter-size hail as your primary threat there. We also have another camera in Holland, courtesy of Auto Body Experts. So we have 2 cams in town here, and we'll have a pretty good eye on what's happening here with the storm as it pushes in. Zooming out, if you live in South Michigan, just tuning in here, you guys are A-OK for right now. There's nothing that is concerning happening other than large hail in the Grand Rapids Metro and Holland areas. Our threat will increase the later on the night goes, further south. We have storm chasers out and about. Evan is in Morocco, Indiana. He is chasing that tornado that's on the ground currently, still supposedly on the ground, as it moves just south of Forest City. I think Ben's out there as well tonight. Yep, there's Ben. He is in Knox, Indiana. Knox is right out ahead of the storm as well, so we'll have chasers following these storms up our direction as the evening goes on. Don't be shocked if you guys experience thunder that is louder than usual with these storms across Grand Rapids Metro. That's normal with elevated storms. It's usually thanks to a capping inversion that holds all of that sound and amplifies and echoes it to the surface. Good lightning here, courtesy of Buscher's Septic Tank and Excavating in Holland. This hail core is moving directly over the camera as we speak. The camera is on the north side of Holland, right about here, just south of Waverly. And the hail core is moving in toward Virginia Park and Holland downtown as we speak here next 5 minutes or so. A lot of lightning out there, guys. While we enjoy the scenery here, I'm going to take a peek with the current radar and take a peek into how things are doing as well with the warm front and other areas here. No hail in East Grand Rapids. Thank you, Emma, for that report. Lightning is getting more intense as the storm gets closer. Heading back over here to radar. Severe warnings remain in effect here for Kent, Ottawa counties as well. The bulk of this storm is going to be heading into Holland in about 2 minutes. The other side over here on East Grand Rapids along M44 has the biggest hail core here. It is warned for quarter-size hail, but reports here in chat say pea-size hail. So thank you guys for confirming that size. If you guys do end up having larger hail, please let us know. Otherwise, I am inclined to think this is sub-severe or at least below severe limits at this current time. So with that said, we're going to go back to the camera here as a part of this cell is about to move over to the camera. So I kind of want to see if we can pick up any hail or see how heavy the rain or the wind is. The wind should not be that strong with this storm, less than 20 or 30 miles per hour in general. Again, this is an elevated storm, so surface fuel to fuel wind and tornadoes is just not there. But there is instability up above our heads in the atmosphere, and that's what's supporting the hail risk with this storm. Patrick says, just had hail in Ottawa Hills, just outside of East Grand Rapids. Thank you for that. Let me know where you're watching from tonight. We have a little bit of a slow period, where there's not much going to be happening until probably about 9 or 10 or so. So we can kind of chill out for now. We can have some, not gonna say fun, but we can just be relaxed for a minute. Hail in Comstock Park, thank you for that. Grand Rapids, Decatur, Watervillette, Homer, Tecumseh, Holt, Sand Lake, Hudson, Kentwood, Coldwater, St. Joseph, Detroit Metro, Trenton, Mason, Flint. A lot of you guys are from South Michigan. Noticing that. There's a lot of South Michigan in here. Anybody from North Michigan watching? Sturgis, Colon, Hanover Horton, Potterville, Monroe, Byron Center, Burr Oak. We got a whole plethora of you guys in here. Welcome in, guys. We all welcome on in. If you're just tuning in, we are live because there is 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for quarter-size hail in the Grand Rapids metro general region. So far, have not had any confirmed reports of large hail. All pea-size reports have been reported so far. So right now, we're just kind of chilling out, relaxing, and kind of waiting for our threat to ramp up a little bit later on tonight. We hope that nothing major happens, but the environment is anticipated to be quite intense down across the Indiana border area of Cass, St. Joseph, Berrien, and Branch counties. So that is where our concern is highest tonight, but really all along 94 from Kalamazoo to Detroit and points southward need to be alert tonight for an all hazards event. And this will continue. It'll clear the west side of the state first, probably around 2 to 3 a.m. And then it'll reach the east side by about 4 or 5 a.m. And we should be done with this threat by sunrise tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a long night for us. Hopefully things trend downward and kind of trend more so to just more hail threat later on tonight. That's my hope, at least. I don't want to stay up all night, but it's my duty to, and I will. But if we can get to bed early tonight and say risk is over, that is best case scenario, and my fingers are crossed that is the scenario we see tonight. But the unfortunate reality is the models and the data suggest that will not happen. So We are here and live, and we'll be live probably for a good 10-hour period. Let's check back in quickly with our chasers in Indiana currently. Evan is down in the Knox area as well as Ben. There is, last I was able to confirm, because my focus is not in Indiana right now. Holy lightning. The focus right now for me is in Michigan, but the overall news I'm gathering is that there is a large tornado that has impacted cities in northwest Indiana. I do not know that for sure, but I did see pictures, and it was a very large tornado that happened about a half hour ago, close to the Schneider, Indiana area. So Evans and Fair Oaks currently. That's on the backside of this storm, it appears. We also have Ben out there. Ben is in Knox. They are both surrounding the storm. But luckily, this storm is going to be more so due east, so it shouldn't impact us here in Michigan. It's about a county and a half south of the Michigan border. Back to Holland here in the severe warning. The bulk of that storm, or the hail core, is now directly just north of the city, which is going to be right here at the camera. This camera is on the north and east side of Holland. So we're going to see if we can pick out any hail here. I don't see anything on radar that indicates very large hails occurring. I'd expect maybe pea size, maybe penny size at most. Yeah, so looking at the storm down there, guys, I'm seeing your guys' comments. This is still on the ground just south of Forest City, heading into DeMott, Indiana. If you guys have friends or family in DeMott, Stoutsburg, Wheatfield, Deer Park, or Niman, they should be underground right now. That is likely a large tornado impacting Forest City, Indiana, as we speak. But again, luckily, this storm in Indiana is not heading toward Michigan. Again, it's a county and a half south. But the environment the storm is in, this is the important part. The environment the storm is in pushes up into those very far southwest counties of our state of Michigan. Right now, though, there's no storm in the area to take advantage of the environment, which is good news, but we expect that to change as the night goes on. I believe that is hail falling there. Go back to the camera here. I think those are hailstones falling off the roof or hitting something and bouncing. I'm not 100% sure. It could be raindrops too, but it's hard to tell. Getting hail in Ada, says Celeste. We have a camera in Ada, courtesy of Julie Bacon Preferred Rate. A little gusty there. I'm going to say between 30 and 30 mile per hour winds or so. But it's hard to tell for the hail side of things. I'll take your word for it there in chat. This is facing east out of Ada. Nice lightning there. Back to our Holland cams. How large is the hail in Holland, guys? I see your comments, but I don't have any size confirmation. We talking dimes? We talking peas? We talking just marbles? Like what size are we talking? Here on camera, I don't see anything bouncing off the trucks there or the pavement or the roof. That's a good sign. Back to radar real quick here. We are live because there's a couple severe warnings in the state here. Grand Rapids Metro, you guys are in just some rain now. The worst of that storm is now over here toward Parnell, Mosley, and Alton areas. And then back here, this cell over Holland has a nice hail core on it, heading up into Zeeland and eventually toward Hudsonville and Jamestown area. I do not see any indications that this is very large hail, but I do see obviously the hail core. I would say P's to dimes are definitely likely. I have not yet seen any reports or gotten reports, you guys, of anything larger than a quarter. I want to find the Zeeland camera here. There it is. We're going to pull up the Zeeland cam now. This is, again, courtesy of Auto Body Experts. This is going to be the next impacted town in line of this severe storm. Would like to thank Auto Body Experts as well for stepping up for 5 different cameras across West Michigan that were much needed. We really needed these cameras last year as they were a dead spot for us, and they stepped up and they sponsored 5 of these cameras. And now we have visuals of these storms as they push through the state. Pea-size hail in Ada. Thank you, Annie, for that report. West Olive had approximately dime-size hail. Thank you for that report as well. Yeah, it's a very, very nice camera here. This is one of our best models that we have. It's a very crystal clear 4K quality. Lots of lightning out there, guys. Lots of lightning. Man, if you're a photographer who likes lightning, tonight is a good night for you. The good news with these cells is that there's really nothing about these cells that scream damaging winds or tornadoes. That's largely thanks to the position of the warm front being to the south of this storm. So we can confidently say that the risk is primarily hail. One of our chasers is in Lake Village, Indiana, reporting damage from the earlier tornado. Back to radar here for an update for you guys. We're watching this cell. Our chasers are actually on this cell down here in northwest Indiana. And as you can see, the purple box there indicating that there is a PDS tornado warning in effect. And you just look at the hook there. It's insane. The environment down there is very similar to that of what happened up here Friday. And the environment tonight is similar to that as well. But this storm down here, if I animate this, you're going to see the direction is mostly due east. We're not really seeing anything come up our way just yet. The storms back there in Illinois, they will come up our way. So that's what our concern is. Also looking like there's a couple cells behind this initial supercell that are moving to the northeast. We'll need to watch these 2 cells as they will be moving up toward the Berrien County area in the next hour or so. So we're going to watch this line here as it develops and pushes our way. Back up here where the warnings are at, a hail threat does continue. The original warning that was issued here for Kent and Ottawa will expire in about 2 minutes. And then the new warning that was issued past that behind it, I don't see it. Did they cancel it? They may have canceled that second warning. So we might be warningless here in about a minute or so, just really less than a minute. We have about 40 seconds or so, and we'll see what they do. I'm going to say they're going to drop this off. We're going to be back into normal operations, as we call it. And we still have quite some time before these cells arrive later on tonight. So I don't want to hop off, obviously, but there might be a pretty big gap here between our next warnings here. If you guys would like, we can hang out, we can chat it up, look at cameras, watch our chasers if you guys want to. So we'll see what they do here. The warning is, give it about 10 seconds or so, it'll pop out. Waiting for it to pop off the screen. It appears it expired, though, at 8:45. They did not reissue it. So let's go ahead and switch over here to the cameras. I'm going to restart the radar software one more time and see if it drops off the screen there. If it does, it might be an issue, but there might also be a data issue because it's also not dropped off ours as well. And okay, I got to switch software, guys. The other warning is still in effect and the radar did not show that. So no wonder that makes me mad. We are going to switch to a new radar software here. It's going to look a bit different. Bear with me. This is not my preferred one to use publicly, but I do not want to be using software that's going to give you inaccurate information or myself. So I just can't use it. Let's share this in. There we go. We're going to use good old GR2 tonight for this event, I guess. We're going to pop open the city names there as well. There we go. So this severe warning continues in the Ottawa and North Allegan County areas. A lot of pea-sized hail reports coming in off of GR2 here, which is the software I'm using. We animate this, we're going to notice the track of this is to the north-northeast. There's your first warning, that first yellow polygon that popped up. There's your second one. The first one expired here just a few minutes ago, and the other one continues to be in effect here. This new warning that was issued for Ottawa is in effect until 9 p.m., so about 13 minutes. The radar here indicating that hail could be close to 1 inch in diameter, and the bulk of this is directly over, or just north, should I say, of the town of Holland. Checking out the cameras in Holland, I still don't see anything that suggests that we have large hail falling. Let's check in with Oh, did they just drop the warning now? Nope, they continued it. They trimmed it back for Ionia County, but they continued it for Ottawa. So now the warning continues for Ottawa, and now the update says at 8:48, a severe storm located over northern portions of Holland and Zeeland, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. It expires in about 11 minutes. And now it's back. That warning bar down there is doing some pretty funky stuff here. The bulk of this hail core is located over just north of Holland and Zeeland, moving toward Hudsonville, Granville, and Wyoming areas. I really dislike not being able to use that other radar because I have smaller town names that I could name off for you guys. I may have to use it in the background so I can call out these cities here. We have Zeeland, New Holland, Beaver Dam, South Blendon, and Borsolo. Those are the impacted areas here over the next couple of minutes. Turning on the hail tracker here with this radar, you can definitely tell just north of Holland and west of Zeeland is going to be your bullseye for that large hail there. And radar indicating just under 1 inch in diameter size. And that's called, that's basically an AI's best guess, or a computer's best guess at that large hail sizing of that storm. I do not see any hail falling here in Holland on the camera. I'm going to move this over to Zeeland and watch as it rolls into Zeeland. Very cool cloud structure out there. I'll go ahead and take this on the screen. The hail is super small, says Lori. Thank you, Lori, for that report. Nancy says hail is over Holland now. Thank you. No, Zachary, this storm in particular is not worth being worked up over. It is worth putting your car in your garage just in case large hail does fall, but there's really no wind or anything tornadic risk with this storm. It is simply a hail and obviously a thunder, lightning, and heavy rain risk. Yeah, Laura, the risk for anything tornadic really ramps up here in the next hour or so. And again, if you guys are just tuning in or do not know, it's going to be along I-94 from roughly Kalamazoo to Jackson to Detroit and then points south to the Indiana-Ohio borders. That is where our highest concern is tonight for that warm front producing tornadoes, damaging wind, and very large hail. Our chasers are back reporting that tornadoes back on the ground in northwest Indiana. I want to take a cycle through again for Ben and Evan to see if they have anything worth sharing with you guys. Look, oh, there it is. Look to the left center of your screen, the lightning flashes. It looked like there is something. Yep, that is, it appears to be Again, this is Indiana, so this is not Michigan. This is our chaser, Evan. He is in Wheatfield, Indiana, and there appears to be a large tornado that is on the ground here in Wheatfield, Indiana. Wow. That is crazy. I want to check out Ben really quick. I know Ben's on the same storm. I do not know what that is. Is that Woodstock? That's Woodstock. Oh, power flash. Oh, look at that thing's wow. Wow, guys. If you have any friends or family living in Wheatfield, Indiana, let's go ahead and switch over here to Indiana really quickly and give some attention here because this is pretty close to Michigan border. Not going to impact Michigan though. But if you guys have friends or family in Wheatfield, let's call some other cities here in Indiana. Wheatfield, Teft, San Pierre, Dunsbridge, Radioville, North Judson. If you have friends or family in those areas in Indiana, get them underground right now. That is appeared to be a very large tornado that Evan has here in Wheatfield. That is incredible. That is probably one of the most scariest things you can see as a chaser is a tornado at night. You cannot see it coming. That's a very, very dangerous situation here. Again, this is not in Michigan. This is in Wheatfield, Indiana, which for reference is about 1.5, really just one county tier south of the Michigan border. This storm is not currently heading toward Michigan, but it is our chasers here who are watching these storms as they do approach Michigan later on tonight. Looks like it's lifted for right now, unless it's still there in the middle of your screen. It might be still on the ground. Tornadoes can sometimes appear that they lift, but they can still have circulation that's on the ground and the contact. So it looks like it's off the ground, but don't let it fool you. It could still very well be there. That's a very distinct wall cloud as well. The low-hanging rain-free base in front of it looks like scud clouds, we call it. That's a wall cloud, and that's the rotating part of a thunderstorm. There is definitely a hook with the Wheatfield storm. Ben is also in the area as well. He looks like he's at a gas station. He's in Winnemac, it appears. Where is Winnemac in comparison to this? I'm trying to find where Winnemac is at. I don't believe he's close, so. Well, back to Evan here. The warning for the Michigan side of things in Ottawa County does expire. Looks like they're going to issue a new severe alert. Let's go ahead and talk about that since we are technically Michigan. Okay, this is our chaser in Wheatfield, Indiana, chasing. Whoa. Power pull down there. Let's go ahead and go back here to the radar and talk about the new warning that's just got issued here. This is going to be for Kent County as well. Grand Rapids downtown, Northview, Walker, Wyoming, Kentwood, as well as Hudsonville and Jamestown areas. This text of the warning, it says, in effect until 10 p.m., there is quarter-size hail, and that, again, is the only risk with this storm. So, again, quarter-size hail is the only risk with this storm in that new warning. Checking out this storm up on the Zealand camera here, courtesy of Auto Body Experts. The rain is definitely moving in. It's a little gusty, but definitely not as strong as a severe storm could be. Again, wind is not really a huge concern with these cells currently in Grand Rapids Metro. It's more so just a hail risk, as well as a obviously thunder, lightning, and rain risk. I'm kind of surprised they warned it, and I have yet to see any severe reports come out of this storm. But the hail core on radar does look pretty good, so that is more than likely why they went ahead and issued. So again, if you're just missing this, it's a 10 p.m. expiration time, so we got another hour worth of warnings here to go through. Kent and Ottawa County, Grand Rapids Metro, Wyoming, Kentwood, Northview, Walker, Hudsonville, and Jamestown areas. Hudsonville looks like it has the brunt of the hail core over it. So here's the Hudsonville cam. You can definitely tell it's very bright out there. It's raining hard. I do not see any hail bouncing, though, off of the pavement. If it is, it's very small. It's very subtle. And this would be directly within the core of the storm. I don't see it. For those of you living in Hudsonville, let us know what you're seeing, if you can do so safely. Are you getting hail? If so, what's the size of that? Checking out the VIL on this. Yeah, it looks healthy. When I say VIL, I mean hail tracker. Quite a bit of lightning, that's for sure. Yeah, it really is insane lightning. 5 flashes a second, it seems like. All right, let's pull up our radar and track this once again. The bulk of the hail core, it's a pretty big one, from Hudsonville back here toward Zeeland. Places included are Borcello, South Blendon, Beaver Dam, Hudsonville, heading into Granville, Wyoming, and Grand Rapids downtown eventually. The hail core is basically just about 3 miles west of Hudsonville, which is on your screen currently. Taking a peek back down here further south. Still nothing on radar here for South Michigan, so you guys are still A-OK. Again, if you're just tuning in, or if you're tuning in watching, waiting for our severe threat to ramp up, we're really focused in tonight south of I-94. But right now, there's no storms, nothing to talk about right now for that area. That will change here as we push toward 10 p.m. Could be just a little windy here on the other side of Zealand. Perhaps a little bit of downburst happening with that hail core. It's kind of hard to tell. It's a lot of clutter going on tonight. But would not be shocked to see a little bit of a downburst there just to the east of Zealand. Only cell currently in really the concern of ours is going to be on your screen currently. This could be heading up into Wyoming and Grand Rapids Metro, and it's going to be warned for hail. I have a nice, it appears perhaps shelf cloud moving in here on the Zealand camera. You can see the cloud deck there. It's not a typical shelf cloud that we see. It's a little bit more smooth in nature. Maybe it is a shelf cloud. The closer it gets, the more it looks like one. Yeah, it is a shelf cloud. We'll see if there's any wind with this. A shelf cloud is basically a lot of moisture getting pulled up into the storm and then forced outward. And it kind of condenses into a raggedy looking type of, we call it shelf cloud. So we'll see. Sometimes it can produce wind, but with the environment today, I would not expect it to. But we'll watch it go over here together. This is in Hudsonville, facing to the west. It's actually kind of a pretty shelf cloud here, too. You can definitely tell there's a raggedy look to it, a little scuddy look. If you see these coming at you in the summertime with like a storm, usually it doesn't really indicate anything besides the potential that, number one, there's heavy rain behind it, but sometimes it can produce heavy wind as well underneath that shelf cloud. Like I said, though, in this case, it'll be probably a little bit harder to get windy with this system, with the setup overall tonight, just because there's really no storm fuel on the surface for these storms. So this should just be an elevated shelf cloud that looks pretty and doesn't really do much of anything else. Behind it, though, is a lot of heavy rain. I'll tell you that, though. Where is that warm front at? One thing I'm noticing with this cell in particular, just as a visual perspective, the cloud deck is looking a little bit lower than what an elevated storm usually would look like. So I want to make sure this is not close to the warm front, make sure we're not going to miss anything here. Which the warm front right now is... yeah, it's well south of the area, so this should not be surface-based at all. So here comes the shelf. We'll see how windy or not so windy it is. Thank you, Grace, for becoming a member. Appreciate your support. Camera here located in Hudsonville. There is, so going back to radar really quickly, I talked about a little bit of a downburst happening. This might get a little windy based on the downburst. I'm looking on the radar here. If you look right in here, our camera in Hudsonville looking to the west, there's some reds and greens there kind of indicating we could have a little bit of a downburst or some outward signatures of the wind there. We'll keep a close eye on this. The camera's right there in position for it, so we'll see what happens. The hail core did intensify just a smidge, primarily just to the north of Hudsonville. The bulk of it is going to be over South Blendon on Port Sheldon Road and 48th Avenue, over toward Baldwin Street and 28th Avenue. So 48th and 28th, Baldwin and Port Sheldon Street. That's where the worst of the hail core currently is, in just to the north and a bit west of Hudsonville. This is at Auto Body Experts in Hudsonville. This is facing to the west. I'm not seeing anything hail-wise on the camera yet either. If there's any wind, it should be coming into town here as we speak. We have reporting of flooding in the 40th and Baldwin area. Water over the road. That's courtesy of a train spotter. I'm not sure who reported that, but I do see the report just coming in now, thanks to NWS in Grand Rapids. So it looks like there is some ponding of water going on in that West Grand Rapids metro region. How big is the hail, Jillian? Let me know, please. Thank you, Red Dozer, for that super chat. Thank you, CJ, for that super chat. How concerned should we be in Plymouth Township, east of Livonia? Your threat happens later on, like we're talking after probably 3 a.m. I would expect it to be primarily a hail risk at that point, but I cannot rule out a tornado or two happening overnight tonight just because there is still a little bit of instability lingering overnight, including the east side of the state. So don't let your guard down. I think your risk is a bit lower over there than the west side, but still there's a risk. Taking a peek around our chasers again, we got Evan back in Wheatfield, Indiana. He had a tornado on the ground a few minutes ago. I believe it's still on the ground with him, so I'm not sure if that's legit or not. I do see the latest warning down there for that cell in Indiana does continue warning that's on the ground. If you have any friends or family who live out ahead of that storm, again, it's going to be in, get an exact county here for you. It's going to be in northern Jasper County, moving in toward LaPorte and Stark counties, just south of La Crosse, west of North Judson, Indiana. So again, if you guys have any friends or family down in that area, send them a text and let them know there is likely a tornado on the ground that is moving through the area as we speak. Evan will be chasing these storms back up into the state of Michigan later on tonight as these storms do progress towards the state. For right now, though, we are stuck talking about a hail risk in Grand Rapids Metro. There is no tornadic risk or wind risk currently in the state of Michigan. There are some pretty cool clouds, though. There's a lot of heavy rain. That is definitely happening. Thank you, Shooter, for the super chat. Appreciate your support. Chat is going a mile a minute. Another camera here in Hudsonville, courtesy of Grand Equipment off of I-96. I do not see any hail there either. Maybe there is. Yeah, there's definitely hail falling here. There is definitely hail falling here. This is going to be basically in the heart of this hail core, actually. Let's go ahead and get a zoomed in look here if we can't. Looks like cars are going pretty slow as well. Don't stop on the highway. That's not a good idea. This looks like cars are pulling off on I-96 here, waiting for the hail to diminish. And the unfortunate reality is it's not going to diminish anytime soon. In fact, if they keep on driving, they should be driving out of it, the way I-96 curves there. So never a good idea to stop on the highway, guys, for a hailstorm. And also, do not park underneath overpasses for hail. The easiest thing to do is find the next exit, find a car wash or a McDonald's or something with shelter, and pull off. Do not pull on the side of the highway for hail, or do not park underneath overpasses for hail. Not a good idea. Latest radar guidance here. Take back the radar, show you guys the storm. This is your severe storm. You can see the bulk of the purple is your hail core. Extends from Wyoming to Granville, but the real bulk of this is going to be just north of Hudsonville here. We see this little person symbol. That purple is going to be your concern here for quarter-size hail. This is moving to the east-northeast. If you zoom out here, we have several of these storms that have popped up over the past couple of hours here. Every single storm on your radar currently, on your screen currently, should I say, is capable of producing large hail, but is not capable of producing tornadoes or damaging wind. And that is all thanks because our warm front, as we mentioned before, is south of these storms, and you need to be south of a warm front to be unstable. And that would be for tornadoes and wind. Hail can still form even with the surface layer being stable. Down here across North Indiana, we have to watch Indiana closely because what happens down here, as well as Illinois, is our weather here tonight as the midnight hour approaches. At the current time, this storm that is tornado warned has a tornado on the ground moving toward Knox, Indiana. It has started to pull northward now. That is important because that puts it on a beeline towards our southern counties of St. Joseph and Branch. We'll need to watch that very carefully. As you can see here, it's starting to pull a little bit further north here. If I had to track it out, it's on a track toward perhaps Sturgis area. Again, we have a few hours to go, though. This is an immediate threat. This is just kind of a guesstimatation, as we can call it. We still have a few counties to go. Here we have St. Joseph and Elkhart County in Indiana to get through here. And obviously St. Joseph here in Michigan would be the county it appears to be on the beeline towards. So this warrants close watching now, as it's beginning to pull itself to the north. That is the cell that Evan, as well as Ben and Freddie, as well as Drew are all chasing down there. I believe we have more chasers. I'm not 100% certain, but Evan is the main one who's been getting some good footage tonight. This is our cell he is chasing, moving up toward the Michigan border. We're going to say probably hour to 90 minutes, our concern will start to increase with this cell. New information, the warning up here in Michigan for severe hail has been continued and trimmed back, it appears. Let's go ahead and check that out. Wait for the update here. You're going to see this yellow box trim off a little bit back, I have to imagine. Wait for it to pop in. GR2, this radar software is stable and reliable, but it's not the fastest. It's also not the best looking for public-facing stuff, but unfortunately I have to use it. The good news, though, is the software that I was using is now working. It has a trimmed warning already on it, so we're going to switch back to that, and we're going to hope that this radar is going to begin working because I prefer to use this radar. Their trim warning now is to Hudsonville, to Grand Rapids, Kentwood, up to Belmont. It did trim back areas from Zeeland to Holland, so you guys are now in the clear. For now is the key word there. We have several more cells behind it that are pushing your direction. The severe cell, though, is now cleared Holland and Zeeland. The bulk of this is, once again, just south of Grand Valley State University, just east of Bauer, south of Elgin, and then west of Fennessy and west of Granville areas. This is going to be the bulk of the hail core. Those purple colors that you're seeing on your screen is going to be located in that general region. Checking out the velocity here to see how the winds are doing. You could definitely tell this is getting a little bit more windy now. In fact, we have the latest update did shift this to a 60 mile per hour wind warning now as well. I can see why they did that. So this is likely outflow from this storm, and as you get outflow pushing out, you get a shelf cloud. We saw that on Zeeland, and now we're getting a little bit more in the way of wind gusts with this storm. So if you live out ahead of this in Kentwood, Carlisle, Wyoming, and then obviously over here on the east side of Grand Rapids, Dutton area, the Grand Rapids GR Airport, you guys could have some gusty winds heading your way now as well with the storm, as outflow winds are now pushing out. That is largely thanks to the large hail core that is ongoing with this storm. Now, we always talk about our wind threat with these elevated storms being low, sometimes impossible, but the storms themselves, very hard to produce severe wind because the wind shear doesn't have surface instability to tap into. But with a lot of hail falling down, that hail histogram with such force, it can push outward like a downburst. That can still happen, and that can still cause severe winds sometimes with these elevated storms. But overall concern with the wind is definitely lower overall with elevated storms. In contact with our chasers behind the scenes. We are watching very carefully this cell here in Indiana because it's starting to pull northward towards the Michigan state line. And this cell has a history of producing tornadoes, not just tornadoes, but big tornadoes. So our hope here is that it continues on eastward trek, but if we kind of line this out, it's pulling itself northward ever so slightly. So I'd say Goshen, Indiana, and then Sturgis would be a good guess. Perhaps just a bit east of there, maybe up here toward Jamestown, south of Coldwater area. Should be alert for this cell. We'll have to watch this very, very carefully if this continues on its northward trek, because as a reminder, this area in, we're going to say, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch counties is our main concern for strong tornadoes tonight, and this cell could do it if it continues up into the region. Luckily, it's not an immediate threat. We have about an hour or so before impact here in Michigan, and by then, it could also weaken. So there's a lot of variables going on here, but we have to watch that cell very carefully. The good news is our chasers are already surrounding this cell. We have probably close to 6 different chasers around it. It's dark out there. It's very hard to see, but we can accurately give you information on what's ahead here with our chasers in the field reporting with this cell. Looks like we have a confirmed report of hail of a quarter size in Bauer, 1 southeast of Bauer. So taking that back up here to our radar, we're going to see, there we go. The Bauer area is going to be in this purple area we talked about with the worst of the hail being in there. And now it appears to be over Elgin or Elgin. I'm not sure how you guys pronounce it. Moving into Fennessy and Granville here. This is going to be over the Riverview Airport, Cottonwood Drive, Bower Road, 24th Avenue, as well as the Wallenwood Springs Golf Club. That's where the heart of the hail core is. As of 6 minutes ago, we had severe hail falling, moving in toward the Grand Rapids Metro downtown area. So if you live in Grand Rapids Metro, you guys should be inside and away from windows, as confirmed quarter-size hail via a train spotter occurred about 6 minutes ago at 9:17 p.m. We had that report come in. I have a report of hail in Jenison. Can anybody confirm that? Lexa says buckets of hail in Jenison. Big hail in Jenison. Okay, so it seems like you guys are reporting some bigger hail in Jenison. I've seen a couple reports of golf ball size hail in Jenison. So if you, okay, let's go ahead and up our wording a bit here based off you guys' viewing reports. If there's actually golf balls happening in Jenison, this is heading up toward Granville, downtown Grand Rapids, Wyoming, East Grand Rapids, 196, 96, 131, M45. Anywhere out ahead of this should be away from windows, interior room of your house. Golf ball size hail is nothing to sneeze at. Again, I've seen 3 or 4 comments, 4 comments now. I've seen a lot of you guys reporting golf ball size hail. So, okay, so let's go ahead and up our wording here. If you live out ahead of this in Grand Rapids Metro, anywhere within 3 miles of downtown, you need to be inside away from windows. This is golf ball size hail. They can bust your windows. They can bust your windshields, as well as put dents in your cars. Do not mess with golf ball size hail. That is very large hail, and that is nothing to screw around with. Do we have any cameras in Grand Rapids downtown? We do not, but we do have one up in the east side as well as the north side. Okay. Let's go ahead and ready that camera here. Let's go ahead and get the scooters cam. Cascade. There we go. We'll get that camera lined up and ready. The warning is still for 1-inch hail observed, which is quarter size in diameter. Also have to pay attention to the winds with this system as well. The wind is moving up toward Kentwood now. This is your outflow boundary from the storm. It is right over 131 as we speak, moving up toward the GR airport. It'll be very interesting to see how the airport responds and measures with this wind, because it appears to be quite gusty on radar. And no, the answer is the reds and greens are not rotation, but it does indicate gusty winds. This is your outflow boundary here with the storm, and it is kind of like a dog leg type of look. If I'm going to say this right now, if this storm had storm fuel on the surface, it would be rotating. But luckily, it is not rotating. It kind of looks like it is. Maybe it is in the upper levels of the atmosphere, but on the surface, there's no fuel for it. So this kind of goes to show you, this storm is a monster, producing hail, but also is overcoming a little bit of its surface stability and producing some gusty winds with it as well. So we're going to watch it very carefully as it pushes up toward the GR airport. And again, if you live in Jenison, up and toward Grand Rapids downtown, or anywhere around the Metro Grand Rapids downtown region, you have golf ball size hail per our viewers in chat. In fact, they just went ahead and confirmed golf ball size hail has occurred in Hudsonville as of 2 minutes ago. Golf ball size hail reported just 2 miles northeast of Hudsonville. We have golf ball size hail as a spotter report now confirmed from the Weather Service in Grand Rapids. We'll have to see if they upgrade this warning to a golf ball. It'll be a considerable warning. If they do, we'll have to kind of see what they do with that. And with that said, I'm going to pop on my headphones because we're starting to ramp up things here with this storm. I don't want to miss any alerts as they come in. That warning bar is as vital to me as it is to you. It makes a ding for me as it does for you. So I want to hear anything and everything that comes in so I don't miss anything, because I have my knows in my phone or on other screens. So I am now connected here. My audio should still be good. Give me a thumbs up, please, if you guys can still hear me. Okay, I can hear the ding. We're good. I got that ding there. Flood warning in effect for Branch and St. Joseph counties until 8 p.m. That seems... I'm not sure what's going on with that, but looks like a flood warning was issued for perhaps a river down there in the South Michigan area. Outside of the cell-producing golf ball-sized hail heading into Grand Rapids, there is also a little bit of a hail core up here just north of Ionia. This is heading over Orleans, heading toward Hubbardston, and eventually Maple Rapids. Check out the VIL with this, the hail tracker with this storm. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a very potent hail signature there. It looks like it basically hit the airport here on the west side of Grand Rapids. It looks to be heading up toward Millennium Park. Going to cross 196 here and head up into Grand Rapids downtown. Not a good situation for Grand Rapids downtown. There are a lot of glass buildings in downtown. So this is definitely not something you want to see here with golf ball size hail being reported a few minutes ago. Again, if you are worried about South Michigan, the time to be worried is about another hour from now. You still have another hour or so to relax, especially on the east side. You have several hours to relax over in Adrian or Ann Arbor, Detroit area. On the west side, though, we got to watch the cell down here in North Indiana near Knox that has a tornado that is on the ground. It's moving up our direction very slowly. We just got a report of egg-sized hail in Jenison. That is 2 inches in diameter. The bulk of the hail core is now entering Grand Rapids Metro downtown. Again, we're confirming via spotter reports from you guys in chat as well as in weather service. We have golf ball to egg, hen egg size hail, which is 2 inches in diameter. That is nothing to mess around with here. Again, 196, 131 East Grand Rapids, Grand Rapids Charter Township, US 21 to Ada, up toward Chauncey. All should be on alert here for golf ball size hail. boy. It's just me tonight in the studio, guys, so I'm doing 15 things at once. The good news, though, we only have a couple storms to talk about, for now at least. That'll change as we move into the evening hours. Okay, for those of you in Grand Rapids Metro downtown, please let me know what you're seeing. If anything, I kind of want an update here as to what we're seeing. Yeah, Joel's on vacation, and we're going to say 95% of our staff is focused on the Indiana operations for right now. That will change as the storms push up into Michigan, but for right now, we do run Indiana pages. And with the ongoing threat down there, it does take priority in terms of the intensity that's happening here. We have hail up in Michigan, but we have a large tornado on the ground in Indiana where our staff and our chasers are focusing in on down here heading into Knox. So I want to focus attention, though, on Grand Rapids Metro downtown. I'm looking in the comments now. Please let me know what you see. I'm going to scroll here for a minute. No large hail in Walker. If we have confirmation that the hail is not as large, I can show you guys what's happening in Indiana right now. But I want to make sure you guys in Grand Rapids are good here. I do also want to mention, I'm watching the camera here at Scooter's Coffee in Cascade. It got really heavy rain, as well as a little bit of wind there. It looks like right around 30 or so mile-per-hour winds are gusting through here. In fact, there's your new warning.
New information.
They're going
This
considerable
severe
warning here for
upgraded.
golf ball size hail. I love the warning bar, guys. You can see the hazard on the right side. It says golf ball size hail and 60 mile-per-hour winds. So your new warning now in effect until 10 p.m. for Kent County. They upgraded this to a considerable severe warning for golf ball size hail via trained weather spotters. This is in downtown Grand Rapids. Like, you cannot get more center downtown Grand Rapids right now. 196, 131 interchange over toward M21, Eastmount, East Grand Rapids, East Paris areas. This radar here, you can see the bulk. It doesn't look too impressive on radar, but you can easily tell if I switch on the hail tracker here. You're going to see there is your hail core as it's moving into downtown. This is a bit delayed. It typically is with the hail tracker, but you can definitely tell it's on a beeline toward downtown here. Aside from that, you do have gusty winds pushing through as well. These could top 40 perhaps miles per hour. The warning does say 60 mile per hour winds, but it would not shock me to see a few gusts around 40 to 50 with this cell. I had hope because this software updated the last warning and it's not updating the new warning now. I had a lot of hope, but it does not appear it's going to be working again for me. I don't understand why. All right, so back to the old software we go. There we go. Looks like a flood advisory has been issued as well. Nope, flash flood warning. Must have missed that one too. Flash flood warning now for Kent and Ottawa counties until 3:30 a.m. Pretty much the entirety of Ottawa, minus the very far southeast corner, as well as the very far northern half. Allendale, Zeeland, Holland, Hudsonville, Jamestown, up toward Walker and Grand Rapids. You guys have more rain coming. Look at all the storms. So this flash flood warning is going to verify here as the evening goes on. You guys are in for a lot of rain. Be mindful of that, especially in any urban or small areas. Urban and small streams is what I meant to say. Urban and small stream. Quarter-sized hail in GR. Thank you for that report. Power is out in Byron Center. Thank you for that report. Current time is 9:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Goodness gracious. I do want to take a brief second here. Our chasers are now in Indiana, and they've been in Indiana chasing the cell near Knox. I'm going to go down there really quickly and give you guys an update because this is also important as the storm is pushing our direction up here toward Michigan. This is something you don't see every day in the Great Lakes region. This is what's called a tornado emergency it appears to be for the town of Knox, Indiana. A tornado emergency, if you guys recall, is something they reserve for the very highest of tornadoes. We had one back in 2024 for the Colin-Sherwood tornado. Similar situation going on for Knox, Indiana. And this storm is progressing our direction slowly and surely to the northeast here. So this is going to be warranting our attention over the next hour. But there is a large tornado that is impacting or about to impact the city of Knox, Indiana. So if you guys have friends or family who are in that area, please let them know. That is not a situation you want to be in ever. Ever. We can take a peek at our chasers again just to kind of cycle through them. I know Evan's in that area. I know Ben is as well. I don't see anything here on Evan's stream. Looks like the lightning is also kind of let up. I'm not sure where we're at. Looks like Ben may have a visual on something. Ben is actually in Knox there. New for this year, we have location in the top left there. That is a live location you can see in real time. So he is in Knox. Okay, new severe warning coming in now for parts of Michigan. Let's go ahead and get back to that. Let's wait for it to pop on the screen here. Looks like Gratiot, Clinton, Ionia, Mount Calm until 10:45 for quarter-size hail. It's going to be for this cell up here, I have to imagine. So we're going to take a peek at that as soon as we get the box that pops in on our screen. It's a waiting game. Well, I guess while we wait for that to pop in, we can kind of go ahead and give an idea. The large hail core is just to the east, just to the west of Maple Rapids, heading to the east towards Maple Rapids. It is currently over Hubbardston. There's your new warning polygon. Includes Ithaca, Ashley, Perrington, Carson City, Maple Rapids, Hubbardston, Pewamo, and any place that's rural in between these areas. The bulk of the hail core extends from about Hubbardston back just to the north of Ionia. This is moving to the northeast. Text of the warning says it's moving at about 35 miles per hour, and the hazardous quarter-size hail, there's no wind threat with it, and the source is radar indicated, so no confirmation of that happening either. Checking out the VIL on this is definitely a little bit of a look there, just to the west of Maple Rapids, of some greater hail, but looks like the bulk of it is going to be just to the west of Maple Rapids between Hubbardston and Maple Rapids. The hail core back here for Grand Rapids continues to look impressive. It is still over the downtown area, moving up in toward the Forest Hills neighborhood as we speak. Taking a zoomed out look, these cells back to the west are all heading up this direction. This is going to quickly turn into a hail threat as well as a flooding risk. When you have these same cells over the exact same areas over and over and over again, it's just repeated rain after rain after rain. It's not a good situation for the area here. Got a picture sent in here from us from Jennison. Looks like above 2-inch hail, to be truthful with you. Taking a peek back down at Ben's stream. Ben started his chase actually in Michigan today, and he decided to dip south at the last minute just because we're going to have to wait just a bit longer for our severe weather here in Michigan. So Ben is in Knox. Check out the weather cameras as well. Taking a peek here. Looks like Byron's center camera is now offline. I did see somebody's report in chat that the Byron Center was out of power. That appears to be the case for sure. In fact, let's go ahead and check our power outage map. Currently 5,000 customers tracked that are out of power. Most of those are in Mason and Kent counties. We have a look here in Grand Rapids, courtesy of Scooter's Coffee. A lot of heavy rain and lightning there. Currently, there are no tornadoes in the state of Michigan. When we bounce back and forth, we are going to our chasers who are chasing in the state of Indiana, about a county south of the Michigan border. That cell is moving our direction, so we're paying very close attention, which is why we're bouncing back and forth from our chasers to what's happening currently up in Kent, Ionia, and Clinton counties.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Looks like they're issuing a new considerable severe warning now for Kent and Ionia County. I'm actually going to ready my very old radar software if I can manage to do this, because I do not like not having a preferred radar. I hope it takes this password because I haven't used this in about 6 months. It's not going to let me use it. Perfect. All right. Actually, let me try one more thing. If you're just tuning in, I'm working solo tonight, so I'm working the desk, the radar, the cameras, everything solo, for now at least. So I apologize, there's going to be some gaps in my talking. Yeah, it's not going to let me in, so I can't use that either. Your new warning, though, flipping back onto the radar here, is there's going to be this yellow polygon from Lake Odessa back to Caledonia, up to about Northview over here toward Belding. It's going to be like a little bit of a trapezoid type of look here. It's going to be for golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Moving to the northeast at 20 miles per hour, so Lowell. We have a Lowell cam. Let's get Lowell pulled up here. We're going to watch the camera here in Lowell just a second, but Lowell about to be impacted by this storm as well. Up here towards Smyrna, Belding, and Saranac also being impacted shortly. Currently being impacted, Grand Rapids Metro downtown, perhaps just a bit north of there being impacted. Forest Hills, Northview area, all within this considerable severe warning. Golf ball size hail is your main concern, followed by wind that could top 60 miles per hour. The camera here in Lowell, courtesy of Rogers Neighborhood Realty, is going to be smack dab in the center of the hail core with this cell. So we're going to see if there's going to be hail with it in real time. This is on the south and east flank of the cell, so it's not, I guess, in the heart of it, but it's part of the entirety of the hail core. So in about maybe 3 minutes or so at most, we should be able to get a decent idea if there's hail falling here. Go ahead and animate this for you guys on the radar side of things here just a second. The rain is beginning to pick up here in Lowell. Give it another minute or two. We should be in full-fledged hail mode with this camera. $5,200 customers in Michigan are out of power currently as of 9:51 p.m. I do not see anything indicating hail is occurring on this camera at the current time. Trying to get my radio off here. There we go. I'm probably going to take a bathroom break and probably a food break here before we talk about anything tornadic happening here. I'm still watching that cell across North Indiana. It is still about a county south of the Michigan border, but it's still moving up to the northeast here. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. I'll probably need to take a break here, just a few minutes, to really get freshened up and ready to go for the night ahead. I still don't see anything hail-wise occurring here in Lowell. I guess one of our cameras that's basically in the dead center of this cell, but I guess we're not getting lucky with our cameras tonight. At least getting pinpointed in the heaviest of these cells. It's just heavy rain that I'm noticing. Correct says calming down in GR. I lost your comment already. Hail stop, now late rain. Thank you for that report. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to disappear for like a minute to 90 seconds at most. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some food. I'm going to get settled in here before we have to get going for the night. So give me like 2 seconds, all right? We're going to leave you on radar. We're going to animate radar. I'll be right back. How long was that? And did I miss anything? I don't see any new warnings on the screen. That's good, at least. Hail stopped in Knapp and Fuller. Thank you for that report. The beauty about being independent here at MSC is we can do what we want to do. We can eat on camera. We can go grab some food. We can use the bathroom. We can do whatever we want to do. Unfortunately, though, I'm working solo tonight based on the circumstances. At least for right now, I am. So hopefully I have some help later on tonight. Joel's on vacation, so it will not be Joel. But we do have Chandler, Alex, who are bouncing between both pages, focusing right now on Indiana just because that has highest concern with tornadoes. but our threat will ramp up here as well later on tonight. So it's going to be a kind of like a dual state type of situation. So I got you guys covered regardless. I have all the tools I need here to stay locked into the radar for the night. Running on pure adrenaline from you guys here in chat. So keep me awake, guys. Love it. South Michigan currently is still okay. We are still watching our storms as they progress from the southwest here. We take a peek back here.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe watch incoming. It looks like the entirety of, maybe not the entirety, perhaps the what's ahead of the line out there north of Lansing. But our cells back here across Illinois, these are what's coming toward us later on tonight. Let's check out that new watch here. I believe it was for the northern half of the thumb region, which would be for these cells that are currently producing hail out ahead. So probably the Tri-Cities area is what I'm guessing they're going to do with here at least. Let's go ahead and see if I can't pop that on the screen. Do I have the watches? I do not. Oh, yeah, I do. We'll wait for that to drop in. On your screen currently, these are current watches. The pink boxes are the severe watches. The purple boxes are winter weather advisories. And up here, these dark purples, those are ice storm warnings. We'll wait for the new watch to pop in. I think it was for the thumb region here. Would not be shocked if they went ahead and put a watch out there just because these storms have a history of producing hail and are currently producing hail as they progress into the Tri-Cities and eventually northern thumb region. I have food with me. I'm going to mute and eat as I can. In the meantime, we have a couple severe cells. I'll get you guys up to speed. First severe cell has a hail core over Perrington and Maple Rapids, back here toward Carson City as well. Moving up toward Ashley. Quarter-size hail is your hazard there. This cell entering Saranac, Smyrna, Belding, and Rockford areas has a history of golf ball size hail. These are hail-producing storms. They're not wind or tornado-producing storms. Very high concern for those either way. But the hail threat definitely is there with both these cells. Currently, these are the only really 3 cells here worth watching in Michigan. South, where the warm front is, there's nothing happening at this current time, but that will change here as we push toward hopefully, I don't know. I've said between 9 and 10 here, and we're still waiting, so probably closer to midnight at this point. But our cell down here in North Indiana it's coming close to the Michigan border now, so we're going to have to pay close attention to that. We'll circle back around in a few minutes. In the meantime, though, there is your current radar. I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to begin to eat here in just a second. A new flash flood warning was just issued. Flash flood warnings are a little bit weird when it comes to how you react to them. If you know that you live in an urban, low-lying area or near a small stream, you guys are most impacted by these flash flood warnings. You should be moving to higher ground immediately if you are prone to flooding or flash flooding in your region. Saranac, Greenville, Belding, Sheridan, Stanton, Ithaca, Ashley, Elsie, Fowler, Maple Rapids, Lyons, and Carson City are those impacted by that flash flood warning. It's in effect until 4 a.m. As we speak, as of 10 o'clock here, there's no tornadoes in Michigan. The reason we're concerned is because we have a threat tonight for tornadoes. However, there is a storm down here in North Indiana that is pulling to the north. It has a history of producing tornadoes. In fact, it has one on the ground right now. This is moving up toward Sturgis and Constantine areas. We'll have to watch this very closely to see where exactly it crosses into Michigan, but this is our concern right now happening in real time. It's about a county away. It's not an immediate threat. There's no reason to freak out right now. It's very slow moving. But if you're in chat here, please refrain from saying tornadoes in Michigan. It's just not happening right now. It could happen later, but right now we're okay. Your new watch is now on the screen here. These pink boxes: St. Clair, Lapeer, Genesee, Shiawassee, Saginaw. This is Sanilac County, Tuscola, and Huron, as well as Bay County. Yes, Bay County as well. So, fun fact here, guys. We currently have a severe thunderstorm watch in the exact same county as a winter weather advisory. Pure Michigan. Absolute pure Michigan. Winter weather advisory is in effect for Huron, Tuscola, and Bay counties simultaneously to a severe thunderstorm watch. That is crazy. The storm chasers that we have in Indiana: Evan Heemstra, Ben Richmond, Drew Brummel, and there's a few other ones. Freddie Bryant's down there as well. The page that is live streaming right now for Indiana is Indiana Weather Network. What kind of weather do you get in Michigan? Answer: yes. It's pretty funny. Pretty darn funny. I wanted to kind of mention this as well. If you guys are watching from Detroit Metro, Macomb, Wayne, Washtenaw, Livingston, Oakland, Lenawee, Hillsdale, Monroe, there's currently no severe watch for you or tornado watch. The National Weather Service will usually issue the watches for the most immediate areas. So because the threat for you guys over here on the east side of the state, southeast side of the state to be exact, is a bit later on tonight, you probably won't get a watch until maybe midnight or perhaps later. It'll be a while. You guys still have a threat over here, especially Lenawee, Monroe counties, but there is no watch yet. It does not mean you're never going to get a watch. Keep that in mind. I'm trying to get my food done here as best as possible. Okay. Food's done. I'm good for an hour or two. Current situation, just tuning in, I was eating. I apologize. We have 2 severe warnings in effect that encompass about 6 counties. We have Ithaca, Ashley, and Maple Rapids under the gun with this cell for quarter-size hail. This is in effect until 10:45, I believe. Where is the text of this? Yep, 10:45. There it is. And then the other one back here for Ionia County as well as Kent County expires here in about, again, 40 more minutes. This is a considerable warning for golf ball size hail, but the storm itself has moved pretty much out of, or very close to moving out of, the warning polygon. Just east of Northview, between Northview and Belding, is going to be where the hail core is with excuse me, with a history of producing golf ball size hail. We also pay attention back further west here to this cell between Grand Haven and Ravenna, as this hail core is beginning to increase as well. Would not be shocked to see some golf ball size hail out of that core as well. Don't worry about the red polygon here. That is a flash flood warning. I am going to take off the watches off the screen. I think it's a little bit confusing for you guys, at least. I like a clear image for me to look at, preferably. Also take note that there's a lot of lightning out there tonight. We have several reports of lightning strikes that are occurring out ahead of the actual thunderstorms. So it's a good idea to be indoors when these storms begin to approach your area, because you never know when you can have a strike out of the blue, as we call it, that can happen up to 20 to even 30 plus miles out from a storm. We're going to sit back and relax here for a second. Only a hail threat currently in the state of Michigan. Our threat, though, is going to ramp up very, very soon, very, very close to ramping up. The good news that I see, that I believe I'm seeing here, they've dropped the tornado warnings on this cell down here in Indiana. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes ever since Illinois back here near Kankakee. So now we're not seeing any of those warnings. That's a really good sign here. In fact, the rotation is very weak with this storm. So perhaps a miracle happening here as this approaches a Michigan state line. Obviously, we're not done yet, but that's very good news right now for that cell. I thought we're going to have to deal with that here in another hour, and luckily it looks to be weakening. New warning now coming in for Saginaw County. They're going $half size hail. That's equivalent to 1.25 inches in diameter. Another flash flood warning coming in for Kent, Muskegon, and Ottawa County until 4:15 a.m. All right, let's go ahead and grab the severe warning first. For those of you who don't know, our operations here at MSC, we have to take the warning graphic that NWS gives us, and then we have an automation for our warnings on our Facebook page, as well as our Twitter page too. So the automation will have the text. So it says like severe thunderstorm warning for Saginaw County until X time, but we have to go and manually put the image with it for it to have the image. So usually somebody's job behind the scenes for all severe warnings that are posted is to post that graphic to go along with it. But tonight, that's also my job. So I'm doing everything. So bear with me. I'm going to say, if we begin to get really busy here tonight, I will likely start deferring to posting only tornado warnings. Hopefully we don't get to that point tonight, but if it does, my focus during that time will need to be on radar and focusing on tracking it down to the road. All right, new graphics are up and posted. Let's talk about these new warnings here. Saginaw County, severe warning for $half size hail, 1.25 inches in diameter. Chesaning, Birch Run, Burt, Frankenmuth, Saginaw, Zilwaukee, Freeland, and Merrill. are within this warning. The warning goes until 11:30 p.m. The only hazard is large hail. Back here, this storm is over Ashley and Perrington. This is year 1 heading into Saginaw County. One to watch there. The other warning back here for the Ionia and Kent County areas is a considerable warning for golf ball size hail. The bulk of this hail core is riding the line of the actual warning itself, heading toward Belding, between Greenville and Belding area, just north of Smyrna. So this could be still producing golf ball size hail. The radar doesn't seem to think so, but would not be shocked at all. Also pay attention back here toward Ravenna. This hail core looks mean. I'm kind of surprised there's no warning on this one up here in North Ottawa and South Muskegon County. However, there is a large flash flood warning now, and look at all this heavy rain, guys. This has been going on for almost 2.5 hours now. This is a lot of heavy rain moving in across the exact same areas. These flash flood warnings are to be taken seriously. New special weather statement coming in for Shiawassee County. The statement, I do not know what it's for, but it's not severe, so there is that. Trying to find more information of it. There it is. Nickel-sized hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds is what's happening in Shiawassee County. There will not be a box that pops on the screen with this radar software. That's, again, one of the limitations of GR2 and why I like to use the other version of my radar, but that's not really working tonight. So right now we'll deal with this. But Shiawassee County, nickel-sized hail, 40-mile-per-hour winds is the hazard there. Checking back in with the cell back in St. Joseph County, Indiana. Checking the rotation with this as well. It's currently not warned. There's some very broad rotation down there by Walkerton. Animating this, I want to try and path this out here. I'm going to say it's going to enter Michigan probably somewhere. I still think Constantine to Sturgis is a good area here to watch for this to enter Michigan. But again, as we talked about a few minutes ago, the cell here appears to be weakening. The tornado threat has been dropped for now, and let's hope it continues that way. Let's really hope it does. Let's check on the warm front as well to see where the positioning of that is. That's also important as to where this threat's setting up to be. So I can go ahead and show you guys this as well. We watched that warm front very carefully, and we mentioned it several days out in advance. This is your real time. Did I just share it to my profile picture? I did. Pardon me. That is not what... excuse me. Not what I wanted to do. This is what I want to do. Here's your warm front, guys. The very far southern tip of Michigan is where that tornado threat and wind threat will set up tonight. From Berrien County, just south of Kalamazoo, just south of Battle Creek, just south of Jackson, over toward Adrian. That's your warm frontal zone. That's where the warm and moist air is currently at to fuel tornadoes and damaging wind. Anything north of really just 94 is going to be a large hail risk, as well as a low-end risk for some damaging wind. So, with that said, that's good news for now. But that warm front, it looks to be just south of 94 now. As the night presses on, we will likely see that begin to advance northward ever so slightly. We have a new warning coming in for that cell we just talked about a few minutes ago over toward Ravenna. It's going to be for Kent, Muskegon, Newaygo, Ottawa. Quarter-size hail is your hazard there. Again, Kent, Muskegon, Newaygo, Ottawa counties until 11:15. There's your new polygon. There is a lot of polygons on the screen here, guys. I apologize. I really wanted the other radar to work tonight, but it's just not happening. The text of that warning says that the only hazard is going to be quarter-sized hail. Wind should remain less than 50 miles per hour. It's not a good night to be a vehicle. Let's put it that way. You still have time if you are not in the middle of a thunderstorm. If I were in your guys' shoes, I'd be putting my vehicles in their garages or against a house or a structure. Try to protect it from hail, because most all of these storms up here in central Michigan contain some sort of hail. We've had reports up to hen egg size hail, which is 2 inches in diameter, in Ravenna earlier today, or in Jenison about an hour and a half ago. KF8 says Ravenna, 1/4 inch hail, 1/4 inch hail. Thank you for that. All right, taking a peek across Lake Michigan. The model that showed this turning into a line has come to fruition. Look over Chicago. That is a line of storms that's developed. It's currently not severe warned. We'll watch that carefully. This overall setup tonight doesn't really support damaging wind in the form of lines. So the fact we have one forming, I'm going to lean and say, take a hunch and say it's slightly a good thing we're seeing this take shape. If we had these individual cells like some models depicted we would, like this one down here in Indiana, the story could be big and different. But because we have a line here, I think that is going to do two things. It's going to, one, suck a lot of instability out very quickly, but two, it should lower our tornadic risk to be quite minimal. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but individual cells have a better time producing tornadoes than lines do, especially in today's environment. We'll watch that carefully. This is going to race across Lake Michigan. It'll arrive over here in Van Buren, Berrien County within, I'm going to say, probably 45 minutes to an hour. So if you live in Berrien County here, I'll put you guys on alert here. Be mindful. This is moving across Lake Michigan now. It'll arrive in about 45 minutes to an hour for you guys in Berrien County. The cell down here we're watching that's moving up in toward Constantine and Sturgis, still hanging out. The rotation on it, it's very weak, but it's definitely there. It's not currently tornado warned. That's good news. Let's hope it stays that way. The environment that we are dealing with tonight still does support a chance for a tornado to happen. So this does bear close watching. It is coming very close to the Michigan border now. Elsewhere, we do have those hail risks up here, and really only a hail risk and maybe a very slight gusty wind risk across central Michigan. I'm communicating right now in the back end with our moderators, letting them know that I'm watching and that they're doing an awesome job here in chat. There's currently 14,000 you guys watching. And we have probably maybe 4 to 6 moderators between our platforms. So round of applause for the moderators, but also a word of advice. Please do not spam chat. Please do not ask about your location specifically. It's just clogging chat at this point. I cannot answer those questions. To be quite truthful with you, there's just too many people in chat tonight. So, round of applause for our mods. Please do not spam chat. I don't want to be mean, but it helps keep chat clear for reports and also other information that I can see. Appreciate you guys watching and tuning in. So far, just a hail risk. Let's go ahead and talk about that hail risk as well, because there's one cell I'm watching that's very concerning right now. I want to start over here in Ashley. Ashley, Maple Rapids, you could have some larger hail up to a quarter size. Moving into Saginaw County, so St. Charles, Chesaning, Birch Run, Frankenmuth, and Saginaw region. Back here, another cell, Reliance, just east of Ionia, up to Carson City and Sheridan areas. You guys have a little bit of a hail core there, back here toward Greenville as well. The cell I'm most concerned about, though, is back to the west. Look at Ravenna. This is a very potent hail core here. I would not be shocked if they upgrade this warning to perhaps considerable, or maybe a $50 size, or maybe ping pong ball size hail, because this cell right here, just south of Ravenna, is looking like a pretty healthy hail core. The hail tracker is almost maxed out, almost maxed out south of Ravenna. This is heading up toward Kent City. The hail size, according to the radar best guess software, we call it VIL, indicates that hail could be over 2 inches in diameter with this cell. If you live anywhere around or in Ravenna or up to Kent City, you guys should be definitely inside, away from windows. This cell could be producing very large hail. Also take note, we have another gigantic, we're going to call it a chunk of a cell offshore of Grand Haven, moving up into the exact same areas as well. Flash flooding and hail, definitely a huge concern tonight across central Michigan. This is a little bit more, I'm not going to call it extreme, but it's a little bit more than expected, as we only expected 1 or 2 cells up here to go severe with the hail threat, but there's just a lot of them up there. So with that being said, again, Ravenna to Kent City region here, as this cell progresses to the northeast, I would be on high alert for some larger hailstones here. I would not be shocked to see a considerable warning pop up on our screen here at any second. I did get word now that the cell back just south on the Michigan border is now tornado warned. This is going to be for St. Joseph County, Indiana. Ironic, I know. There's a St. Joseph County, Michigan, and a St. Joseph County, Indiana. And they're very close together. This is for the Indiana side. This warning is going to be radar indicated, meaning it's not on the ground that they know of, but the rotation, it's honestly quite weak in nature, which is good. It's heading up toward Lakeville and eventually up here toward Elkhart region. We'll watch that carefully. Still not immediate threat here to Michigan, but again, gradually pushing closer and closer. It warrants watching and bears watching. Where is my radar here? There it is. I want to take back my other radar here, and in hopes that it might be being fixed, or perhaps fixed in general. I will try it one more time. I've given it 3 chances already, but I like it too much to give up on it. And it's got quite a lot of stuff on here. I'm going to turn off the watches for you guys so it's a little bit clearer to see. There we go. That's not a good thing to see. That's a hail tracker here. Moving up into Casnovia and Kent City shortly along, looks to be Belding Street. Moving to the northeast toward Casnovia and Kent City. This is very large hail, guys. Again, this is a warning for quarter size in diameter, but I would not be shocked if there is actually a bit larger hailstones falling within this warning. All indications are pointing to that being the case. Outside of that, let's check out the other cells here. Looks like the cell near Greenville and Belding has a bit of a hail core on it as well. North Star and LZ cells also have decent hail cores on them too, but when you compare and contrast them together, there's no cell that comes close to what's happening right now in the Ravenna area. And in fact, Ravenna just took a direct hit from this. Jeez, that scared me.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded.
Is that loud for you guys too? Let me know, because I can turn that down. That scared me. Holy cow. But as we've been talking about and mentioning, this has been upgraded now to golf ball size hail. This is a considerable warning. This is going to be for, again, Casanova, Kent City, Sparta, Cedar Springs, up toward Tift Corner and Ensley Corner. It's loud. Okay, let me turn it down, guys. I will turn it down. I apologize. I will put it at like quarter power from 100% to 75%. Yeah, wake up. It jump scared me. I'll be dead honest with you guys. I was sleeping here. Whew. Heart's pumping now. Again, this is a considerable severe warning. It's going to be for golf ball size hail as this moves toward Casanova and Kent City. If you guys live in those areas, it is a good idea to be inside, away from windows, and hopefully you guys park your cars in your garages like I suggested a few minutes ago, because this is a storm that could easily dent your cars and take out your windshields. That is the circumstance we are in with this storm. Luckily, it appears to be the only storm capable of doing that right now. Everything else we're seeing appears to be more so just dime to quarter size or a little bit smaller than that. But for right now, the cell that has the most concern is directly just east of Ravenna now, moving up toward Kent City. There is now 7,000 people out of power in Michigan, or 7,000 customers is the correct verbiage for that. Customers out of power. That cell appears to be firing off new updrafts to the east of it. So it looks like the rain has begun to move in to Cass County at the current moment. Current trajectory puts it online here for White Pigeon and Constantine areas. The rotation with this cell moving into Michigan is definitely increasing here just to the west of Pine Station. So luckily we're still about a half county away from Michigan border, but again, we're getting closer and closer here. That cell would probably be the highest concern for anything tornadic tonight. So let's hope that continues to stay weak in nature. Right now it's worn to the border of Michigan toward Granger and Elkhart. And then obviously we have this line coming through across Lake Michigan heading toward Berrien County right now. But keep in mind, guys, the warm front for tornadoes and damaging wind risk is in the very far bottom tier counties. So only really Berrien over to Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch have the immediate concern right now for anything tornadic. Maybe a little bit further north than there. It's hugging 94. So if you live in Kalamazoo, you're not out of the woods just yet. If you live in Battle Creek, not out of the woods just yet. It's very close. It's a fine line we're walking here. If you guys haven't already, I don't usually plug the stream too often, but please hit like button for us, both on YouTube and Facebook. We appreciate you guys watching, tuning in here. It appears we're going to ramp up our coverage here shortly. The risk for hail continues up in central Michigan, but if we start getting tornado risk further south, that takes warrant and attention. I am one pair of eyes, two eyes on what I have, two radars here, so I can keep track of a lot of stuff. But when things get hectic here in Michigan, there's going to be some stuff we're going to get missed. And unfortunately, I'd rather miss the large hail than miss a tornado. So right now, our concern still lies up further north with the hail risk. But we're about to switch focus here to a tornado risk that's going to develop here across, it appears, Cass and St. Joseph County next hour or so. This line here is, again, I think a little bit of some good news for us. I don't think the damaging wind risk tonight is the highest concern. I definitely don't think the risk tonight is favorable for a very potent big line to come through. I do think there's a low end risk with the line for tornadoes and damaging wind. I just don't think it's the highest concern we're going to have tonight. It could have been a lot worse with multiple of these individual cells being shown. So let's hope we only have one to deal with. One is better than five. But in the meantime, we have this cell and this line pushing in toward the region we're concerned about with tornadoes, wind, and hail tonight. Right now, current time is 10:30 p.m. I am Ryan. I am working solo tonight here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So far, so good. We've been live for roughly 2.5 hours. We'll be live as long as it takes to get this severe threat down to where we're not concerned about it any further. In the meantime, though, we potentially have a longer night ahead of us. But I think right now we're trending in the right direction. I really do. And let's hope it stays that way. We're not going to know for sure for another hour or two. Just see how that line comes on shore. If we start seeing this line come on shore, we get to maybe 69 here, middle of the state from like Marshall to Coldwater, and it's not doing anything. That is the best news we could have. And this line here is also not warned at all in Illinois. In fact, we take a peek here at the radar that is happening, or right on top of it. The winds here are weak. So this line is not really carrying anything with it at the current moment, but that also could change. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. The environment out ahead of this line in Michigan and those bottom tier counties is prime for severe weather. So it does have a favorable environment to move into, but so far the signs are leaning toward a lesser threat overall. Let's head back up here to the Tri-Cities area. Detroit radar is going to be the best area for here. Nice chonker of a cell moving up towards St. Charles and Saginaw area. Over Brant and M57 currently. Excuse me. Decent hail core there. It's going to be over the Gratiot Saginaw State Game area. Back by Ashley as well. Another hail core there. Back up here to that cell heading up toward Kent City. Still seeing a very potent hail core there. Ravenna getting hit again by more hail. Casanova about to be impacted as well as Kent City. Let's turn on hail tracker. And still a concerning look here heading directly into Casanova. Not a good look at all. This is a hail tracker, not anything debris-wise or nothing like that for wind. It's simply just hail. The brighter the color you see on your screen, the more intense the hail is. It's basically measuring the size of droplets in the atmosphere. So rain is going to show up as nothing. Heavy drops or big raindrops show up as maybe some greens or yellows. But those big hailstones show up as orange, yellows, and reds and purples in this case. That purple color is maxing out the scale, which is not a good thing to see. So if you live in between Ravenna and Casanova up toward, we're going to say Pearson, Sand Lake, Howard City area, in between those regions, you guys should be inside away from windows. This is golf ball size hail still moving up your direction as we speak. Current time is 10:33 p.m. I hope I keep my voice tonight. I'm still getting over a sickness. I'm on the tail end of it, but I can tell my voice is starting to get scratchy here. So wish me luck, guys. I have a lot of water on hand. I have to drink it all. Intense lightning and thunder in Lake Town. Thank you for that report. Let's check out our weather cameras here again, guys. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. When I was putting together the 64 panel of cameras, I focused primarily on South Michigan. I was thinking, you know, we have a couple ones up in Tri-Cities, up in the Thumb region, but in my head, I'm kind of thinking they're not going to get too much in the way of weather up there, so let's leave them out. I was wrong. Luckily, though, I do have a couple cameras in there. I do have Deerfield Fire in Lapeer County. I do have Bayport up in the Thumb region. We also have the Midland camera on there as well. So we do have some cameras to look at. But I did skip over a couple cameras because I did not expect this threat to be this intense for central Michigan. Again, these are all hail-producing thunderstorms. There's no risk for anything tornadoes, for anything tornadic or wind-wise with these cells up further north. There could be some brief gusty winds with any downbursts that occur with these cells, but anything tornadic should be limited to this cell down here just south of South Bend. Speaking of that cell, let's take a peek at it now. It is still tornado warned up to the state, or the severe warned to the state line. Tornado warned down toward Mishawaka. Let's check out the velocity on this. It still has rotation just north of Pine Station. Moving very slowly. Moving very, very slowly. I do believe I included the Mishawaka camera here on our panel of cams. I'm going to see if I can pull it up here. I did. We do have the Mishawaka camera here, courtesy of Horner Roofing and Siding in Mishawaka, Indiana. This is facing to the southwest, basically directly at this tornado warning as the storm moves close to the camera here. So we do have a visual of this with our weather cameras. I also would like to keep a close eye on our chasers as well. I do not know if Evan or Ben or anybody who's down there is still chasing it. I'll go ahead and cycle through these really quickly. Evan is in Lakeville, Indiana. I do not know where that's at off the top of my head. I know I've heard of it. I do see it now. He's right ahead of this tornado warning, so he's on the cell. Let's check out Freddie. Freddie's not there. Joel's on vacation. Let's check out all of our chasers we have here. I do not see anybody else. Oh, Annie's with us. Also Ben. Also Austin. Why is Annie and Austin's the same? We're going to have to take a peek at that after the stream. I'm going to think it's Austin who's actually out and about here. We'll come back to it, though. Again, camera here in Mishawaka, Indiana. This is the storm as it pushes up into Michigan. Luckily, we are still a few minutes out from that happening. Again, the storm is very slow moving. So we should be A-okay for the next couple of minutes. If I animate this, we're going to see that the movement on this storm very slowly off to the northeast here. It's on a beeline really toward, let's kind of map this out here. We're going to say Mottville and Union areas along US 12 is where it's heading toward. This is going to be southern Cass, southern St. Joseph County area. I'd say it probably has 15 to 20 minutes before it moves into Michigan. And again, this line back here, worth monitoring, especially across southern tier counties. It's starting to pick up some velocity here for wind-wise, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that. There is marine statement. They're going with winds to 30 knots and small hail, so they're not going severe on Lake Michigan, which is probably a good sign for us. New warning now incoming for Gratiot and Montcalm County. Gratiot, Montcalm County, quarter-size hail, radar indication on that. Checking out the radar back behind Illinois, there are several rounds that are developing here across Illinois. And while I chuckle, I know I'll be up all night covering these, but there is a good note with this. When you have multiple rounds like this, it's going to suck out the instability with the atmosphere. So the severe threat that I'm seeing is going to be with this first line moving through, and after that, I would have to imagine we'll have to see a decrease in our overall threat as the night moves on. So we'll have to see what this first line does, obviously. Let's not put the cart before the horse here. But we have round 2 back here, round 3 back here, and round 4 back here. We have a lot coming our way. Also, the flood risk is going to verify tonight. It's very, very, very clear. The flood risk is going to verify. Frustration continues with this radar software. Let's see if we can pull up this one instead. This one might be a little bit harder for you guys to see. Let me know. I'm going to pop this in here. This one actually works well. It's just I don't like to use it because the text on screen is a little smaller than usual. But this is actually what a lot of us chasers use when we're out storm chasing on our mobile phones. This is called Radar Scope. I'll show you my screen here. There we go. This is Radar Scope, guys. Let me know if you like it or not. This one would work properly, but it's a little harder to see here when I zoom into these cities. You can see them if you have good eyes, but overall, this is just not what I like to use. Let me know in chat. Goodness gracious, you guys are blowing chat up. How often do I manage to get out and chase? Not very often. I'd like to get out more often, truthfully. Looks fine to you? Okay. I like it. I like it. Michelle says no. Alia says not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. I see a lot of people saying no. Yeah, I like to have cities that are bigger. That kind of stand out on screen here. So I'm kind of with you guys. I don't like it either, but I also don't like the other one I'm using either. So it's kind of a fine line to walk. I really wish the other software we used last year is up and operational, but I don't have that account set up. So you know what? While I have a brief minute, I'm going to try and get this set up as quickly as possible. I do not like using the radars I have available to me. You know what? I wonder. I might have just found my password for the old software I use, so I'm going to try that out. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to get this set up so I can give you guys a good look at radar instead of using clunky software. Cross your fingers. Didn't take it. All right. Last resort. Ooh, boy. There is a large hail core now developing just between Maple Rapids and Parrington. This is heading up toward Parrington and Ashley. This is worth monitoring as well. Very potent hail core there that is moving in to that region. Also Sheridan also looking like a pretty good hail core there as well. If these supercells up here had any level of surface instability, there would be tornadoes happening with these cells, but because there's no surface instability, it's very just primarily a hail risk. There we go.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So we just talked about this cell, and they just upgraded the warning. So talk about perfect timing. We'll wait for the box to pop on screen here. In the meantime, I am working on signing into my account. I'm having to reset my password because for some reason it expired. So go figure on that. There's your new box on the screen here. It looks like Ithaca. Ashley and Parrington will be the immediate threat here. Golf ball size hail is the hazard. It'd be located basically moving into Parrington right now. Okay, I'm getting my password reset as we speak, so I should be able to log in. All right, let's try it. I hate when technology fails me. I really do. Aha. They certainly don't make this very user-friendly, especially when you're in the immediate severe ops. All right. Goodness gracious, what in the world? Okay, I'm in, but the interface is terrible. I gotta fix it. Let's do it once over here again. Looks like the biggest concerning cell is going to be that one entering Parrington right now. That has the considerable warning for golf ball size hail. There we go. That didn't take too long. Let's get all this off the screen here. All right, we'll use this. There we go. I got to turn off all the warnings and I'll be good to go. Aha, here we go. Now I'm cooking. All right. Perfect. We are good to go finally. I'm going to share this over. I finally got a working software that I do not mind using. Thank you guys for bearing with me. Let's hope I don't have to go through that again. Pull up the other one behind the scenes. All right. Pop that out. There we go. For some reason, this is still showing my flood watch. There we go. All right. There's your hail tracker. Not updated though. So the bulk of the hail core is going to be located over Parrington, moving toward North Star and Ashley areas. What did they do to this? They made everything so small. I don't like this either. Why does everything have to have something wrong with it? Otherwise, moving toward 127 here, toward the North Star area, as well as Lakefield, Brant areas, Ashley, just north of M57 here, moving toward Wheeler, Hemlock, and Swan Creek eventually. Back here, we have a Crystal Lake camera. Let's get that pulled up here if you don't mind. Find good old Crystal Lake for you guys. Must be down. I don't see it on here. But Crystal Lake, Sumner, Carson City, and Stanton about to be impacted as well. Back behind here, the cell is producing large hail entering Sand Lake and Howard City areas. Also keeping a close eye on this line and also the cell down here in Elkhart area. We continue to have chasers surround the cell. Checking on the velocity on this, I do not see... Yeah, rotation with this cell is pretty minimal as it moves over Mishawaka. That's great news, guys. Absolutely great news. New statement coming in for Tuscola County until midnight. They're going to go nickel-sized hail and wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. Again, nickel-sized hail, wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. Nothing short of a miracle tonight with the cell. Obviously, it's not completely over just yet, but the cell that was producing tornadoes across the Knox, Indiana area about an hour and a half ago has weakened considerably. However, we do now have a warning on this cell in Michigan. It's going to be for southern Cass County. Places include Adamsville, Union, Kensington, Allenton. We're going to say Mottville as well, up to Williamsville, Jones, and Corey. This is going to be for 60 mile per hour winds and hail up to ping pong ball size in diameter. Southern and southeastern Cass County to be exact. The other line is about 20 minutes away from making impact in Berrien County. The bulk of that does not, it's elevated, which is good news. So far we are trending in the right direction, guys. I like what I'm seeing so far. Obviously, the hail has not been good up here in central Michigan, but that tornadic risk and the wind risk is looking like it's coming down with every passing hour. It's good news. Let's hope it stays that way. Kyle says, hey, I know you're already doing 30 things at the time being. I need you to reply to 15,000 people asking why what they should do about their cats during the storms. Hey, that's actually a valid question. Obviously, I can't get to all 15,000 people's questions here in chat. But it's always best to have your plan in place ahead of this is happening. As long as you know what to do during the situation, you guys will be okay. It's always best to have a plan in place prior to severe weather. That's very important. Very important part of the warning process. Let's check out our chasers, cycle through here. We got Evan in South Bend, Indiana. Looks like he might be getting some food, perhaps. See if Ben's still alive as well. Ben was the other chaser who was out and about. He is in Mishawaka, Indiana. So the good news, guys, so far is that the overall threat tonight is appearing to be quite minimal so far. I do not see anything concerning, of immediate concern at least, for the time being. Aside from large hail. Let's make sure that's out of the way. As far as tornadoes go, I don't see anything imminent. As far as damaging wind, I also don't see anything imminent across the entire state. For the hail, though, we have several storms that are continuing to be ongoing across the Ithaca, Stanton, back toward Cedar Springs area. Also want to take mention that we did have a special weather statement come in for Tuscola County. We'll go ahead and take back the radar. Tuscola County is up here by Caro, Mayville, Millington, Cass City. As this cell moves into Tuscola, it's going to produce hail up to nickel size in diameter. But take a look at the radar. We do not see any distinct hail cores. We see a couple small areas, perhaps some smaller hail, maybe, dime size hail falling. But quarter size or larger appears to be quite, chances are quite minimal here in Tuscola County. Back here over St. Charles, we do have a nice hail core over M52 over the Shiawassee River State Game Area. So St. Charles, be aware of that, moving up towards Saginaw and eventually I-75 toward Frankenmuth. Taking back the Grand Rapids radar, Crystal about to be impacted still by this hail core, heading up towards Sumner as well. Yes, there is an ice storm warning up in 5 different counties, actually, of northeast lower. In fact, we go up there right now. I believe there are events beginning underway here. While we're getting thunderstorms further south here, these guys up further north are getting freezing rain. There you go. There's your freezing rain. Those purple counties you see on your screen here from Alpena down to Alcona, Mayo, down to Rose City and Roscommon, Houghton Lake area. Ice storm warning for up to 4/10 of an inch of ice. We talked about it on the briefing and on our forecast. We could be losing power up there for several areas in northeast lower that just had this happen about a year and a half ago. Same exact areas being impacted. We are 3 hours into our coverage tonight. We have several warnings that continue to be ongoing for hail across central Michigan. This is for areas in the Muskegon, over toward Crystal Lake, over toward Chesaning, that general region. As I back out, animate this for you guys, you're going to notice there's a big gap of nothingness happening from Lansing to Detroit to Jackson to Adrian. That's going to stay that way for a few hours. What's beyond the lake currently is what's our weather heading our direction into Berrien and Van Buren counties. This will pose a hail risk, maybe a very small wind and tornadic risk here. Anything tornadic and wind will be primarily for the very far southern counties of Michigan, from Berrien to Monroe County. But right now, this is looking unorganized. I do not think this is going to be a large player tonight in our severe weather. I just don't think that's going to happen. If it does, I'll eat my words. But right now, it's looking elevated. I don't think it's going to do much for us right now, at least immediately here, as it comes on shore in Berrien County. We'll have to watch it as it gets closer to Cass and St. Joseph, because the environment gets a bit better further east you go. But right now, this line does not appear to be producing severe hail, severe wind, or anything rotation-wise. So far, so good. This storm down here was a monster-producing tornado back in Illinois and Indiana. It got to the state line of Michigan, and it got scared, and it went, see ya, and now it's weakening. This storm looks like a blob of rain at this point. In fact, did they take the warning already out of Cass County? They just issued it not long ago. Is my software glitching again, or did they cancel this already? They canceled it. Yeah, IWX cancels the warning for St. Joseph County. Yep. I do not see that on the list. So they saw it that weekend, and the storm got Michigan air, and it went, ugh, it puked on itself. It's good news. The other side of this is there is still heavy rain occurring as well as lightning. I'll double check just to make sure there's no rotation. There's no rotation with the storm at all. There's nothing. So that cell, let's just write it off for now and say this cell that we were concerned for anything tornadic is no longer tornadic. This line back here will be to be watched carefully. But the good news is, as long as this line does not go severe or stays below severe limits, it should suck out a lot of instability for anything tornadic or wind-wise to happen. So as soon as this line moves through, what's happening behind it should primarily be a hail risk as the night moves on. We have multiple rounds developing back here in Illinois. I do not know if they're all going to make it across Lake Michigan and Michigan, but I can tell you this initial line here that we're concerned about does not look to be concerning right now. There's no warnings on it. Everything looks elevated in nature. I think the hail risk is definitely highest with the line. I don't see anything tornadic-wise with it. So with that said, attention back up here to central Michigan. The hail core over between Stanton and Crystal Lake area continues to be quite potent in nature. This is moving up towards Sumner area. And eventually toward Alma, St. Louis, Ithaca. Current time is just after 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern here on March 10th. My name is Ryan. Grand Rapids has canceled the warning for Gratiot County. Wouldn't it be amazing, guys, if we can get to like 1 o'clock in the morning and nothing's happening, we can hop off and go to bed? That'd be amazing. The way it's trending, too, we may have a shot at doing that. Obviously, I won't be sleeping, but if we get to a point where there's nothing severe happening in the state, it doesn't look severe, I will hop out of here and monitor behind the scenes. But we're still at least a couple hours away from doing that. We have yet to see what this line is going to do. And the reason I keep focusing on this line, I'll explain a bit better for you guys. Right now, it's over Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan is still very cold, so storms cannot become surface-based on Lake Michigan. The warm front is still out ahead of this line across the bottom tier counties. That warm front contains your storm fuel. So when this line hits land and starts moving into that better environment across primarily Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and further east, it could and it may re-intensify in nature and become tornadic as well as wind producing. So the line, let's not write off just yet, but right now it's looking pretty weak in nature. Okay, make sense to you guys? Cold lake, warm land. Simple as that. Storms like warm air. Did have pea-sized hail in Muskegon 2 minutes ago. Thank you for that report. Battle Creek right now is okay. I would say your threat in Battle Creek is coming in another hour or so. It depends how fast this line picks up speed as it hits land. Thank you, Julie, for that report. Getting some reports up in Gratiot County that we could be seeing golf ball size hail or larger with that cell. So we'll be mindful of that. You guys in chat can also report. Looking in Gratiot County, I don't know exactly where it'd be happening at. Maybe just east of Ithaca. Are you guys talking about the cell near Crystal or cell near North Star? What does the instability look like? Okay, good question there, guys. Instability is looking like mesoanalysis got to be pulled up here first. I don't even have meso pulled up. Really, the only area of instability in Michigan right now is going to be east sorry, west of I-69, which is Coldwater, and south of Kalamazoo. This corner of Michigan down here is the only instability currently, according to the real-time analysis. It's also not capped off yet. So we'll have to pay close attention here to Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and we're going to say southern Van Buren and southern Kalamazoo County as well. Thundering in Bayport, says Shalene. Thank you for that. Also, I know a lot of people are probably thinking about this line. Well, the lake is cold, but Indiana's not cold. And the answer is yes, it is. This area up here, there's two things. The first thing is we have what's called a pneumonia front that pushed the lake breeze inland off of Lake Michigan. So down toward Crown Point, Valpo, and LaPorte, it's very cold. So even though it's on land down here, not severe, it's not very unstable down here either. That warm front is going to kick in over here toward LaPorte, North Judson, down toward Rensselaer. Also up here in Michigan, that warm air is going to kick in probably halfway through Berrien County. So by the time we get to Cass County, we should have a good idea what the line's going to do. So we'll have to watch it very closely. There we go. My camera was all blurry. Well, we have a bit of a break here, I guess. We have some hail going on up in central Michigan, but there's nothing that stands out to me that really, needs to really be communicated here. Besides, if you're in a thunderstorm, you have a hail potential here, which is the ongoing case. So I'm going to switch my gear here to chat for a minute and kind of interact with you guys. So let me know where you're watching from, how your night's going, and let us know when you started following us. I'm kind of curious here. A lot of you guys new. A lot of you guys are old timers. Let me know. Yeah, the warm front is just south of 94 now. It will likely rise just slowly as we get to the overnight hours, but it's not going to rise very high. Union, Michigan, stormy here. Hillsdale County, Sherwood, Sturgis, watching from Three Rivers. NK Zoo, following since last year. New and just sub. Can you check out Reese, Michigan? Reese, Michigan, I'm going to tell you this right now, is going to be in a heavy storm. And that really applies for anywhere across central Michigan. We're going to start over here in Tuscola County. In the Thumb region, you have Tuscola. This is moving into eventually Sanilac and Huron counties. The heaviest hail core I'm seeing here is just south of Saginaw, over the Shiawassee National Refuge Forest here. Foster's heading up toward Frankenmuth here, along Bridgeport as well. Back here towards St. Charles, got some hail cores there. Doesn't appear to be that concerning on radar at least. And then back here towards Sumner and Crystal Lake, we continue to have this cell that just continues to sit and dump hail just north of Crystal Lake here. Back here towards Cedar Springs and Howard City, again, heavy rain and some small hail possible, but nothing that stands out to me as severe. The cell we were talking about for many hours about tornadic potential is now a blob of rain in South Michigan. Our line, and honestly our most concerning threat, is going to be this line right here over the next couple of hours here, probably the next one or two, to get a feel for what's going to happen. So let's hope and cross our fingers that we don't see too much here with this line And I'm going to really start paying attention as it crosses into Cass County, because that's when it starts hitting that more unstable air here. 2024, watching from Southeast Michigan. 2023. Love it. Absolutely love it, guys. Welcome in, guys. We have still over 12,000 of you guys in chat tonight. One of our most watched streams here tonight. Appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting us. Lansing, Warren, St. Clair County, Reading. What happened to the Brighton camera? So the Brighton camera right now is offline for us. We'll have to connect with them to reboot their camera at some point. If you guys watch our weather cameras and you ever see them go down, it's never intentional. It usually means there's a connection issue or a equipment issue on our end. We have a solution to fix it, but it's going to take some time to work with our sponsors on our cameras to get that operational. So it's a work in progress, guys. Thoughts about Lawrence, Michigan? Thank you for the super chat there, Chase. Lawrence, Michigan, I would say you guys, I believe you are down here. I don't want to mistake you. Yeah, there we go. Lawrence, Michigan, I'm going to say you are right on the edge of that warm front. So yes, concern tonight is a little higher. However, as long as this line passes over you without a hurrah, I think you're going to be okay. We could have more rounds later on, but those rounds should be more of a hail threat than anything. We just had a new warning issued to our friends in the south for this cell in Lake and Porter counties. This is the bottom of that line we're tracking. And now we're starting to see some signs of life with this line. Let's hope it stays weak for us. Right now it is severe for the Indiana side of things. Holland, 2024, 2023. Yes, Bayport Fish does have, they have 3 of our cameras actually. They sponsored one, we sponsored one, Guardian sponsored one. So we have the whole shebang up there. How is Portage looking? Thank you for super chat there, Sui. Portage is looking like you're about to get a bunch of heavy rain here, a lot of lightning in about an hour, and that's what I'm seeing right now. There is potential for this line to intensify and become severe. There is a low-end chance at this point, I'd say, for anything tornadic to occur. Large hail and damaging wind would be your primary risk. Although looking at the line right now, there's nothing here that would indicate tornadoes are about to happen. It would have to organize itself very quickly. So that's good news. So hour or so, Portage, you guys will be under the gun here with this line moving over you. Hi, Ryan. Been watching you for a year and a half from Ogama County. Keeping fingers crossed, don't lose power. My fingers are crossed for you as well there. Thank you, Marie, for checking in here in chat. Northeast lower going to be impacted by an ice storm over the next couple of hours here. By the time you guys wake up tomorrow, we could be out of power for quite a few people up there. So the hope is that it's not as bad as it is up there. Hopefully, like the severe threat right now, it's subdued. But we'll have to kind of wait and see. How is Clinton Township looking tonight? Thank you, Meme Mode, for that super chat. I'm becoming really far behind with these. Appreciate you guys supporting here. Clinton Township, you guys have a long way to go before we start raining and thunderstorming. However, overnight tonight, I would say probably closer to 2 to 4 a.m.-ish, you guys will have a threat for thunderstorms with large hail. I'm going to say at this point, the severe threat is quite low over on the east side. It'd be a large hail threat. And then if you live, I'm going to say in Monroe or Lenawee counties, you guys have the highest concern for anything tornadic or wind-wise. However, that concern, I think, is becoming just a tad bit lower with the data I'm seeing at this current time. thank you for becoming a member here. I see Mud Kitten and Teresa both joining the team at EF0 member. Appreciate you guys. $5 super chat here from Wells Strength HP. I am between Sturgis and Centerville. Mild winds, a little thunder starting, waiting for the hit. The answer for you, if you're looking for an answer, Wells, is that storm over you is pretty weak in nature. I would be more concerned what's coming behind it. Thank you, Marquis, for gifting 10 memberships. Appreciate that. Welcome to the team, those you just got gifted. Members here at MSC do get access to some of our videos early. They also receive daily written forecasts and graphics early before they're released on our page from Alex as well as Joel primarily. So you guys get those every evening, or usually every evening, except when we're live in Severe Ops, and it's kind of a different story, but you'll get information and graphics early the night before here on YouTube for being a member. All right, moving on to chat here. What do you think about Burr Oak? I have kids. Thank you for that super chat, Melissa, if I pronounced that correctly. Burr Oak tonight, I'm going to say in about 90 minutes, your threat will ramp up. It's going to depend what this line does. If this line stays broken and unorganized, it's just going to be a quick, heavy rain risk. It's going to be loud, maybe some small hail with it, but anything tornadic and wind would be low end. However, if it hits land here and organizes back up, we could see a wind risk as well as a low end tornadic risk there for your area. So 90 minutes or so, be alert. We have your threat coming in about that time. I wish I could be more specific with you, but I just can't at this point. Also need to keep a close eye what's behind it. Another line is forming here back toward Aurora, Illinois. So we do have two lines developing that we could deal with here. Mindy with a super chat says Coldwater, waiting to see what happens next. We're all kind of in wait and see mode at this point. It's all going to come down. Obviously, we had the hail risk further north, but that's starting to kind of wind down itself. So right now, all eyes are on this line moving on shore in very far southern Michigan. This is what's going to determine our severe threat for the night, and we're going to find out here next hour or so just how big that severe threat is. Right now, it does not appear to be that big of a threat, but that could change. I am really far behind here. What's up with the velocity near Saginaw and Birch Run? A lot of times with these hail-producing cells that are elevated, you get a lot of reds and greens showing up together. Yeah, that's what we call clutter. It's an indication that, one, you have hail falling, but also, two, we have some clutter and elevation with the storms with the radar beam hitting up on the atmosphere there. So nothing to worry about. That's not rotation. Nothing to worry about there. Having a knowledge of the environment is important when looking at radar. I look at that and immediately I can tell it's in the cold sector and it's clutter for the most part. Now, if I saw that signal in the warm sector, then that kind of raises some flags. So having a meteorological knowledge of what's happening is important. Robert with a super chat says, thank you for keeping us informed. Stay safe. W Term with a super chat says, in Three Rivers, how are we looking? Really, anybody asking about the southern Michigan area, the answer is going to be the same for you guys. We're going to wait and see what this line is going to do. Right now, Three Rivers is about, I'm going to say, an hour to 90 minutes out from being impacted. And it's all going to come down to if this line organizes or if it stays unorganized. Right now, moving into Berrien County and Van Buren County here, it is unorganized. It is not organized. So if it does organize, we'll track it. But right now, fingers are crossed, it stays unorganized. I'm trying to get caught up here. Victor with a membership. Thank you, Victor, for that. Kevin, one of our longtime loyal followers here and supporters, thank you for that super chat. Says, thank you, Ryan, everyone behind the scenes. It's just me tonight, Kevin. Just me tonight. Of course, all the great mods as well. So definitely the mods. Shout out to the moderators here. We got Dawn, Julie, Hadley, Sarah. We got Mike and Angie also in chat as well. We have several of our moderators in chat helping out tonight. Shout out to the whole crew there behind the scenes, working diligently to keep chat clear and free of spam and trolls. No problem, Melissa. I hope I got your name right. On the line with Hillsdale, Lenawee, near Hudson, is there a cause to be concerned with tornadoes tonight, Jack? Thank you, Jack, for your support. The answer is going to be it really just depends on how that line interacts. As of right now, I'm going to say there is a low chance tonight for tornadoes there in Hudson. Right now, the threat would be a little bit higher, but I'm seeing a lot of signs that point to this threat becoming a little bit lower. So I'm going to go with the term low-end risk tonight, but it's still a risk nonetheless. How are the chasers? I do not know that answer. I really don't. In fact, let's call out. Any chasers active in Michigan currently? We got Storm Chaser Jenny gifting to memberships. Thank you, Jenny, for your support and generosity. Welcome to the team. Those who just got gifted those. How will Bangor, Michigan look through the night? Says Cheyenne. Thank you, Cheyenne, for your support as well. Bangor is going to be getting this round here very soon, to be honest with you. Where is Bangor? There you are. You're about 10 minutes from impact. Right now does not appear to be severe. It's going to be loud, it's going to be wet, and it's going to be heavy rain, maybe some small hail mixed in. But anything tornadic-wise or wind-wise does not appear to be the case there in Bangor. Now, after this first initial line, we do have more behind it. So you may have to deal with another line in about another 2 hours or so. So if you wake up at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning with another thunderstorm, tune back in if we're live. We'll tell you what to talk about or tell you what to do, if anything. But in the meantime, this first line appears to be sub-severe for you in Bangor. But keep in mind, round 2 behind it could bring some additional chances for some low-end severe threats. Thank you for the sticker there, Sarah. Appreciate it. Any news about Grand Rapids? You guys are just in some moderate rainfall now. Nothing severe is happening up there. Those cells that are severe up further north appear to be this really just kind of weakened out into more of just a line of heavy showers. The really, I guess, heaviest storm is going to be just east of Saginaw and Bridgeport area, east of 75, riding M46 towards Reese. That's going to be the main concern there. They just trimmed this warning back. I like the radar software is working now. That's good. So this is a very, very small warning now. Continues for 21 minutes. It's for the basically Sumner area, Elwell, Elm Hall, Riverdale. That's the only areas here as it moves toward Alma and St. Louis and Co areas. Elsewhere, the attention is just going to shift down here at this point. Really, that's the only thing we can do. Thank you, DG, for becoming an EF1 member. Jerry says, have a coffee, whatever you drink. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry, for that. I drink water. It's my beverage of choice. And just for that super chat, I will take 2 swigs of H2O. I do not drink caffeine. Fun fact about me. I have been caffeine-free for about 3 or 4 years now. So I run on pure adrenaline and energy. Natural energy. Yeah, chat's crazy tonight, guys. Appreciate you guys blowing us up. Obviously, please don't spam, but we always love to see you guys active here in chat. We have 7,000 of you guys on YouTube. We have about 5,000 of you guys on Facebook, and another, it says 3,000 on X, and another 100 of you guys on Twitch. So, appreciate you guys tuning in here. This line is now moving on to land. Land holds storm fuel still. Another warning that just got issued for LaPorte County in Indiana. They're going for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Michigan City, LaPorte, Hanna, Wanetta, and Hamlet areas. Berrien County is not severe at this time. However, the southern part of this line is intensifying here. I would not be shocked to see Berrien County get a warning here, at least for the southern half of it, for Buchanan, Niles, and Bertrand areas. Would not be shocked at all. We do have cameras in Niles as well as Coloma, courtesy of Bluestone Defense here in Coloma. And then Jessica Massey State Farm is in Niles. We also have Sent to Serve LLC cameras. They're on actual grain legs, I believe, in Berrien County. I'm just making those pulled up here. There we go. Let's get those pulled up. And my software just crashed. We're going to take that down off the screen. We're going to try to restart that here momentarily. Oh, cool. Actually, it just worked. So go figure. We have 2 cameras here in Berrien County as well. This is facing to the east, I believe. And the other one is facing to the west. So we can watch these from a good height as these storms roll in. We're going to leave it on that camera, actually. I like that. I like that look here. We're going to take it off the screen, though. Back to the radar. I do think we're seeing some intensification on the south side of this cell. You see how the up excuse me, English. You see how up here it's kind of broken, not really organized, but then down here it's kind of smoothed into a more organization. That's what I'm concerned about here. And also got to pay attention to these little notches because that's how we get some spin-ups happening as well. Luckily, I don't see that happening. If there's any rotation there, it's very, very subtle. But this could be the start of this line here. So we have to watch it very carefully. This is moving to the east toward Buchanan and Niles. All right, back to chat here. I'm 3 minutes behind on chat. How quick can it speed up after crossing Lake Michigan? The answer is it can go up to 50 miles per hour tonight is what we're seeing here. It can speed up very quickly. Mud Kitten gifting 50 memberships. Thank you, Mud Kitten, for your generosity, and welcome to the 50 members just got gifted. Appreciate your support, Mud. Welcome to the team, guys. Any risk tonight for tornadoes in Davison? The answer is no. I can confidently say not in Davison. That's too far north. You guys should be able to sleep well without a risk tonight for anything spin-up wise. Justin, one of our moderators in chat here as well. Member for month number 14. GR people, stay safe. Lots of flooding. Yes, thank you, Justin, for that reminder. The GR area, really the region from Muskegon to GR to Ravenna to elsewhere further east as well, got hit hard by that rain. And it's not done yet. Flash flooding is not done yet. So be mindful of that. There's more rain on the way. All right. Chat's getting caught back up here. Megan says, my friend called from Grand Rapids. They're underwater and the hospital is starting to flood. Heads up. Megan is a longtime viewer here. I do trust what she says. I cannot confirm that personally, but I do trust her word. Apparently the hospital is starting to flood. I'm assuming that means probably the first floor or maybe a parking garage. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but not a good situation here in Grand Rapids. Thank you, Marcia, for becoming a member. I'm trying to get caught up here, guys, while we have a break in the action. Blue Collar says, just checking in from Wayne, Washington. Going to be a long night. Possibly for you guys over there. The answer, honestly, is yes for you guys. It's just a matter of what this line's going to do on the west side currently. It's looking pretty unorganized, but it also is starting to show signs of life here as it moves through Berrien County. Would not be shocked to see Berrien get a warning here for wind. I just don't like the way that looks. It looks elevated in nature, but also doesn't. Let's get the Berrien County cameras back up online here. J-Dog with a membership, EF0, thank you for that. At some point, guys, if I do miss you or if I miss you in the future, I apologize. I can't get to every single super chat and membership. So I do apologize if I do miss you guys. It's not my intention, but I am one person tonight among 13,000 of you guys watching, so I'm going to miss some stuff. Also, this is becoming more organized now. That's pushing on the land, so we have to watch this very carefully. Buchanan, Niles, Bertrand, Berrien Springs, you guys should be on alert as this line moves through. English, I'm getting tired. Intensification is possible, if not likely, with this cell. The reoccurrence of Davison hailstorm from 2024, I don't see that happening. I do see hail potential. I just don't think it's going to be that intense and widespread like you guys had back in 2024. thunder starting in Wayne County. I did see a pop-up over there, and yes, in fact, there is a pop-up storm north of the warm front, so no concern there for wind or hail, or wind or tornadoes, should I say. But the hail risk, if this continues to develop, will definitely be a concern here. It popped up just north of Ann Arbor. On the left side of your screen there, it appears to be the base of the cell, or the storm as it moves through. We have one warning in effect for the entire state, and it's a very small warning up in northwest Gratiot County. That is the only warning in the state currently for severe. I do think, though, we're going to have another warning coming in here for either burying or cast with that cell intensifying. Excuse me, I'm going to refill my water here. I'm going to need more water eventually because I am down to my last couple of ounces in this jug. This storm is moving in toward our cameras here at Sent to Serve LLC in Berrien Springs. I also want to keep a close eye on the Niles camera. The Niles camera will be impacted here in about 15 minutes or so. Estimated time there. How does Hastings look for the storm tonight? I work early. I'm just wondering if I can sleep. The good news, Summer, is it should be a hail threat in Hastings for your severe threat. So as long as you're indoors and away from windows, if you can sleep like that, you are A-okay tonight. Anything tornadic will be well south of you. Back over here to the camera. Thank you, Narquette there for the super chat. Don't know how to pronounce it, but I appreciate your support. I am so far behind on chat, guys. I didn't realize I was still behind. Goodness gracious. I would say Cover is on the warm front, yes. The moderators are joking with me behind the scenes, and I don't understand why. I haven't touched their settings. So mods, I have not touched your settings. You can do whatever you guys want. Good news. For the first time in 3.5 hours, we have no severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Michigan. Let's hope that trend continues. I do not think it will hold very long. I do not. I think we're going to see some more warnings across South Michigan here with this line as it moves across. In the meantime, though, we do have flash flood warnings in effect. Those are just, I'm not going to say as serious, but they can be life-threatening if you don't take them seriously if you are in a prone area. Chances of flash freeze tonight in Tuscola? A flash freeze? No. Gradual freezing temperatures? A possibility, yes. So if you guys are just tuning in here, we are going to be Did my screen share not work? All right. We are watching this line right here as it moves in to Cass County now. It is in Berrien from Covert down to around New Buffalo, and it is intensifying slowly but gradually here. I would not be shocked to see a warning on this for Cass County here. This is heading in toward our camera in Berrien Springs as well as Niles and eventually into Cassopolis. On your screen currently is radar. We're going to flip back over here to the camera. This is facing west courtesy of CentaServe LLC. This is about 75 feet in the air. So we're going to see how strong this storm is as it passes over our camera. The best part about having these cameras is we can actually watch the storm in real time. We can see what it's doing so we can know what it's doing when it's moving in toward Cass County here. So I really appreciate CentaServe LLC with these cameras. Berrien County was a well-needed spot. We had this CentaServe step up. We also had Bluestone Defense step up. And we also had a couple others that reached out to us that we didn't quite coordinate with just because of time restraints last year. But this year we could maybe get some more Berrien County cameras as well. Do I dare say the Q word? Yes, the severe warning for Gratiot was expired. Yep, I can do that, Haley. We're watching that line in actual real time here on the camera. That camera is located here in Berrien Springs, and it's about to be impacted. So I want to see what's going to be happening here. But backing it out here and taking a peek, this line is about to move into Cass County here, as well as Van Buren, eventually into Kalamazoo and St. Joseph County. It is picking up speed, so it's moving pretty fast. I'll put it that way. Further north, all of these cells have weakened into a heavy rain and some lightning and thunder threat. No severe weather is ongoing now in the state of Michigan. I do think our threat is shifting to the southern part of this line as it pushes across South Michigan here. So this is where our focus is going to be at for the next couple of hours. We're going to leave it right here on the radar. I'm going to flip and toggle back and forth between the radar as well as the camera here. But I have the camera pulled up. You guys can't see it, but I still can. If I see anything concerning, I'll go ahead and flip it back over to the camera. Right now, it's just some light rain falling, and might be some wind picking up in some spots, but until it gets crazy, I'll keep it here. Mace says, Lawrence is being slammed with hail and wind right now. Thank you for that, Mace. Lawrence is going to be up in Van Buren County, up by Bangor. Let's check out the velocity up there. You can definitely tell there is a gust front moving through here. A very potent gust front as well. Let me pull up my wind map here, a real-time wind map, to see if I get any gust reports coming out of the area. There it goes. They changed the link on me. Max wind gusts, there we go. Looks like Benton Heights gusted to 44. And it appears that South Haven gusted to 25. So far, sub-severe wind gust as it moves on shore. Berrien Springs gusted to 31. So far, so good with this line. We're not really talking severe winds at this time, but we could intensify. I think this line is starting to strengthen just a bit as it progresses to the east. Kevin asking if any idea what we should expect in Westland tonight. Also, roughly what time I might be here. Westland area, East Side, Detroit Metro, after 2 to 4 a.m. that time frame. The risk for you guys over there, I think, is going to be primarily a large hail risk, primarily with a low end risk for damaging winds and anything tornadic for you guys. Thank you for your super chat. Garrett, thank you for becoming an EF4 member. Appreciate your support. Lansing area tonight, primarily a hail risk, but you guys do have those thunderstorms rushing down your way. So if anything's going to happen, it's going to be a hail, thunder, and lightning risk with this storm. Anything tornadic is going to stay south, close to the Indiana-Ohio border counties. Thank you, Cindy, for EF0 membership. Appreciate your support. Lots of thunder in KZU. Whoa. I wish I could play that back, but that was a lightning strike. I would have to say maybe 50 to 100 yards in front of the camera. That was insane. If anybody lives in Berrien Center right now, your eardrums are probably shaking. Wow. I thought that was striking the pole in front of the camera there for a second. But wow. That is insane. Well, the good news for now is that we can relax and just kind of wait it out as the storm progresses across Berrien County. It's about to be in Cass County here shortly. I do see strengthening of this storm, and I do think there is a risk with this for damaging winds as well as a couple tornadoes. Luckily, Berrien County, your threat right now is pretty much happening in front of you. We do have a second round. That was close again. We do have round 2 coming later tonight, but I think this line will suck a lot of the instability out of the atmosphere. Goodness gracious, this camera being 100 feet in the air is definitely not not ideal. It is ideal for the view, but for lightning, oh boy. It's on top of a pole. Goodness gracious. For those of you in Berrien Springs or Berrien Center, your guys' eardrums are probably getting blown out by all this lightning. I have to imagine. Goodness gracious. Wow. One thing I noticed as well, the wind is not blowing with this line. So that's really good news. That tells me that it may not be intensifying as it progresses to the east. I just don't see that happening yet. It still could, but I just don't see any wind with this. The trees are dead still. All right, next camera up on deck is going to be Niles, courtesy of Jessica Massey State Farm. Let's go ahead and find our Niles camera here. There it is. We just passed it. Nope. Come back. Gotta find it again. There it is. This is facing to the northwest, right in Niles. And taking back the radar for you guys, Niles is right here. Our camera's on the south side of town, right about here or so, facing to the northwest. So we are going to watch this roll in together. Again, nothing is severe in the state currently, but this line, I do see signs of this line intensifying. So we need to watch it very carefully. Having cameras in different parts of these counties as well really help us out, because we saw it's pretty calm up in Berrien Springs, but the south side of this line could also be windier here in Niles. So we get to see two sides and two aspect angles of these storms as they roll through. Looks like the base of the storm, the leading edge, we call it scud, in view there over the trees. Let's go ahead and check out the latest observations here. Looks like you cleared gusted to 26. That's about it. There's not much happening. Benton Heights 44 is the strongest gust I see. Haley, I'm not sure how you did that, but that's really cool. I can actually see that emoji on my chat. Usually I can't see those things, but I was able to see that one. That's cool. I'm gonna show our mods actually. That's actually really cool. Thank you, Meme, for the membership. Appreciate your support. What about Dowajak, says Ariel. Dowajak right now is about to be impacted by the leading edge. It could get gusty. I expect there to be a lot of lightning and a lot of heavy rain. No rotation I see right now, though. All clear. Thank you for that. There we go.
A new considerable
We expected that to happen, and truthfully, it was only a matter of time. Considerable severe, southern half of this line, 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail. This is considerable for the wind. Ping pong ball size hail is still 1.5, pretty large, but considerable hail is 1.75. That's golf ball size. So this is going to be a considerable warning for the wind. It includes Niles, Buchanan, Bertrand, Galleon, and Edwardsburg. The camera is literally right in the warning here. You cannot place this more perfectly. We also have chasers who are out and about. I'm assuming they're back in Michigan now. In fact, there's Evan. Evan is in Berrien Springs. He is actually in the vicinity of the camera here. Is he at Dollar General? I can't tell where he's at. Is that Dollar General, Applebee's? I can't tell. Ben's got his bouncing cat back. So go back here to the radar, or the camera here. Take a zoomed out look here real quick at the radar. There's your warning polygon here. It extends all the way to Lake Michigan, up toward, almost to Cassopolis, down toward Edwardsburg, to this state line of Indiana here. The heaviest of the wind, if there's going to be 70-mile-per-hour winds, is about to impact Niles right now.
I'm on Michigan Ops now. I'm in near Three Rivers, and I'm gonna kind of track the storm that.
This
Has
is
the
Ben,
warning
by the
issue.
way. If you can hear that. He is in the Three Rivers area. He is in chase mode now in Michigan. As we saw as well, Evan is in Michigan too. Thank you, Nesquick, for that super chat. Appreciate your support. This considerable warning is for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail. The leading edge of the storm is right in front of your face, I hear on the camera. Courtesy of Jessica Massey State Farm here in Niles. This is facing northwest on the south side of town. If there's any damaging wind with this cell, it's going to be directly in, under, and just behind this initial push of these clouds. That is where the wind is usually at with these thunderstorms. It can happen back in the rain too, but usually the initial push happens out in front of it. It appears there's some good whale mouth structure as well underneath that. Thank you, Nesquick, for that super chat, confirming that was Dollar General. It looked yellow to me. Good old Midwest staple. On your screen currently, this is in Niles, Michigan. This is very far southwest corner of the state. It is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail. Right now, it's pretty much all is calm on this camera. It's not raining yet. The flag on the right blowing at probably 10, 15-mile-per-hour winds or so. Flood advisory for Saginaw and Tuscola until 4 a.m. We do not have a camera in Reese. No, we do not. Back to the radar here. I am watching this gust front here. It is starting to get the look of what we call a QLCS, where the green and the red are going to be meeting. We'll need to watch for quick spin-up tornadoes across this area here as this line progresses to the east. Right now, nothing looks concerning, but these are the types of situations you can have a quick little spin-up where these reds and greens meet and intensify very briefly, and they can spin something up. So I have to watch this very carefully. Otherwise, this is what the line looks like. Zooming out here, all the way up to Grand Rapids. It is in Allegan, down toward Pine Grove, Paw Paw, Decatur. It becomes more organized the further south you go. That's largely thanks to that surface storm fuel here that is really in the very far southern tier of these counties. Excuse me. Niles is right in line to be really the worst of this. But right now, I'm not really seeing anything that suggests severe is happening in Niles. I will say the flag on the right side of your screen is picking up an intensity there. So it might be starting to pick up here. Jazz with a $6.99 Canadian super chat. Welcome, Jazz, in here. Wild how different weather and climate is just below us. Yes, it really is. It really is. A special weather statement for Huron-Sanilac County until 12:45. That's going to be for penny size hail. Also want to take a peek over here in the Detroit Metro North region. We'll take a look at that real quick. We got a cell that popped up over Farmington Hills and Southfield, pushing to the east-northeast toward Birmingham and Sterling Heights toward Mount Clemens. Okay, we're getting to that point where I think I'm going to pop out my second radar. The wind is definitely increasing in Niles. Looking on the camera there. Excuse me. Apologize for coughing. Pop out my handy dandy second radar, and we're going to watch the rotation with these storms, so I don't want to miss anything with this. All right, there we go. We're going to keep that right there. All right. I'd say winds are probably between 20 and 30 miles per hour here. Looking at the flag, that's what I'm going to estimate. I definitely don't think there's 70 mile per hour winds. That's for sure. The heaviest of winds I'm seeing with this is going to be just across the state line, or perhaps just over the state line, down toward the areas of Three Oaks, Galleon, and US 12, Dayton and Bakerton, or Bakertown. That's going to be where the heaviest of the winds in Michigan are. But as you go further south into LaPorte, Indiana, New Carlisle, North Liberty, and South Bend, that does pick up some intensity the further south you go. The edge of this line is now in Niles, so the range will be picking up here in intensity. The heaviest of rain's about to move over the camera here in a few minutes. Minute or two, should I say. I almost said seconds, but I think that would be a little bit of a lie. Okay, now the wind's picking up here. I'd say probably close to 30 mile per hour winds or so. We've been live here for 4 hours. Luckily, have not had to talk about anything significant besides golf ball size hail. Actually, hen egg size hail. That's 2 inches in diameter. But otherwise, on the tornado side and the wind side, things have stayed quite tame. And let's hope that continues to stay quite tame. So far, not seeing anything strong rotation-wise, but this line does warrant watching through Cass County and eventually into St. Joseph County. This line is moving pretty quickly now. Berrien County is cleared of the worst. Looks like Cass is on deck. We are about to cross from 11:59 up until midnight. About 30 seconds until we move into March 11th. So I appreciate you guys tuning in here. I'm still rocking with 12,000 of you guys. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's check out what we have our chasers while we have a second. We have Ben and Evan out there as far as I'm aware. Evan is in Sodus, Michigan, and then Ben is in Three Rivers. Anybody besides Ben currently chasing Michigan? I know, Evan, you are as well, but anybody else? Let that sit there. They trimmed the warning back, it appears. They have trimmed it back from 70 mile per hour winds down to 60 mile per hour winds now. And the hail size has gone from ping pong ball down to $half size. So they dropped the level of the warning down to a base warning now. No longer considerable tagged. Thank you, 100 Acre Heaven. English, wow. Thank you, 100 Acre Heaven. Try to say that 5 times fast. Whew. EFC, remember, appreciate your support. Welcome to the team. I'd say the wind here is still around 30 miles per hour. Thunder now in Royal Oak. Yeah, we talked about that line a little bit ago. Not severe. Melinda says, I'm new to the channel, actually. Well, Melinda, welcome into Michigan Storm Chasers. We go live for 24/7, 363. English, goodness gracious. I am tired. We go live for any and all severe or tornado warnings in the state of Michigan, all 83 counties in the UP or the LP. We are live no matter if there's severe weather happening. Any time of day, night, we're here for it. As long as there's severe happening, we are live. We have not missed a warning in our existence. So if you need severe weather coverage or information, welcome on in. We gladly welcome anybody who wants to subscribe. We also do daily forecast update videos to talk about the threats upcoming, breakdowns, live briefings. We do have a Facebook page as well with a lot of our fun text posts and forecast graphics and write-ups and stuff like that. So if you do not know who we are, we invite you to join us, follow us. If you have not followed or subscribed for free here on YouTube, we appreciate you guys. Tonight, as lightning picks up intensity there, it appears tonight we've gained approximately about 3,000 to 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. We've surged from around 77,000 to roughly 81,000. So if you guys are not subscribed,
You might be able to see us on a familiar camera in a minute.
I had the Niles cam pulled up. What camera would that be?
A nice camera near Constantine.
Ah. If you guys are not subscribed already on YouTube, we invite you to subscribe. In fact, we just had about 150 of you guys subscribed in the last 30 seconds. Excuse me. We are trying to hit 100,000 subscribers. We have almost 650,000 on Facebook, I believe. And we only have about 80,000 on YouTube. So we have a really lopsided following on Facebook. So the more we gain on YouTube, the more the merrier. It is free to subscribe as long as you have an account on YouTube. It is free to make an account too. All right, Niles is not doing too much of anything here. It is windy, it is rainy, but it's not looking anything substantial happening, except the lightning. Wow, goodness gracious. So let's go ahead and flip back over here to radar, current state of things. New statement coming in for Tuscola County. I imagine that's going to be for hail. Yes, penny-sized hail and 30-mile-per-hour winds. So these storms are not close to being severe. However, I will say the one in Tuscola County on radar does appear to be quite, not going to say nasty looking, but I know the radar beam at this location is really high up there. So I would not be shocked to see some larger hail falling in the Caro area as well as just east of Frankenmuth, between Vassar and Frankenmuth. Otherwise, there's just hail risk up there, and there's no wind or tornadic threat with these storms in the thumb region. Our attention is shifted right down here to this line. On deck here, Cassopolis. That lightning is bright. Edwardsburg, Cassopolis, and Marcellus are all on deck here. Kalamazoo downtown, Portage also on deck with this cell. It does not appear to be anything but some gusty winds and maybe some small hail, and obviously a lot of lightning and thunder. So if you are worrying about a bad storm rolling in, it's going to hit you hard for about maybe 10 to 15 minutes, and that's going to be done. However, we do have a second line we are tracking back here towards Chicago. We'll have to see how it plays out. It's smaller in nature. It also does not look to be as intense, but it does push toward Portage and the general southwest Michigan region over the next couple of hours here. So don't let your guard down. We could have more storms later on tonight. But here in the Kalamazoo area, again, a quick hitting dump of rain as well as some intense lightning and thunder. Maybe some brief gusty winds, but overall there's no rotation I see. There's no major wind that I'm seeing with that cell as it pushes through Kalamazoo and Portage. Downwire, thank you for that super chat. The answer is we could see the warm front lift north just a hair between now and 4 a.m., but it won't be significant enough to really warrant any large change of the forecast here. So Detroit Metro being close to 94, we are going to say there's a threat for all hazards tonight. But anywhere further north than that, there's really not anything to be concerned about. It appears that we've lost our Berrien Center cameras. Perhaps a power outage there. I don't want to speculate, but that would be the only thing I can think of that could take the power out, or take the cameras out at least. Berrien County has close to 2,000 customers now out of power. The entire state now has 8,305 customers out of power. So Berrien County is being impacted in some way, shape, or form. Michigan City gusted to 51 miles per hour. Looks like Eversburg gusted to 42 miles per hour. Ever thought of incorporating anemometers on future web weather cameras? Yes and no. It does take a lot of tech behind the scenes to make that happen. It is a possibility we could have stuff in the future, though. See a couple other get to memberships here. I see Ketogenic Mad Scientist with a membership. Appreciate you joining. See a $20 super chat from Articia saying y'all have been working so hard lately. Take care of yourselves. Thank you. Appreciate it. I love doing this. The way I feel right now, I'm not tired. I know I'll feel it here in a few hours, but right now I'm good. I know the team's good. It's been very mentally taxing going from Friday's events to disaster relief. It's been a hassle. Not a hassle. That's not the right word. It's been a challenge. It's been a challenge. But on personal behalf, I am grateful for you guys, your support. It's been awesome. The subscriber count since I asked you guys to subscribe has gone up over 1,000 people. We're now at 81,000 subscribers. Summer, the actual number is like 105,000, but yes, there is a whole milestone thing that Joel started. Every time we hit a 5,000 milestone on YouTube, subscriber-wise, he does a dance. And I jokingly said a few months ago that I joined him at 100,000 or something like that. And I meant it as a joke, but people took it seriously, obviously. So I had to do a dance at 100,000 too. But I'm not a dancer, so. Contact info for supplying live camera feed. Wells, the contact info is my first name, Ryan, R-Y-A-N, at MichiganStormChasers.com. That's an email. Ryan at MichiganStormChasers.com. We meet at midnight with a super chat. Says, late to the game here. Did you end up retrieving the footage from the Three Rivers cameras? Yes, but unfortunately, the cameras both in Three Rivers and also at our office all went offline at 3:46 p.m. The tornado moved through town at 3:54. So I'm thinking that the storm took out internet just before the tornado hit. We did not get anything on the cameras, unfortunately. Thank you, Thomas, for the membership. Also, Kristen with the membership. Appreciate you guys. Rotation with these cells is quite minimal. I'm watching very cautiously and closely. The wind is staying subdued. The rotation as well is staying subdued. The line itself looks like it's organizing itself still. So I'm not letting my guard down just yet, but so far, so good. We are now halfway through Cass County, about to be in St. Joseph County here in a few minutes. Where's my water? There it is. Let me try to be an encouragement here to you guys, for those of you who have anxiety here in chat, watching from these impacted areas from Friday. So far in Michigan, we have not had any signs of anything tornadic. That is the great news. The flip side of that is there is still a chance we could see that. But I do think that the overall picture of tornadic activity is becoming a lot less concerning the later we get, because the environment is there for it, but the storms are struggling. So right now, the threat has come down a lot. It's still there, but it's come down quite a bit. So I'm trying to ease you guys a little bit. It's coming down. It's not zero yet, but it will be quite low through the night here. Shim, thank you for the super chat. In Flint tonight, wondering if we're going to be okay. Flint, you'll be fine. Goodness gracious. You'll be fine. There'll be a hail risk and a loud thunderstorm risk, but otherwise, anything tornadic-wise and wind-wise will be off to your south. And right now, even in that southern area, the threat's very low. I don't see much of anything happening right now. Pea-size hail in Plainwell. Thank you for that. Kalamazoo Portage area, you have a heavy thunderstorm moving in. Not severe currently. Be a lot of heavy rain, lightning, thunder, maybe some small hail, maybe some brief non-severe gusty winds, but there's no rotation. Does not look intense at this current moment. We have 15,000 people in chat tonight chatting, so if I missed your super chat, I don't mean to. I do apologize. Am I safe to sleep in Battle Creek tonight? The answer, I would say stay up for another half hour, 45 minutes or so, just to be safe. But I do think the answer overall is trending to be yes. But I'd wait for this line to go over you just to make sure. For those of you at the disaster relief side of things, our office from this morning has really turned into a lot cleaner than what it was, but it's still quite messy there. And I believe we're going to get a Chandler appearance here in a second. All of those supplies there in the front room are those of you who have donated to us for the disaster relief side of things. And we have two other rooms behind us that are packed full. Also a U-Haul truck with load number 2 already outside ready to go for tomorrow for a drop-off. I'm trying to get Chandler to come wave at the camera for you guys, but I don't think he is, or he will. I'll give him 10 more seconds. All right. He's going to be a party pooper tonight, apparently. Back over here to our Michigan cams. Also take a peek back at radar here. That severe warning continues for the Granger area, although I believe they're going to allow it to expire here. The bulk of this is now moving past Edwardsburg toward Mottville and Three Rivers, as well as Flowerfield. I'm going to watch this area right here south of Calvin Center, north of Adamsville, as there is a little bit more in the way of velocity showing up here. We'll see if that hangs out or if that weakens out. We'll have to pay attention to see how that trends. But overall, this is turning into a really just a brief gusty wind threat, some lightning and thunder, and some heavy rain. I do not see this intensifying any further from what it is currently. Thank you, Tyler, with a $100 super chat. Says, you and the rest of the crew are awesome. Thank you for always keeping us updated on weekly on wacky weather. Also have to say I did not really expect Kent and Grand Rapids area to lead us into the severe weather, but I probably wasn't paying attention either. That was a little bit unexpected. I do see a lot more storms popped up than expected, but that risk was supposed to be brief, and it was pretty brief. It was about an hour to 2 hours there of some hail risk, and unfortunately, we had some golf balls and lime-sized hail up in that region. But as far as I know, I think the more concerning risk is the flash flooding that's happening up there. A lot of urban and city streets and even the hospitals taking on water, apparently. So the flash flooding risk, definitely the highest concern. That's actually still going on up there with the rain still ongoing in that Grand Rapids metro region. So we do have to keep an eye on that region very closely through the overnight period, because we do have multiple more rounds back across the pond in here in Wisconsin that will push up our direction. So we have a long night ahead of us with the rain and some storms. But the good news is this line here is sucking out the instability of the atmosphere, so we should not be severe beyond and past this line. The severe warning, it appears, has been updated. Okay, I thought they dropped it for a second, but they updated it. It's flashing on my screen currently. It is now a base warning. Base is quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be in effect for Edwardsburg, and really the risk is moved off to the east now with this line. We're looking more so like a Mottville, Fabius, and Constantine risk now as this pushes that direction. And that little notch we were talking about just a minute ago has weakened. That's gone now too, so that's good news. Let's check back with the office cam. I want to see if Chandler is going to make an appearance still. I don't think he will, but yeah, he's not going to. He told me he was, but he left me hanging. See how it is, Chandler, if you're watching me. Also, it's kind of crazy today. We had a severe thunderstorm warning now within a winter weather advisory. The UP earlier today was 18 degrees in Marquette, while Monroe County down in southeast Michigan was at 74 degrees. A very, very stark difference here. And we're talking severe weather currently in South Michigan, but look what's happening up in the UP currently. It is a winter wonderland here in Berglund, Michigan, courtesy of Timberline Sports. They get a lot of snow up there, and that's going to be right around 8 or so inches of snow when all said and done by tomorrow morning. So this is going to be ongoing all night long. In fact, you can already see the UTVs out there already snow covered. This is coming down hard for the Berglund area. That's going to be in the western UP up, I believe, in Gogebic County for those who want reference, a very far western county of the UP. Yeah, it's crazy. It really is crazy. Yeah, this is turning into a probably best case scenario type of situation. Thunder woke my kid up in Mattawan. I'm good to go to sleep now or not. Thank you, Joey, for that super chat. Mattawan is okay for now, but again, I want to keep in mind that you have another round coming in an hour or two. Back here on the radar, we can see there's several rounds of storms coming. I don't think those will be severe, but if you wake up to thunder, check back in with us. We'll be live if they are severe. For right now, though, you have about an hour to 2 hours of a break to fall asleep here. Also, just make sure you have ways to receive warnings. Make sure the alerts on your phone are turned on, EAS alerts to be exact. If you have a weather radio, make sure it's plugged in, batteries on, and make sure it's on the right frequency. Just make sure you have ways to wake up just in case you get another warning. Kalamazoo getting hit. Any live cams there? We do have one in Portage we can pull up. Let's pull up Portage. We also have Kalamazoo itself, I believe, but I believe this one might be actually past it already. Let's pull Portage. Where are you at? I just had it. There it is. Lots of thunder and lightning, but overall it's a very wet night out there. We'll leave it sit here for a few minutes and watch the lightning roll in here. We do have a new warning coming in now. And I was looking at this actually a little bit closer too, and I really didn't think it was anything, but it could be now that I look at it. Let's take this back to radar. New severe warning for South Kalamazoo County, Vicksburg Schoolcraft Pavilion. Now, what I was looking at here, if we go back a couple scans on radar, we have what we call a dog leg right there. You see by flower field, see how it kind of indents out there to the east? That's a dog leg, and it actually had some rotation with it. That is heading up toward Vicksburg now, up toward Pavilion. So we're going to watch that very carefully. There is some very, very broad rotation just to the east, just to the west of Vicksburg here. It doesn't appear to be overly concerning or tight or imminent, but it does bear watching here. The line with a little bit of an indentation by Vicksburg definitely warrants watching. So Lemon Park, Pavilion, Scotts, Gardner's Corners, Fulton, up toward Climax Scotts area. Be alert. This could be a potential area for rotation to develop. The hazard with this storm is 60-mile-per-hour winds, but they did tag it with a possible tornado tag, so keep that in mind. I'm going to have my second radar pulled up here just in case. I have both eyes on it. In the meantime, though, we do have a camera in Portage to show you guys, and this is facing west, courtesy of Visiting Angels of Southwest Michigan. This is going to be facing west over West Ditch Avenue, just to the north of 94. Chandler's, I think, joking with me. I told him to go say hi to the camera, but he said they're outside, to the outside cameras. And here I am with the inside cameras, just kind of waiting for them to show up and wave. So I guess it's my fault. I guess it really is my fault. They're also not outside either. I'm looking at the cameras. Oh, yeah, there they are. Wave hi to the guys. They're way over here. I'm not sure who's who, but that might be Ben, actually. Let's check out Ben's stream. I believe he's right there at the office. I can't tell, but I bet he is. I bet he is. Want to thank Guardian Technologies, obviously, for our Skycam sponsorship. They also did the install for the security of our office. I would highly recommend checking Guardian out if you have security audio video needs. They happen to be the sponsor for all of our Skycams and the installer for most of them. They did a great job at our security footage and our security system at our office. We do have additional cameras here, but they're a different brand of camera. We're going to use this for the first time tonight. We are testing out different types of brands and stuff, and we also have 2 cameras on our tower we're going to take a look at tonight here. I do have a different software to screen share into this, though, so bear with me as I do that. I'm going to get this pulled up and ready. It's a little bit wet out there. It's kind of hard to tell, actually. Let's see if I can't screen share. We can. Let's do this. It's not going to let me do it, apparently. Can I go full screen? I can. Let's try that. Nope. All right, well, we can do it the other way then. Wants to be working tough with me. We will take back that, and we'll flip this around. There we go. There is your leading edge of that line as it pushes in toward the MSC office. This is in Three Rivers, facing to the west. It's a very nice shelf cloud you can see there. And this camera actually auto-rotates. That is Ben. That is 110% Ben. Yep, that is 110% Ben's car. This storm is about to move over Three Rivers. As it does so, it could produce damaging wind. Right now, not warned, but there is potential there. We could see some gustier winds as it moves through the area. Taking back the radar here. Taking a peek at back toward the Pavilion and Vicksburg cell, I don't see the rotation any longer. It's very short-lived in nature. Current time is 12:30 p.m. I am Ryan, and we are live here for hour number 4.5. Start our coverage with severe hail up in central Michigan. Update from Grand Rapids, NWS. They continue the severe warning in southern Kalamazoo County. Tornado possible and 60-mile-per-hour winds. However, I do not see rotation that is concerning on the radar anymore, but I do suggest there could be some gustier winds there that are pushing in toward the Vicksburg area. So keep that in mind. Actually moving through Vicksburg and more so toward the areas of Pavilion and Fulton, Gardner's Corners along East U Avenue and South 36th Street. There we go. Radar got stuck there for a second. Say goodbye to Matt here, guys. He's going home for the night, it appears. Come on, Matt, we were to the camera. We're going to pull up the cameras here back out ahead of this. I think Battle Creek, we're going to be next on the camera side of things. We also have a camera in Three Rivers, but it's down, unfortunately. We also have the one in Constantine, or Centerville. That's going to be Miracle's Landscape Supply. So we're going to have cameras galore to be looking at here in the next couple of minutes because we're moving into a very well camera populated area. We also have the cameras from Calhoun County 911. One's going to be in West Leroy. One's going to be in Albion. So we have quite a bit of stuff to kind of review as these storms move their way through here. Here's our tower cam in West Leroy.
We're about to drive into the storm.
Copy. I had you on the office camera there for a few seconds. Trying to figure out the best camera here. I think we're going to need to do Centerville for the next cam. I think that's going to be the next view we're going to have. That is that offline too? I'm not seeing that here. All right, let's go to Battle Creek then.
We got wind picking up here.
Thank you. Loud thunder in Battle Creek. That's to be expected there. The south part of this line is looking pretty severe down in the Mishawaka area, heading up toward Wakarusa and Napanee. Looking at the velocity here.
Heavy rain and high winds here, if you can see it on my cam.
Copy, pulling up now. Oh yeah, Ben is in the Constantine Three Rivers area. Looks like he's taken visual estimation 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, and looks like the rain is definitely moderate to heavy there.
Visibility is very low here. It's hard to see the road even.
Yeah,
So much
it's he's not wrong there in spurts. Let's go ahead and check Evan as well. Looks like Evan is driving home. He's probably very, very exhausted from his day of chasing. Had to imagine. For those of you who are watching from the very beginning, we were kind of flipping back and forth between Indiana and Michigan for a few minutes there. Evan had visual of a very large tornado, I believe, near the Knox, Indiana area. I do believe, unfortunately, we have seen a lot of damage down there. I cannot confirm, but I'm hearing and kind of seeing notifications come in from our staff internally that there could be injuries as well down in Indiana from that tornado. So
The torrential rainfall that reduces visibility very low at night. Be careful if you're driving into this line.
So that's Ben on the radio here. I assume you guys can probably hear him loud and clear. He is suggesting that the visibility is very close to zero out there and to use caution if you're out on the roads. I got a camera in Battle Creek. There's nothing happening right now in Battle Creek. It will pick up here in about 10 minutes or so.
You got some small hail falling here.
The live location this year in the top left of your screen is going to be very useful for us because usually I'd be like, well, where are you at, Ben? We have it in front of our faces now. We can actually see it in real time. So hopefully it helps you guys as well. Mindy asks, better idea for cold water? I'm tired. I do have a better idea for cold water. I'm going to say 45 minutes to an hour for you. That's when storms will arrive. Is Ben's audio coming through? It is not. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to be very cautious here, taking back the radar. I'm going to watch this area closely. I don't think it's too much to be concerned about, but I do want to mention it. And that's going to be right in here, just to the basically west of Athens here, where this little gap is. We're going to watch that area just a tad bit closer here to see if that's going to merge together or if that's going to kind of stay separate. Camera here in Battle Creek, looking to the southwest here at the sky, courtesy of Battle Buddy Mobility Transport. Winds are starting to pick up there. Trees are going to sway back and forth there. So we'll have to keep a close eye on this camera as it's about to be impacted here by this line of storms. New severe warning now incoming for Calhoun County until 1:15 a.m. Not surprised by that at all. Let's see if they have a tornado possible tag on this as well. I do not have the warning on my software. Let me restart it real quick. The text of the warning says, yes. Tornado possible tag, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Good news is the nickel or the penny-sized hail is the largest hail they're going to anticipate. That area I just talked about near Athens is the area of concern. I have to imagine that they're watching very closely. That is moving into Calhoun County. This is going to include Battle Creek downtown.
Across the damaged path from the Three Rivers tornado on Friday.
Battle Creek, Marshall, Eckford, down here toward Burlington as well. Stanley Corners, Beetle Lake, Sonoma, East Leroy, West Leroy. Speaking of the Leroys, let's go ahead and get our tower cam pulled up here. This is going to be looking west toward the storm here. A lot of lighting here. Okay, we have some updates here. The severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled for the following counties: Allegan, Berry, Clinton, Eaton, Ingham, Ionia, Kalamazoo, Van Buren. It remains in effect for Calhoun and Jackson. We're going to go for the Albion Tower. I think that's going to be our best bet. Courtesy of Calhoun County 911. Appreciate them sponsoring these cameras on their towers there. Storm's just a bit too far away, I had to imagine, for these cameras to be picking up stuff just yet. But we need to talk about the latest couple of scans here. Looking at the latest velocity, I do not see anything overly concerning for the Calhoun County area. The warning, again, is in effect for downtown Battle Creek, Marshall, Eckford, Athens, any place between there. We're talking 311, Beetle Lake, Old Mill Gardens, Stanley Corners, Sonoma, Joppa, Pine Creek, East Leroy, I-69 from Olivet down to Tecontia. There is not a single storm in southeast Michigan, guys. There is one up here in St. Clair County by Marine City. I see that one. But otherwise, there's nothing happening over there right now. So when we're live like this, tracking severe weather, we're always going to be focused in on where the active threat's happening. There's no reason for me to come over here and focus in Detroit Metro. There's just no reason for right now. This line will eventually get to you, and we'll cover it if there's anything to cover. Only severe warning in the state is going to be for Calhoun County. This is going to be in effect for 31 more minutes. It is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and the tag for a possible tornado. We did see a little bit of funkiness back by Vicksburg area, now and again by Athens, but overall that does not appear to be overly concerning. It's out of abundance of caution, more than likely, that they are issuing this for the possible tag. Right now, I don't see anything strong on rotation. I don't see anything suggesting this is a significant storm. I do suggest you guys stay inside, away from windows, and make sure you're hunkered down as the storm passes through Battle Creek area. Marshall as well, it'll reach you in about 10 minutes. Down further south, Union City, Athens, Bronson, Centerville, and Colon areas are about to be impacted by this line. The line further south here is currently not severe warned. The velocity on it does not suggest to be very strong in nature. It should just be a lot of heavy rain, lightning, maybe some brief gusty winds and small hail. Right now, I do not see anything tornadic happening with this cell, with this line in general. trying to figure out what my best camera coming up here is going to be. I have one in Albion. I think that's going to be the best one I'm going to have. Looks like the Brighton camera is back online. Whoever asked that question about 2 hours ago. The Brighton cam is back online. I'll have to restart the stream here tomorrow morning once everything is calmed down. I might not be able to be too functional tomorrow based on having to stay up all night. Current time is 12:45. I anticipate several more hours of tracking storms to occur here. Hopefully this is the only one that has to be severe. And if we can clear the state here and not have another severe warning, we can probably hop out of here and start tracking behind the scenes, to be quite honest with you guys. But for right now, we have a couple more counties to clear here with this line as it progresses through South Michigan. We are about 1/4 of the way through the state. Thank you, Kayla, for the EF0 membership. Appreciate it. No, guys, there's nothing tornadic happening in the state currently. I am watching radar like a hawk, as so is our folks at the Weather Service, both in North Indiana and at Grand Rapids. We have many eyes on this system and event, so I promise you if there's a tornado that's occurring on radar that we can detect and see, they'll issue a warning for it. Sirens in Kalamazoo, how are we looking now and later? So Kalamazoo is all clear. You have some rain for right now, some lightning and thunder. Yes, you have round 2 potentially coming a little bit later on in the evening, but right now round 2 is looking very weak in nature. I would not expect round 2 to be severe.
You travel through towns and such, so if anyone's driving out this late in the evening, just keep that in mind.
Ben says if you're out driving, be mindful there's ponding of water on roadways in several areas. Heavy rain at Battle Creek Airport. Thank you for the super chat, Chris, and the report. Appreciate you very much. Taking a peek here at the Grand Rapids radar. It's a flood watch coming in for the east side of the state currently. Looks like Lenawee, Monroe, Wayne, Washington, Macomb, Oakland, Livingston, and St. Clair counties. There might be more, but it looks like a flood watch now in effect. Also, looks like a special weather statement incoming for Sanilac counties until 1:30 a.m. Hail up to penny size is your hazard there. We've been live going on 5 hours here, guys. Let's take a peek up here toward the Thumb region. I want to go back down to that one cell there and talk about Calhoun County more. But Sandusky area here, Croswell, Forester under the gun as this line moves through. Small hail and weak but still gusty winds are the main hazards. I do want to take note, we did have some rotation that was shown down here toward Burlington, just north of Union City. Could be clutter as well. Doesn't really line up properly, but it does warrant some watching here as it pushes toward Marshall and Marengo. Wells with a $5 super chat saying hitting Centerville Sturgis now, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, and thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kayla, with 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate your support very much. Generosity. You guys have been generous tonight. Appreciate your guys' generosity. We are completely 100% fan funded, so to speak. So anything you guys do to support us definitely helps operations here. We have 8 full-time people. It's crazy. We're able to support that and sustain that because of you guys. So you guys are awesome, and we appreciate the support you guys give us. Howell is currently clear. Another 2 hours or so, you guys have a threat for hail. Otherwise, there's nothing in Howell for wind or tornadic wise. Sturgis cam is on deck here from Fawn River HVAC. I did not anticipate this one having a good shot, but it did. It does. Wow, it does. So, excuse me. This is going to be in Sturgis, looking to the northwest, courtesy of Fawn River HVAC. We'll see how windy it is here. Getting an angle on this Calhoun County storm as well. Looks like 4,500 feet is the Indiana radar. And Grand Rapids beam height is going to be about 4,000 feet. So we have a little bit closer look here, courtesy of Grand Rapids. Did we just lose the Sturgis cam? It's frozen. Very spooky, though. Might be an internet connection issue. A lot of businesses, internet providers will drop their speeds overnight. So I've noticed that a lot, actually. So I wouldn't be shocked if the some of our camera sites have a little bit slower connection at night. We're back now, though. Everybody say goodnight, Ben, as he heads home from his chase. I do not know the Michigan chasers who got what. I know they're all chasing Illinois, Indiana today. My focus has been on Michigan primarily. So I'm not sure if anybody came across anything substantial besides Evan with his tornado. But wish them all the best. And I guess I'll learn of their chase tomorrow. Current time is 12:55, about to be 1 o'clock in the morning here, guys. We're tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in Calhoun County. Let's go ahead and flip back over to the camera here, or to the from the cameras to the radar. This yellow polygon includes Marshall, I-69, Eckford, Wrights Corners, 227, Caresco, and Burlington as areas as well. The hazard here is 60 mile per hour winds, and there is also a tornado possible tag on this warning. The rotation with this cell is visible, but it's also quite weak in nature. It's right here, just north of Burlington. We're going to watch it carefully. We've been watching it carefully for the past couple of minutes. It does not show signs of intensification. It's just kind of hanging out there. We have a camera in the Albion area. We're going to take a peek at that here soon. Although it is a high-end camera. It's also on the tower up in about 200 feet in the air. So we're going to be very careful, not very careful, but very cautious to use it. My words are not making sense. It's very hard to depict the very, it's very dark. The quality is very dark at night. But it does have some pretty good quality once the lightning and lights up the sky here. So it kind of has to be used when it gets closer, so to speak. But otherwise, we're going to use this camera courtesy of Calhoun County 911. They had this positioned facing to the west in the Albion area. And this area of rotation is heading right towards this camera. Albeit the rotation is weak, but once the lightning gets closer, we should see some visual cues here so we can kind of make out where the storm is at. Yeah, let's check out round 2, guys. I know a lot of you guys are wondering what's happening back here across Illinois. The answer really has been a big blob of rain over South Haven area, and then these little tiny popcorn type of cells that are training over Schaumburg and Evanston, Illinois. So they are still coming very slowly but surely. This severe risk, though, should be pretty low with those secondary cells that are moving in. I think we can confidently say, guys, that the overall threat tonight did not materialize as high as it could have been. I think that's very apparent tonight. However, we do have several more hours here as this line progresses. It's in the best environment right now. So I don't anticipate this line intensifying further. It may still have an occasional severe warning as it traverses across the 94 corridor. But the overall severe threat is becoming much, much lower based on what I'm seeing here. We're through Cass County. We're almost through St. Joseph County now. We're into Branch County, and this line still has not really done anything significant for severe weather. So with that being said, I think we could safe to say the overall threat is becoming low end. It's still enough to warrant mention of a couple more severe storms, yes, but nothing widespread, nothing significant, nothing intense like what was forecasted this morning or earlier today or yesterday or whatever you want to refer to it as. Best case scenario, I think, is playing out here, guys. I might shut my camera off and put my headphones on and go run around the house for a second because I have been sitting here for about 5 hours or so and my back hurts, my legs hurt. We have probably another hour or two left of coverage left to go before these storms clear. And we could probably safely end the stream and monitor behind the scenes. But for right now, I'm going to at least shut my camera off and I'm going to stand up. I'm not going to leave, but I'm going to stand up here and stretch just so I have some fresh legs on me. So I'm going to stay very close to the microphone here. You guys should be able to hear me still. Oh, it feels good to stand up, guys. I'm not sure if you all have desk jobs or office jobs or whatever, but when you sit for more than 3 or 4 hours at a time, you finally stand. Oh, that relief on your back. Oh, I love it. Also, welcome to 1 a.m. This is the official MSC After Dark hours for our regular viewers. This is a time frame that we can start being a little bit more relaxed and not going to say goofy, but we can start being more relaxed for sure. Oh, Kaylin, I can get myself a raise if I want to. I own the company, so I can just pencil in the paperwork. I'm just glad my voice held up today. I was more concerned that I had flu B over the past couple of days. I'm on the very tail end of it, and had my concerns that my voice was going to give out, a few hours in, but luckily it's holding up. So another positive, good news tonight. Thank you, Blobby. MSC dedication unmatched. Appreciate you, Blobby. Appreciate it very much. Brandon says a lot of lightning in cold water. I believe it. There's a lot of lightning out there in general tonight. We should see a little bit of a downtrend with our lightning as we move later on into the night, but we're going to have it around pretty much the entire night. Hey Ryan, question, how did the group form? So, long story short, I messaged Chandler the idea, the concept of live storm chasing. He loved it. We started MSC, and quickly we began this live storm chase, and then we decided to try out having somebody on radar duty as well, and people tuned in. And we had one big event back in 2023. It was the Holland tornado, not the one from 2024. This was 23. And we had a tornado that took out a storage facility. And I was actually chasing that storm. Nick was back on radar ops, and I was live chasing. And I caught that tornado as it moved through Colon. And yes, there's a town in Michigan named Colon. I'm not making that up. If you don't believe me, Google it. But that stream, we had about, I want to say 5,000 views in total. And it became very apparent at that time that the need for what we were doing, there was actually a need for it in general. People did not know the threat. They're like, we didn't know this. We didn't, like, you guys are awesome. Like, why aren't you have more viewers? And ever since that night, we started trying to do more and more live coverage. And eventually we got to a point where people started trusting us and tuning in. And now we're sitting here at 1:03 a.m. We have 12,000 you guys at once viewing the stream. We're over in total looking at 350,000 views on the stream between 4 platforms. So this has grown massively in a matter of 2 or 3 years. You guys are amazing. It's all thanks to you guys, and also the dedication of the staff and the chasers here and the moderators and everybody really putting together to make this group lively and possible. So that's how we came to be. I'm still watching the Calhoun County cell. I do not see much in the way of anything concerning with it. There is still some very brief, very weak rotation, but I really wouldn't call it concerning at all. Does not appear to be organized. What was the flashing about for Marshall? Probably a flood warning. Or no, they actually trimmed the warning back here. They shrunk the warning box. They continued it for tornado possible, and they kept the hazard here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but they made the box shorter. So what the Weather Service does is, as the storms move through the polygon, they'll start trimming it back. So you'll have certain areas get trimmed further and further back here, and eventually the warning expires or gets canceled. The line is pretty weak as is, Shadow. I don't think we're going to see it weaken completely. It should stay a solid line here as it pushes into East Michigan. But what you see is what you get, really. I think that's a pretty good way to put it. Also, I want to mention that we have pop-up cells behind this line starting to go up here in Marion County. I don't want to say this, guys. I don't think there's going to be severe back here. I don't think they're going to be severe. But the fact we have cells popping up everywhere, even behind these lines, we're going to have some area in South Michigan, South Central Michigan, get a lot of water. This is not trending to be a good thing for the flood risk. This is looking concerning. So I would anticipate there to be probably widespread flooding over the next couple of days due to all the rain we're getting tonight. But it's also not a bad thing as well. We do need some rain in some areas. This should be a heavy dent in what we need. We're not in too much of a drought for most of Michigan, but it will alleviate some dry areas, which is really good. But unfortunately, it will also cause some flooding. But it is spring. we typically do get flooding in spring. So this is nothing unusual. Just got word from the Weather Service in Grand Rapids that they will not be continuing the warning into Jackson County. Again, they will not be continuing the warning currently into Jackson County. So this warning will expire in approximately 8 minutes. Where's my phone at? There it is. Emerald says, Colin here was watching that night in the closet 2023. It was very interesting. That was a night for sure. We started off in West Michigan. I was chasing. I met up with some fellow local chasers, and nothing really happened over on the west side. So I started driving home, all bummed out because as a storm chaser, you want action. But little did I know, on my route home, I would almost get struck by lightning, and then come within about a half mile of a tornado that crossed the road in front of me. Unbeknownst to me, I did not have a single clue what thing existed until I saw the power flash. And then I'm like, oh crap. There's that flu still coming up. Very, very tail end of it. This warning will expire in 7 minutes, and that means we'll be warningless in the state. Also want to take note, this line is breaking apart down here. You see these individual little break apart zones. That's a good thing. That means the line is weakening. It's very disorganized. We might be able to end this stream even before this line is out of here, truthfully, if this continues. I'm not going to end it immediately here. We're going to watch and wait for a few, but this line is not looking healthy at all. Like, at all. There is nothing here for this line that screams severe weather at this point. So we might be able to hop out of here early, but again, we'll hang out here for a little bit. By a little bit, I probably mean another half hour to an hour, at least. So chat, tell me. I have an important question for you guys. It's relevant to me as of late. In fact, they actually just canceled the warning, it appears. The warning bar just went back to the flash flood warning here. So they have went ahead and expired the warning for Calhoun County. It will, I believe it will expire here at 1:15. Question for chat. For the 9,000 of you guys watching currently. Are you an iPhone or an Android person? Let me know. For a smartphone choice, are you an iPhone, Apple, or Android? It's a good mix of both. I think iPhone is winning, though. I see a lot of Android, though. It's crazy. So, funny story. I had been an iPhone guy for a while. I had an Android back, 6 years ago. I enjoyed it. I like the camera on it. I have had an iPhone ever since. I recently thought it'd be a good idea to switch to Android. And boy, was I... The camera's good, but for everyday use and for business operations, I was frustrated. I don't know if it's just a lack of getting used to it or if it was just a simple, just not compatible with what we're doing here. But I found Android to be very confusing and very frustrating to use. So I returned it and I got back on iPhone. I love the camera, but I will be team iPhone until the day I die at this point. I might get an Android in the future just for the camera sake of things, but at that point, I might as well just get like a DSLR or something, There's your flanking line on the Albion camera here. We're going to bring it up. We're going to watch the lightning roll in here. This is in Albion, Michigan on a tower, courtesy of Calhoun County 911. There is some rotation just to the west of Albion. I think it's pretty weak in nature. It looks pretty unorganized, truthfully. But it is on radar. It is intensifying there as well. So we're going to watch it carefully. We're looking right at the storm. So you can see when the lightning lights up, you can see that base of the cloud deck there. This is going to be worth watching. I'm going to flip this just a tad bit to the right. I believe it's hard to pinpoint what direction this is actually facing, but I think we're facing pretty much due west here with this cell. So we're going to watch it carefully. Albion, actually, the rotation is increasing just a bit. Is that lined up? It is lined up. Hard to tell for sure, but we're going to watch it carefully here. This is heading up in toward Parma area as well. I don't see any low-hanging, wall clouds or stuff like that. That would suggest there's a rotational part of the storm here. But of course, it's also nighttime. It also could be rain wrapped too. Cameras in Albion, facing to the west. It's actually a PTZ, so I can flip this all around, but right now we're pointing west. So there's nothing tornadic that's happening right now in the state of Michigan, just to be clear before I answer the question. But when you have a rain-wrapped tornado, it is nearly impossible to see. It is one of the most dangerous types of storms to chase. How are things for Sturgis? Can we sleep yet? So the answer is, if you want to go to sleep, go for it. I would have a way to receive warnings just in case. The worst of the line is past you, but you do have multiple more storms behind it that will continue all night long. Those storms should not be severe. You should be okay to sleep. You may have a very loud night ahead of you, though. And always make sure you have your EAS alerts on your phone turned on in case there is a tornado warning issued or in case they issue a destructive severe warning. Hydrate, Ryan. I will use that comment and I will take your advice. I will gladly take your advice. Rotation near Albion is starting to weaken on the latest scan. If you'd call it rotation at all, it's very, very broad. It also is very close to not lining up. It's almost like a side lobe contamination type of thing. Can I talk about Lansing? There are no other reports. I can certainly do that for you guys in Lansing. Let's go ahead and go further north here on radar, and I'll switch you guys to the radar here. The answer, in short, is nothing really happening up in Lansing. There is, excuse me, there is a bit more of an organized line just to the west of downtown, but even when I say more organized, it's not organized. So expect there to be a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain for a brief time here, but overall severe threat for you guys in Lansing with this line up here in general through Charlotte to DeWitt to Williamston, Fowlerville, and eventually toward Howell. You guys don't really have too much in the way of anything coming towards you. And by that, I mean severe weather. Excuse me. This is what I've been looking at here in Albion. The green, the red kind of coming together. It doesn't appear to be organized at all. Usually you want to see that more so very, very tight. This one appears to be kind of dislodged from the main line as it is, so I feel like it's more so clutter, but it's very close. So regardless, we'll watch it, but I don't think it's anything to be concerned about. The warning has been dropped in Calhoun County. Well, not really dropped, but expired in Calhoun County. So that means we are back to having 0 warnings in the state of Michigan, besides flash flood warnings, statements, watches, advisories, ice storm warnings. We have everything happening, but there's nothing severe, nothing tornadic happening. It is a best case scenario tonight that is developed. Now the question becomes, how long do we go without a warning? Because we might go for a long time here. My hope and goal is to be off of here around 2 a.m. We'll see if we can do that, though. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't want to hop off and have to hop back on again. I really don't want to do that. I'm looking at the mesoanalysis, which is real-time data. There is 0 surface instability in the state of Michigan. 0. I think it's very safe to say that this risk tonight with any storm out there is now 100% hail risk. I do not see the support for wind or hail or tornadoes, should I say. Wind or tornadoes. I don't see support for that. There's still a lot of wind shear out there. There's a lot of surface. Is there actually MU Cape out there? There is. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. And then we look at the composites. Okay. I can't say that entirely. There is still a little bit of instability out there for these storms, but it definitely is not a lot. So primarily a hail risk. Very low would be the word I'm going to use there. Very low risk for anything damaging wind or tornado-wise at this point in time. I think the threat is pretty much done on that front. Highest wind gust with this line, I see White Pigeon at 47. I see Coldwater at 40. I see Mendon at 39, and that's it. There is nothing really gusting with this line at all. So we are looking and sitting pretty good. 8,000 customers are still without power in Michigan. I'm starting to see outages in Montmorency County, which is up in the ice storm area. That is not a good situation. I'm starting to exit out my tabs here because I think we are safe to start winding down here. I just got a chance to look at analytics here on YouTube. We're at 127,000 viewers on YouTube, so thank you guys very much for tuning in here. On the Facebook side of things, I'm going to refresh this really quick. I mean, combined, we're probably close to 300,000 views tonight. We're at 611,000 on Facebook, so you guys... amazing at this point. You guys tuning in, supporting, trusting us with your severe weather information. It does not go unnoticed at all. This is a family that we have built here in Michigan, and I think our disaster relief does support that statement, because when somebody needs something here in the state of Michigan, we all come together and we make it happen for these people. We built a great family here, guys. And I appreciate every single one of you watching, all 8,000, and we're gonna round up to 9,000. All 9,000 you guys watching currently. You guys are awesome. Let's talk about the radar currently. Let's actually start further north here as well. We've been ignoring our friends in the UP. I want to start off by saying up here in the UP, you have snow ongoing across many areas. Keep in mind the radar gap up there is quite big, so it's snowing in places you can't see on radar. Northern lower, ice, freezing rain continues to accrete here across northeast lower. Not a good situation. I would expect it to be power outages by the time we wake up tomorrow morning. Further south here, we have multiple storms that are ongoing across the central Michigan region. Tri-Cities, Thumb region, you have several ongoing showers and storms across Mount Pleasant, Ithaca, St. John's, Bay City, Midland, Saginaw, up here through Caro, Bad Axe, Sandusky region. None of these are strong or severe. It's just garden variety thunderstorms at this point. East Michigan is completely clear, but not for long. Look to the west. We have a line pushing in here, and behind that line is a lot of rain moving in from Illinois. This line extends from Charlotte down to about, we're going to say Bronson. Could be a nice hail core down here just south of Bronson. Keep a close eye on that. I'm going to come back and touch on that here in a second. We'll look at Lansing down here toward Homer. This line looks unorganized. The wind with this line does not appear to be organized at all. at all. It looks pretty weak in nature. There is still a lot of lightning. There is still a lot of thunder and heavy rain out there. But overall severe threat with this line appears to be very low at this point. Down here in Indiana, there are no warnings for Indiana either. That hail core, though, is one to watch here near Gilead, heading toward Bethel. That may warrant attention. Do we have a hail tracker on that? We do. Would not be shocked to see a statement or a warning be issued for that. Yeah, actually, that's intensifying there as it moves toward Bethel. Be mindful of that. Back behind this line, we have several new additional showers and storms popping up here. It's going to be a loud night out there, but nothing here suggests severe weather is going to happen again. It's not impossible with the hail risk tonight, but tornadoes and damaging wind with the second line is going to be very, very hard to come by. So with that said, Chicagoland is over the lake now, pushing towards St. Joseph and South Haven again. And behind that, we have a couple more areas that are popping up across Illinois. Overall, it's going to be a loud night. I think the severe threat is winding down very quickly. I do know, and I've been told that they've extended the watch to the east to the Detroit metro region. I think that's out of precaution if they've done that. I have yet to see that pop in, but if they did extend the watch further east, it's likely done out of an abundance of caution, just because the environment is still semi-supportive of severe weather. But with meteorology and watching these storms, you have to take two things into consideration. Your environment, while it is supportive marginally on a low-end scale, these storms so far have yet to do anything. So the trend is always your friend when it comes to weather. I've been taught that, and I stick with that. So the trend so far has been a subtle severe threat. That subtle severe threat should continue in the east side. So for you guys in Detroit Metro, Ann Arbor, Adrian, Monroe watching, your threat is not zero, but it's low at this point with this line pushing through. Now, I think the most concerning point with this line is going to be that area of hail near Bronson heading up toward Bethel and eventually 69 just south of Coldwater toward Hillsdale here eventually. That is really the only concern I see here, and that's going to be for large hail. Let me see if I can find information here. Yeah, very little in the way of information available to me. I do not know if that's confirmed or not. I see a lot of people talking about it, about the watch being issued further east. I don't know if they did it or not. It seems to be something got set off or something got issued. I did not see it on my end. I could be wrong. I just don't see it. Mindy says, thank you from Coldwater. Good night. Thank you, Mindy. Thank you, Mindy, for tuning in. It's been a long night. We are going on hour 5.5 here of the stream. Working solo today. I am very grateful that we've had little severe weather to talk about, aside from hail. Tonight's threat could have been a lot worse here in Michigan, and luckily it was not. Also grateful for you guys here in chat for keeping me awake and keeping me sane. You guys have been amazing today. Appreciate you all of you guys. Our stream is not over yet, though. We have many more hours of tracking to do. Even if I log off here in a half hour to an hour, I will still be up and awake, tracking behind the scenes, and I'll be ready to go live if need be again. But right now, we have a couple areas to watch. I'm going to focus back down in on South Michigan near the Gilead area where that hail core was forming. And there it is. Hail tracker on that. We're going to pop that on the screen. Hail tracker didn't really update to anything interesting there for Bethel, so that's a good sign. Hopefully it continues. We'll see here next scan or two what it's going to do. In the meantime, guys, I'm going to take my second break of the day. I'm going to hit the bathroom, and I'm going to grab some more water here because this is all I got. So silence for about a minute or two, guys. I will be back, though, and hopefully we don't talk about anything more popping in here for severe-wise. I'm going to leave you on my camera screen for the time being. I will be back, like I said, about a minute or two at most. Behave, guys. Mods are watching. All right, guys, I am back. Got some food, got some more water. I lied. I did not get water. Be right back again. All right, now I got water. That's what being tired does to you. Whew. No warnings in the state, guys, so we can definitely relax for now and hopefully for the rest of the night. They did issue a thunderstorm watch downstream ahead of this line. Again, likely out of abundance of caution, just because the environment is still marginally or low end favorable for severe weather here. So I'm not surprised by it, but I still don't think it warrants really high concern, so to speak. Obviously, you should be aware there's storms coming, but they're not looking very potent like they could be. And they haven't all night. And there's no reason it should start looking potent all of a sudden now for the east side. Stranger things have happened in Michigan. Let's not mince words here, but it's just not looking overly concerning right now. We're getting close to the airport radar in the DTW region. So that gives us some better data closer to the surface to look at. So we'll have that to look at here in a few minutes as these storms progress closer to Detroit metro region. All right, let's talk about the radar here. Nothing really new has happened in the past 5 minutes I've been gone. I just don't see anything worth a warning or worth really mentioning at this point. So let's relax, guys. If anything happens, I will keep a close eye on radar here, but otherwise, let's just relax for a second. And if all goes to plan, we might be able to hop out here between 2 and 3 a.m. That's going to be my plan here, at least. And once we do that, I will very gladly lay down because I am tired of sitting in this chair. We are going on hour 6 here coming up very soon. All right, to chat we go. Janelle says, uh-oh, the hat is backwards. Do you guys like the hat backwards? I don't know. You tell me, hat backwards or hat forwards? Thank you, Lynn, for that. To everyone in chat who has not done it, you should really click the thumbs up. That helps us out. Usually we push that when there's big stuff happening because a like and a share reaches more people, and more people reached equals more people are safe. But, you know, tonight, obviously not much happening. I don't want to start, you know, drumming up likes and stuff. Obviously, we want those, but typically we save that type of plug for situations where we have a lot of severe weather going on. But yeah, we always appreciate the support with the like and a share. It just picked up in Lansing. Yeah, that's about right. That follows suit here. The heart of the line is over Lansing, but again, it's not really looking concerning. It's just going to be some brief gusty winds, a lot of lightning. Might get loud for a few minutes, but it's going to pass pretty quickly. You can see there's a very small gust front here that's taking shape across Ionia County and Clinton County. It's noticeable, but it's not severe noticeable. Mike says, been here the whole time. Appreciate you. If you're still rocking here with hour 5.5, you guys are dedicated. The tornado watch, I believe, is for Branch County. They'll likely clear that here pretty soon. If you're asking about your location, what's happening, the answer is just general thunderstorms. There's nothing severe currently happening, and I would go out on a limb and say there's likely going to be very little severe weather happening for the rest of the night. If I can English correctly at 2 a.m. in the morning, we'd be all good, but I cannot. Been here since the start of the stream. You guys are dedicated. It is currently 1:35 a.m. We have over 7,000 of you guys still watching. Why do I feel that has to be a debate now? People are saying backwards and forwards looks good, so you guys can fight it out. Fight it out. I'll just wear my hat at this point. I'll wear it sideways if I have to. That's not me. That is definitely not me. Anything for St. Clair Shores? Not at the moment, no. But next hour and a half to 2 hours, yes. You'll have storms moving through. Bouncing between Facebook and YouTube, I always prefer to watch on YouTube. That is my personal preference. It's also what we prefer you to watch it on here at MSC. And the only reason is because Facebook has repetitively shown us that it will and can go down. We have had, like, actually this stream, when I first started this stream, Facebook would not connect. I had to reconnect it 3 times for it to take and finally connect. Facebook itself, it's a great platform to post our forecast on, but for live streams and live coverage, it doesn't give our moderators tools. Its platform itself is not prone to, or should I say conducive to, live streaming and the work we do. We always prefer you guys to watch us on YouTube. Unfortunately, Facebook is just not a good platform for live streams, for creators in general. Our moderators over there do a great job, though, with what they have. On YouTube, YouTube gives us a whole lot more tools to use, but on Facebook, it's a struggle. So shout out to the Facebook mods who deal with very little tools at their disposal. Excuse me. Juan says, I'm in bed right now, East Lansing, lightning scaring you. Yeah, it's going to be loud out there, but just remember, it's not severe. It'll be over here. Well, the lightning's not going to be over for a while, unfortunately. But the worst of that line's over you right now. It'll be passing you very soon. It should start gradually getting calmer here as we get closer to this blob of rain. Lots of tools on Facebook. There is not a lot of tools on Facebook for our moderators. Is that a bow echo in Jackson County? Technically, it looks like one, and technically it is one. But you would think with a bow echo you have wind, and the answer is there's not a lot of wind going on. Simple as that. This is pretty subtle, pretty tame tonight. Hopefully it stays that way. Obviously, things can change, but I don't think it will. How is Charlotte looking? A lot of heavy rain and some lightning for you guys. I am going to relax and eat my food. The flooding risk tonight, I think, is higher. In fact, I'm going to go out and just say it. The flooding risk tonight across South Central Michigan is much higher than the severe risk was. Yes, I muted myself because I was eating. I would prefer not to give the sound of my chewing to 6,000 new people. I would just prefer not to do that. Nosy says, sorry I can't donate more. First off, don't worry about it. Appreciate your support, no matter if it's a $1 super chat or $5 super chat or whatever you guys send. I really appreciate that. Snow day tomorrow in Roscommon County or not? Snow day, no. Ice day, maybe. Roscommon County, if I'm not mistaken, is under an ice storm warning. Travel tomorrow might be quite impossible. So I'm going to say there's a good chance tomorrow of an ice day for you guys. And thank you very much. The airport radar here gives us a lower beam height to the ground. So for those of you who don't know, radar beams will shoot up into the atmosphere due to the curvature of the Earth. So the further we get away from their weather radar, the higher the beam is off the ground. And the higher the beam height off the ground is, the less accurate data is. So when we have an airport radar like the one up here in Detroit Metro, it has a very low beam height. And it gives us a lot more accurate data of what's happening on the surface. So this is why it's important, as the storm is moving into southeast Michigan now, we have some extra data at our fingertips. Watching the south part of Jackson County, can anybody confirm the winds of southern Jackson, near Liberty, Cement City, Somerset, eventually shortly into Napoleon and Brooklyn? This could be a little bit more gusty in nature right on 127 here. I'm going to pop open the consumer's energy map here just to see if there's any outages coming in. But if anybody in chat here is watching from those areas and can confirm or deny the existence of strong winds, that would be very helpful to me. I do not see any outages coming in for Jackson County at this current time. That's also a fairly new thing, so we're going to give it a few minutes to really pinpoint if that's happening. That could use a warning if that's legit. It does line up perfectly here over Liberty and Somerset. This would be, if they do warn this or statement it, it would be for southern Jackson, probably southern Washtenaw, and northern Lenawee counties. Kratz says Horton doesn't have much wind. Okay, thank you for that. Country says in Cement City waiting. Okay. Down here in the just south of Goshen, Indiana, they went ahead and warned this cell, it appears, for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading toward the radar in North Webster, Indiana. Here comes round 2, and again, I would not expect round 2 to be severe, but I would expect round 2 to give a lot of heavy rain and enhance our flooding risk even further for the 94 corridor. This is going to be a very long night when it comes to the rain side of things. Continues to look impressive here. This is 60-mile-per-hour winds here, guys. If that's legit, obviously. It lines up perfectly. I wouldn't imagine that it's not legit, but it is about 1,200 feet off the ground. So it's fairly low, but it's also not that low. Some radar heights in Michigan, for example, Detroit up to the tip of the thumb, that's 14,000 feet off the ground. So 1,000 feet is very low in comparison to that. Is Hillsdale looking safe? The answer, I would say, is pretty much yes. Safe from severe weather. But you guys are going to have a long night ahead. Everybody really in south central Michigan, I don't think it can escape it. It's going to be a loud night tonight. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning and thunder, maybe some small hail and some brief non-severe gusty winds with any thunderstorm. But I think the severe risk is pretty much done for the night. Taking a peek at the Weather Camera Network. Hey, there it is. New statement in effect for all of Washtenaw and all of Lenawee. Winds up to 50 miles per hour, as well as penny-size hail. I would agree based on what we're seeing with the Jackson cell. Speaking of the Jackson cell, we do not have a weather camera in the Jackson County area. The US 127 corridor up to Lansing, we do not have a camera there either. If you own a business in that general region and want to sponsor a camera, please get in touch with me. My email is ryan@michiganstormchasers.com. I would love to talk to you about how you can sponsor a camera in return for business advertising here on the page. I don't want to shift focus, but if you're a snow lover, the weekend forecast is looking pretty snowy, especially for northern Michigan. And it's not just a little snow, it's a lot of snow. So stay tuned. We could be looking at a winter return with a vengeance type of situation next week. I have just heard my first rumble of thunder for the night. So for those of you who do not know, I am in Ionia County. And as you can see, we have some thunderstorms rolling in. I want to put a disclaimer out there. If I lose power, there is nothing severe happening right now. So if I lose power, it's a good time. I will try my best to hop back on. I do have a backup plan ready just in case I do lose power, but it's going to take me a minute or two to connect. So be mindful of that if I do lose power. Obviously, we hope we don't, but just want to make sure we're on the same page if we do. Thank you, Tina, for EF0 memberships. Appreciate you very much. Is 94 about to be super flooded? I think there's a chance that all of South Central Michigan will have a chance at flash flooding, as well as just general flooding tonight. It takes a few days for rivers to rise after heavy rain, so the effects of this really are going to start kicking in. What is today? Tuesday? Or today's Wednesday, so probably by like Thursday to Friday, we'll start seeing the rivers start to rise and exceed flood criteria. But with the training of thunderstorms over the same areas, we could see urban and small stream flooding as well as flash flooding, which could overtake low-lying areas very quickly. So if you live in a flash flood-prone area, it's best to stay alert tonight. Channel 7 saying that there is some rotation to the west of Ann Arbor. Not that I see personally. I see some gusty winds. I do not see anything rotating. I wouldn't call that rotation there. I don't see any rotation. Unless I'm missing something obvious, I'm not seeing it. Thank you, Sean, for the EF0 membership. Appreciate your support of the channel. Welcome to the team. Current time is 1:49 a.m. About to be 1:50 a.m. In fact, in 3 seconds it will be. It is now 1:50 a.m. If you are not watching, if you're not synced up with me at 1:50 a.m. or at least within 30 seconds, please restart your stream and come back in, because I see a lot of comments rolling in that are 5 to 15 minutes old. So please, if you are not synced up with me, if you are watching this and all of a sudden it's 2:05, you are 15 minutes behind. Current time is 1:50 a.m. and 27 seconds. Cobweb says, do you still predict a lack of tornadic activity going forward? Love from Livingston. The answer is yes. I do not think we're going to see anything tornadic tonight. Sean with a super chat as well says, storms coming across the lake, are they going to be severe? They look heavy. I do not think they'll be severe. They could be heavy in terms of the heavy rain as well as heavy thunder and lightning, But in terms of severe weather, I do not think that's going to be the case. If anything happens, it'll be a hail threat. There is very little surface instability left over for storms to become surface-based. The stuff that we did have earlier did not do that, so there's no reason to believe stuff after, when conditions are worse, will do anything better. The wind over Napoleon right now, over Brooklyn, Napoleon, is looking to be quite intense. We're talking 60, close to severe criteria here. So if you guys are out ahead of this in Manchester, Sharon Township, Bridgewater, Saline, maybe even Clinton as well, you guys should be alert. If this is legit, and I think it is legit, this is some pretty strong winds moving into the area here. It's over Napoleon currently and Brooklyn areas. Pea-sized hail, Grass Lake. Okay, thank you for that report. We're going to flip it to the MSC camera here. Thunder and lightning is picking up here at my house, so we're going to keep it here and watch some lightning roll in locally here in Ionia County. No warnings in Tecumseh, but there is what's called a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds, as well as for Washtenaw County, too. There's some good old lightning. Please chat about the ice storm warnings. I can certainly do that. So we have 5 counties up in northeast lower Michigan with an ice storm warning in effect for several more hours. It's going to be in effect for the counties of Alpena, Crawford, Oscoda, Alcona, Roscommon, and Ogemaw. Ice accumulations between 1 and 3/10 of additional inches of ice are expected. Right now, the precipitation is scattered throughout Alpena, Hillman, Atlanta area, down here toward Rose City and Wilbur. This will continue throughout the overnight period into Wednesday morning. When all is said and done, I would fully expect there to be power outages across that general region. It is the nature of icing on trees and power lines. Currently, across Montmorency County, there is 1,000 customers out. There are currently 8,445 customers out in total across Michigan. There's also about 224 people out in Ionia County. Little City Green with a super chat asking, is Detroit Metro in the path? Detroit Metro is in the path technically, but the storms themselves look to be quite weak in nature, minus this area of some gusty winds moving through the western part of Washtenaw County now. We're getting a nice gust front taking shape here in Manchester to Sharon Township, where these gusts could be close to 50 miles per hour as it moves through. So Metro Detroit, you have another hour to hour and a half before it impacts you, but it does have some wind potential with it as it moves through, but it should stay below severe criteria. I am still rocking and rolling. I'm mentally tired, yes. Physically, though, I am good to go. I feel pretty good. Appreciate you guys sticking with me. I know I'm not the usual lead streamer. I know Joel usually is, but I used to be. Actually, before Joel came on full time, I was the lead full streamer. So if you start following us in the early days, you would know that. But if you're new here, you'd be stuck with me for a good long time. Ryan, what was your favorite stream of all time? Oh, that's a good question. I guess it depends on what the word favorite means. Because favorite could be very misleading when I talk about damaging storms. But I'm going to twist that, and my most memorable stream that I recall was last year during, I think it was the March 30th squall line tornado outbreak. It was either that or the May 15th one of those two. It was when we had 4 people on here. We had Joel, myself, Drew, and Caleb all working radar, and we still could not keep up with how much was going on. That was intense. But also, I would have to say a special mention would be to last Friday. Last Friday, as a team, was a very successful stream. We had multiple chasers with views of tornadoes. We had relays to NWS with upgrades because of our information. Like, we had a lot of things going right for us then, but obviously we don't want to see the damage that it caused. But the overall stream, very memorable back on Friday as well. New statement coming in for Livingston County. It's going to be for the Howell, Brighton, Genoa, Fowlerville region. They're going to go penny-sized hail and winds to 40 miles per hour with this line as it pushes through Livingston County. Again, not close to severe, but it could be kind of gusty as it moves through. Analyzing this little gust front out ahead of it, the radar here is indicating 45 to 47-ish mile per hour winds entering Manchester right now along M52, which is the north-south highway there. Sharon Township, Freedom Township, Bridgewater Township, as well as Clinton in Lenawee County would be impacted by this line. Whoa. That's going to be loud. Was my screen not sharing? There is a bolt of lightning right down the road, and I was fully expecting that to be a whole lot louder than what it was. It's crazy. Tecumseh is getting very aggressive right now. You probably just had a very, very close lightning strike. I thought it was closer to me, but it might have been closer to like Ridgeway or Tecumseh area. No warnings though, guys, so we are A-okay on that front. We do have statements out there. Statements are a step below severe warnings. We have 50 mile per hour winds possible and penny-sized hail for Lenawee and Washtenaw, and then 40 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail for Livingston County. These do have a small potential to become severe, but right now the radar data, I would suggest, doesn't really say that. We're watching the airport radar closely because, as mentioned before, the airport can give us really good data as to what's happened with these storms, and all I'm seeing really is about 40 to 45-ish mile per hour winds with this line as it progresses through Washtenaw and the very far northern tip of Lenawee County. My cat hates storms. My cat is sleeping next to me. She's just chilling. Please update on Battle Creek. We can go back to the west. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. we have multiple rounds moving into the state here. So I guess we'll start off here with what's happening. Obviously, the line is moving through Washington, Illinois, and Livingston counties right now. Behind it, the blob of rain for Lansing. We have another little bit of a intensification here with this cell over Sturgis. Let's check out the velocity on that. No velocity there, so no wind threat. Hail threat with that. Very little hail threat. So we are good to go there in Sturgis. Just a heavy thunderstorm with heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. Back here offshore of Berrien County. Again, same thing applies. The velocity doesn't really look impressive. Hail tracker on that, not impressive at all. It should just be a general rain and thunderstorm risk there. Further north here to Grand Rapids, it's just moderate rain. There's nothing really that screams severe there. And back further west, we are finally clearing out across Illinois. We do have some storms up here in Wisconsin that will cross the lake and head up toward the ice storm area, actually. But overall, you guys on the west side with this last line here is going to start winding down after this passes through. And it does not appear to be severe at all. You guys should be A-okay. My back is killing me. We are actually 41 seconds away from crossing the 6-hour mark here on stream. Not our longest stream, but for one person talking for 6 hours straight with only 2 short breaks, it's definitely a little bit more labor intensive. It never got windy for me in Napoleon, just tons of lightning and thunder. Awesome to hear that. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The overall wind with this, with that Napoleon area, the blob of gusty winds we saw is gone. However, we still do see the initial gust front with as this line hits you is still packing a punch here. We're getting close to 47 still miles per hour as it moves into Bridgewater Township areas here. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that as it does so. New severe warning, not for Michigan, but it's for Steuben County in very far northeast Indiana. This is going to be for 60 mile per hour winds with this Angola cell as it pushes up our direction. This is going to be one to watch here, guys. This may actually be a little bit more in the way of pushing northward. So perhaps Hillsdale, Lenawee, Monroe counties should be on alert as this line is now moving to the northeast. There goes our chance for hopping off soon. I saw a flash of lightning. I thought it was closer. I am starting to hit that brick wall that everybody talks about. Go eat a pickle? No, I'm good. I just got done eating. Watching the line, in particular for Washtenaw County. Looks like we're close to 50 mile per hour winds on the leading edge there. But we have to watch the Angola cell too. We just talked about that. A lot of lightning out there here. I'm kind of waiting for the close one. It's getting closer to me. I'm sure those of you in Tecumseh or Clinton are really starting to ramp up lightning and thunder there. So it's a matter of time for me. Again, if I lose power by chance, we'll be back. Give me a minute though, because it may take me a second to reconnect. I'll have to figure that out. Probably switch to StreamYard too, because we use a different software when power is out, so it'll look a bit different, but we'll still be live here. It will not be in a good format though, I'll promise you that. Thunder is satisfying sometimes. I agree. I really do agree. There are some nights, like tonight actually, if it was a tad bit warmer outside, I'd be sitting in the front porch just kind of watching it, or at least with windows open, listening to it roll in. That's my kind of night. I'm a simple human. Hi, Ryan. Do you lose power often? The answer really is no. No, I haven't. Overall, the past couple of years, though, we had an ice storm back in 2023, and then after that, we lost power like three times that year from the storms. That usually doesn't really happen very often here. I don't lose power very, very rarely. So. Thanks to you guys, we gained about 4,000 subscribers tonight on YouTube. We went from about 77,000 to 81,676. If there's still 323 you guys watching who are not subscribed, we can hit 82,000 tonight. That'd be kind of cool. It would also get us closer to our milestone of 100,000 subscribers. It is free to subscribe on YouTube as long as you have a free YouTube account, which is through Google. So the answer, if you have a Gmail account, you have a Google account. Jeanette says, thunder and lightning in Fenton. Thank you for that report. This line is starting to break apart, guys. It's not really holding together. But there is this very thin strip of wind that is still ongoing here in southern Ionia County. Just moved through Bridgewater. It is now entering the western side of Saline here in Saline Township. Lodi Township as well, eventually toward Pittsfield Charter and York Charter Townships. The gustiest wind is right here, about 46 miles per hour being shown on the tool I'm using here. The Detroit radar does show this line. It is still breaking apart. It does not look organized at all. I have to imagine the severe threat is quite low with this. I think our concern is going to shift down here to Angola. This looks pretty potent. I'll be honest. This looks pretty potent down here in Angola. It's on a beeline toward Adrian. I was really hoping that this area in Indiana would stay south of the Michigan border, but unfortunately, we probably have to stay live for a few more hours yet to clear this. Hopefully it weakens, though. Hopefully it weakens. Hey, Pastor Tony, I see you're in chat here. Did you get your, I forgot what you won, but you won one of our contests back a couple weeks ago. Did you get your prizes? Or your prize, singular, plural? I forgive me, I forgot. Did I say 8:04? Yeah, it's 2:10 a.m. My bad if I did. Okay, cool. Thank you, Pastor Tony. I have resorted to putting a headphone in my left ear. I need some music here to keep me pumped up and energized for a brief time. What should Detroit expect? Heavy rain, loud thunder, that's about it. Maybe some small hail. Here's a question for you guys while we're kind of chilling. If you could listen to a single music artist for the rest of your life and only that music artist, who would it be? Storm passed through Lake Columbia. Thank you for that report. Heavy rain in Livingston. If you're just getting woke up by thunder and lightning, there is no severe weather happening. So relax. We're live out of precaution. And we do have some areas with some gustier winds in Ionia County. We're also watching a cell in Angola, Indiana, heading toward Adrian area. But otherwise, severe risk is low. Nothing materialized that we thought would materialize tonight, which is really good news. The hail is really the only concern I have if anything does become strong. Eminem, Rise Against, Blind, Nirvana, Stan Rogers, Brandon Lake, Skillet, Breaking Benjamin. You guys got some good taste. The Eagles, BTS, Queen, Metallica, Papa Roach. Yeah, music taste is quite broad. It's very interesting to see people's different opinions and preferences. Journey, Michael Jackson. You guys got some good tastes. Three Days Grace. There we go. That's a good one. Modest Mouse. Journey. Ooh, that was close. It looked close. I still have my camera pulled up here watching the lightning around my house. Reba McEntire. Ooh, there's a good one. The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia. That is a good song. I can get with that. Lincoln Park. There's a yeah, that's a good one too. Carpenters. Ash Nico. Three Doors Down. Breaking Benjamin. A lot of rock guys in here, or I guess you'd call it alternative rock. I'm not really sure what you'd kind of group that into, but or, is there a genre called divorced dad rock? Is that fit into that genre? Bon Jovi, Alan Jackson. You got a lot. Definitely got a lot of taste in here. All right, back to radar here. Let's check out the Washtenaw County cell. This line is still producing a little bit more gusty winds. It's not severe. Let's not get confused here. But when you see the brighter greens, that does indicate some stronger winds are occurring. Directly over downtown Saline at the moment, radar is indicating 45-mile-per-hour winds are happening here. Anybody in Saline watching? Let us know. It should be directly over downtown right now. Owl City's amazing. I agree with that one. I have a lot of their albums on my phone. Otherwise, this line extends from about Ann Arbor, but the worst of it's over Saline currently. It does extend down here toward Macon and Lenawee County. That was bright. Whenever I see a very bright strike and on my camera here, I flinch because I feel like it's going to hit very close. I just anticipate the shake of the house. But overall, this is really the only gusty area of wind we're seeing here in the region right now. Regional radar zooming this out here, the thumb region, it's just rain for you guys. There's nothing concerning up there. Something applies here for Brighton and Howell. It's just going to be loud storms tonight. There's nothing severe happening. Further south here, Ann Arbor about to be impacted by some heavier storms as well. Again, just thunder and lightning occurring here. And then Tecumseh, Adrian, and Blissfield about to be impacted by this line. Once again, heavy storms, heavy rain, maybe some small hail mixed in, but generally speaking, the severe threat is quite low. The severe storm in Angola is moving up toward Cambria, Ransom, Camden, Pittsford, eventually toward Hudson as well. If that continues on a northeast trek, Adrian, Tecumseh, my house, as well as Dundee area will be impacted by that cell, but that's about an hour and a half out. So with that being said, we have a few more hours to get through, guys. Unless this storm falls apart, which is still entirely possible, we have a little bit to go. Current time is 2:16 a.m. Make sure you're synced up with me. If you're watching at this point in time, it's not 2:16 a.m. or within 30 seconds of it. You guys should fast forward the stream or restart the stream to make sure that you are synced up with me here on March 11th. Yes, as far as I'm aware, and as far as all the data suggests, Michigan has not had a tornado tonight. And we will not have a tornado tonight if this trend continues. And really, I don't see a storm that could do it. The Angola cell is the strongest storm. I mean, technically it could, but it's not rotating right now. There's no reason for me to believe it will start rotating. My voice is starting to crack and give way here very, very slowly but surely. On the YouTube side of things tomorrow, guys, I would not expect me to make a video unless it's very late in the evening. We will need to start highlighting and mentioning and talking about the potential for winter storm toward the weekend time frame. That's a very real threat to talk about. But I need a day to relax and rest here, especially after it's probably going to be close to 7 or 8 hours of continuous talking and live streaming here. Who remembers the MSC Duck from last year? Any old greats here, OGs in the chat? Yeah, I'm doing fine. I have family driving south at around 8 to 9 in the morning to Louisville, Kentucky. Any storms to be worried about? Really, you are good to go, I think, for the most part. Any severe threat should be a little bit later on in the afternoon and further east as well into the Ohio Valley region. So you should be good to go to Louisville. Longest stream done solo. This is going to be close. I don't know the exact details of that. I do know that Joel and I have done streams that have topped 12 hours in total. I know Joel and Drew did one, I think the top 14 hours in total last year. We're dedicated to the job here. Technically, we could end it right now, but I think that'd be kind of a little bit on the reckless side. Just because the Angola cell is severe. If the Angola cell weakens, I think we'll be safe to drop it. The stream at least, but we still have about a county or so left over here with this line pushing through, so I don't want to give up just yet. Do I think it's going to go severe? I don't. I really don't. Although this latest scan here, still looking 45 to 50 mile per hour winds here. Still not looking severe. Now remember, for severe winds, we have to have 58 mile per hour or greater, so we're not really close, but it's pretty gusty regardless. York Charter Township, moving into Ypsilanti. The Angola cell, for reference, is warned for 60 mile per hour winds. There's no severe hail, and there's also no tornado tag on that storm. So it's just purely a wind threat. It does have a bit of a bow echo to it, so it warrants watching. We may have to see an extension of a severe warning perhaps into Hillsdale County shortly. We'll see what they do here in the Weather Service in North Indiana. I am going to pull up the Hudson camera now. We have a camera at Raptor Industries in Hudson, Michigan, which is on the Hillsdale-Lenawee County border. And that camera, we have two of them there, one facing south and one facing north. That's going to be our next line of defense with this incoming cell from Angola. So I'm going to find that camera. I think I just found it. There we go. We're going to pop that back in the background, switch that to high quality. And we have good old Raptor Industries. This is facing south, but also you can see the western sky, also the eastern sky to the right of the screen. Sorry, backwards. Holy cow. Western side of the screen is going to be on the right side of your screen. The east side is going to be on the left side. You're looking due south. New statement incoming for Monroe and Wayne County until, holy cow, lightning, 3:15 a.m. Wind gusts to 40 miles per hour and hail up to a dime size. So we are not close to severe criteria with those two statements for Wayne and Monroe counties. So if you live in that region, it should stay sub-severe. It's going to get loud. It's going to pour down rain for a few minutes. Could have some small hail mixed in there. Could be gusty, but nothing as severe is expected with this line as it pushes through. We are going to watch very carefully the Angola cell. That is going to be the main concern at this point for anything severe, as it currently is severe to the state line. Hillsdale may have an extension of that warning shortly if they decide to extend it into Michigan. It is the discretion of the Weather Service in northern Indiana to do that. I'm going to kick back here for a second, grab my phone, tilt the bike, and I'm going to put my feet up and stretch for a minute because I have not done that. There we go. Very close, incredible lightning strike just hit behind my house a few seconds ago. Where are you at? Okay, so you're 50-52. You're close to me, actually. So hi, neighbor. I know exactly where it's at, by the hospital there, that general region. Macomb County, just thunderstorms tonight. Some small hail as well. No severe risk up there for Macomb County. Whoa, loud thunder in Tecumseh. I'm pretty close to Tecumseh, so I will wait to hear that. We do not have a cold water camera. We were talking about getting a couple, but everything that we have tried has fell through. I will try again this year once I have some time to really ramp up and start reaching out to our sponsors. I know we have a lot of emails sitting, a lot of forms sitting for weather cameras. I got to sift through them once we have some time. We do have an Adrian cam. We do. I'm using Hudson right now because that's closer to the incoming strongest storm. But we do, in fact, have an Adrian cam. We have two of them, actually. We have one in basically, I think that was a Bolt, actually, in camera there. We have one at Midas Auto Service Experts. We also have one at Madison Township Fire Department. So we have two in Adrian. 1 mile north. I know exactly where you're at, Michael. I know where you're at. Sounds like pea-sized hail in Tecumseh. Thank you for that report. I see the storm is just to my north now. So here is the Adrian camera for reference, whoever is asking. That's the Midas Auto Service Experts and also Adrian Sign camera. Dual sponsorship there with the camera facing to the southwest. Heavy rain going on. My house, though, it appears that it's raining very hard just to the north of my house. Actually, it's raining pretty much at my house. We also have a Tecumseh camera, courtesy of J-Bar Hobbies. Let's get that pulled up if we can. I'm trying to find it here. There it is. Yeah, it's just a very, very bright evening out there. The water, the rain is making the city lights a bit brighter. Well, if I'm going to lose power, the lightning's getting very close to my house. So, once again, if I do lose power, the stream's going to end. And I will have to connect to my phone to restart it. And it's going to look a little bit different if we do that. So let's just hope we don't lose power. That's a good song, Dom. I love that song. We should get a camera in Clinton. I would love a camera in Clinton. All right, there it is. Severe warning now back in effect for Hillsdale County. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail is the hazard. And the rain is really picking up here at my house. We're going to see what parts of Hillsdale County they went ahead and issued that warning for. Man, now would be a bad time to lose power after the new warning comes in. So this is going to be the very, very, very far south corner of Indiana, or of Hillsdale County. It is pouring at my house. Absolutely torrential downpour. Places include Camden, Ransom, Waldron, Austin, Frontier, Lickley Corners, Prattville, Betzer. Very rural areas of southern Hillsdale County. Hail up to quarter size in diameter and winds up to 60 miles per hour. The hazard... I gotta flip my radar back on here. Apologize, guys. Give me a second. Hazard is only quarter size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. There's no tag on it for anything tornadic. Good news. Your actual polygon is going to be very hard to see, but it's this very diagonal line that runs from just south of Hudson down toward Montgomery here, and then points south to the Ohio border, which is this white line. So it's a very, very small section of Hillsdale County that is warned now for severe hail and quarter size hail and severe wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. This is heading toward the Hudson camera, and eventually toward the Adrian camera, and eventually toward the Tecumseh and the Blissfield cameras, and eventually toward the Dundee camera. Like, we have cameras everywhere on this side of the state. So, no lack there. Hey, Pastor Tony, I would expect the cool down to last a little bit longer than usual. We're talking a week or two, I'd have to imagine. I don't see a significant warm up at least, in the week ahead. It's quite the rainfall out there, that's for sure. Not bad in Angola now. Was it bad, though? Let me know. What is the hail size scale? What is the difference between ping pong and golf ball size? The difference between ping pong and golf ball is a quarter inch, 0.25 inches. One is 1.50 inches with ping pong, and the golf ball is 1.75 inches. Whoa. That was bright. But not loud. Yet, at least. There it is. That was about just under a mile away. So, fun fact, guys. When lightning flashes, every 5 seconds you count after the lightning flash equals 1 mile. That is something my dad taught me when I was a kid, and that has stuck with me. It's actually a very factual thing. When lightning strikes, you start counting. Every 5 seconds you count, it's 1 mile away. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There it is. So 14 seconds, that lightning strike was about 3 miles away. How is it in Holland? You guys have Holland over there getting some more storms? Holy bright. Just rain in Holland right now. Not much happening over there. Were those too fast? Lightning striking hard in Hudson. Well, let's go ahead and flip from the camera here over to Hudson then, and let's talk about that. Courtesy of Raptor Industries here facing south. This is going to be basically our closest camera that we're going to have to this warning. In fact, the actual camera itself is about 3 miles outside to the north of the current warning. That was a close one. I don't know if you guys can hear that in my microphone, but thunder is booming here. My dad's in chat here. I also taught Ryan how to play baseball. Oh boy, oh boy. Played baseball as a kid. Played basketball as a high school student. Always wanted to try playing football, but never did it. Yeah, my dad's on YouTube side, unfortunately. Whoa. Whoever in chat said lightning striking in Hudson, they weren't kidding. That was a bright one. Just lost power in Howell. I have to imagine that it's largely due to the lightning strikes. They're probably striking telephone poles or transformers or something of the like. Because right now, Howell is just in heavy rain. Or just like moderate rain even. But there's a lot of back-end lightning strikes with that as well. So you're probably having lightning hit something that took your power out. Checking back on the radar side of things. Checking up here to the thumb region. Once again, just rain and some rumbles of thunder up there. There's nothing concerning through there. Nothing really concerning through Oakland County here. Nothing concerning through Wayne. We'll go ahead and check this just to make sure. And the answer is no, there's not much happening here. There's your little gust front here going on. And the radar is really close. It's only about 20 to 30 miles per hour winds with this system. So it is not looking overly concerning. This line heading up into Milan does also not look concerning at all. It's just a loud night out there, guys. The only warning we have... Holy cow, it's stuck. Gave me a heart attack, jeez. The only concerning area is going to be in Hillsdale County where that warning remains in effect for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail. That is a second jump scare I had tonight. Whew. Heart's a pounding now. That was a bolt right center of your screen. Who is from Hudson here in chat? You guys must be getting a lot of heavy lightning and thunder there. Or should I say a lot of loud thunder is what I meant to say there. Because it's very obvious you guys are getting lightning. Yeah, those jump scares get you. They get me at least. That's the second time. The later it gets though, the more tired I get, the more, I guess, severe my response, my reaction is. The Angola cell that prompted that warning, I don't really see much in the way that suggests severe is occurring with that. I would have to imagine they're going to drop that warning. Or at least let it expire once they how long is it in effect for? Like 40 minutes? They might cancel it early. Update for the west side, I can do that in just a second. On the radar side of things, we do have another storm rolling into Van Buren, Cass County as well. These are not severe. I'll repeat that. They are not severe. They don't look severe. They're not acting severe. They just have a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning, some small hail in them. That is it. The severe threat for the west side of the state, I think it's safe to say, is over. Again, I'll repeat that. I think it's safe to say the west side severe threat is over. The only real concern we have in the state is going to be Lenawee and maybe Monroe counties at this point for anything severe. And we have maybe an hour left of coverage, if not that. I'm really hoping they drop this warning in Hillsdale. I don't foresee them continuing that into Lenawee. But if they do, we'll be on tracking it. But in the meantime, I just don't see anything severe with this. I'm my personal opinion, obviously, I just don't see it. There could be some smaller hail mixed in there with the VIL product there, just north of Montpelier, Ohio. But otherwise, the velocity on this and the overall reflectivity, the structure just does not look to be organized. We also have a north-facing camera here in Hudson, so we have both angles covered. We'd like to thank Raptor Industries. This is actually one of our first, one of the first, like I think top 20 or 10 or 20 cameras we had installed. This is one of the first 10 or so. And I remember Raptor, this is an exciting camera for me to get because this is a home county camera, and it's come in handy several times. A lot of times with Aurora, but also with meteors and stuff like that. So this camera has come in very, very useful. What? Goodness gracious. Ooh, that was some good lightning here on the Allcom cam. This camera has not been one that we've gotten to use very often. And let's use it tonight, though. We have some nice lightning out there. Let's see if we can pick it up. This is in Commerce Township near Walled Lake. This is going to be up just north of Howell and Brighton, I believe, or just south there, actually. Hold on. Let me verify this. Just to the east of that region of Howell and Brighton, you're going to find this camera in Walled Lake. This is facing south. So this should have some decent lightning on it. Man, if you're a lightning photographer, tonight is going to be a good night for some, we could call them anvil crawlers. Hitting Dearborn now. We are going and approaching hour 7 of our coverage. Again, hour 7. It is close to 3 a.m., guys. And there's still close to 6,000 of you guys rocking with us. It's incredible. Incredible. Late night crew is correct, Kevin. It is officially late night crew hours. I should get my t-shirt and get it on. I have to imagine they're going to have to cancel that warning for Hillsdale. The storm's going to be out of the warning polygon by the time that the warning expires. They actually just trimmed it back. They dropped the hail from quarter size to now penny size, it appears. And then they've kept the wind at 60 miles per hour. For those of you watching from Detroit Metro, you guys are A-OK. Nothing concerning up there. You do have a gust front with 20 to 30 mile per hour winds that's stretching from Inkster, heading in toward Taylor, Southgate, Lincoln Park, Trenton, downriver areas. Looking for the areas here down toward Monroe County as well, from Ida up to Ash Township, pushing in toward Frenchtown, Monroe, Berlin Township, as well as the downtown Monroe and Charter Township areas. Nothing is severe. It could be briefly gusty. It's going to get loud for a brief moment as well, but no severe weather in the Detroit metro area for you guys. I see USA in the chat here with a super chat. Says, thank you for the coverage from Monroe. No problem. Really appreciate that. Jordan, that is not the reason why we had a little severe threat over on the east side. That is not the reason. Sometimes it is the reason. Lake Erie can play a factor, but today that was not the reason. We're going to flip back to the Hudson cam here. The Hudson cam has just had non-stop lightning on it. You'll be okay in Warren. It'll get loud. It'll rain heavy for a few minutes, but you'll be okay. Nothing is severe near Monroe currently. The only severe warning in the state is going to be southern Hillsdale County, and even that storm, at least in my opinion, does not look to be very impressive. If they extend it, it'll be in Lenawee County at that point, but I don't foresee them doing that. Once they do drop this warning off, assuming they do drop it, I would have to start imagining we need to start thinking about the end of the stream here, because I'm getting dragged and I need to lay down and just rest. I can't sleep, obviously. I have to watch these storms, but I am ready for my voice to have a break. I'm also ready to give my eyes a break. Staring at 4 screens with colorful colors and flashing lights for 8 hours straight is definitely a task. So I'm ready for a break. We can also probably start clearing a lot of people for bedtime here as well. In fact, we can probably say the west side of the state is completely clear as it is. We're a couple thunderstorms down here by Dowagiac, Castopolis area. But again, these don't look severe. So outside of that, I mean, you're pretty much clear to go to bed on the west side of the state. Anywhere to the west of Lansing or Jackson is clear. So you guys can go to bed. It's going to still rain and thunder and lightning for a few times, but the overall severe threat is well over. Linodium in chat. It's a party in Westland right now. Good evening, Linodium. Good to see you in here. Long time viewer there. I wish I had more energy to give you guys, but I'm starting to drag here. Perfect time to go to bed. I agree. They just dropped the Hillsdale warning. According to my radar, they did. I don't see the update, though, on the notification side of things. So did they expire it? Did they... Yeah, there's no official notification for it, so it might just be a radar glitch again on my end. If it is, I'm gonna be very mad because I love this software I'm using, but there's so many glitching. So I'm gonna restart this and see if it's still on there. The warning bar still says it's active, so I have to imagine it's still active. The warning bar very rarely ever has issues. Yeah, it's still on GR2. It just disappeared off my other radar, which is dumb. Yeah, it's back now. I got excited for a second, guys. I'm ready to end the stream and relax here for a little bit, to be truthful with you, but... We have over 11,000 people out of power. Not a good thing to see, though. Otsego County, Iosco County, Aranet County, Montmorency County, all having outages now from the icing event going on up in Northeast Lower. So that's not a good situation. Oh, I hate to see that. I really hate to see that. Julie with a $5. Oh, goodness gracious. Julie, you had to go there. Oh, I quit. I'm done. Julie ruined it for her. Just no. No. We're not doing that tonight, Julie. We're not. I am not going to read that aloud. I'm not going to start that debate. It's just not happening. Thank you for your generosity, Julie, but no. Where is my tissues? There they are. Well, I blew my nose, and now my left ear just got plugged. And there we go. I got unplugged. Felt weird. Oh, that's your payback, Julie. I didn't realize that question I asked the chat earlier was an issue. New statement coming in now for Lenawee County until 3:45 a.m. They're going to go with 40 mile per hour winds and half-inch hail, which is right around dime size in diameter. I assume it's the entirety of it. Yeah, the entirety of the county. That's largely thanks to the storm moving in from Hillsdale up into Adrian here shortly. Lenawee County into Monroe County, a lot of rain coming. A very short amount of time as well. This is going to probably cause some ponding on roadways too. So be mindful of that, especially in Adrian and these bigger towns like Tecumseh, Dundee, Monroe proper. Likely going to have some ponding of waters. Julie in her super chat suggested heat lightning is occurring tonight, and heat lightning is a myth. We will debunk it every single time. Heat lightning does not exist. If you are seeing lightning, it is from a distant thunderstorm. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you guys have no idea how hard it is to forecast. I do some forecasting here and there, especially on the severe weather side of things. I'm pretty good at it, I feel like. But when it comes to the snow forecast and stuff, that's Joel's job. And with Joel on vacation, it's just weighing on me knowing I have to make a forecast for snow and ice. I had to make one for the ice storm and also the snowstorm happening right now. So I hate forecasting winter. There's a lot of variables that are very hard to understand, but I do my best. So when Joel gets back, I'm taking vacation myself and dumping it all on him. I'm taking 2 weeks off instead of 1. They did officially drop the warning now for Hillsdale. I do feel at this time we should start considering wrapping the stream up. I can say that for the first time in a while. I will wait a few more minutes, but I do think we're at a point in the night where severe weather threat is quite low for the evening. Nothing's organized. It all looks like just heavy rain at this point with some small hail mixed in. So I think it's safe to say all clear can be given for 99% of the state of Michigan. I'm going to watch Monroe and Lenawee counties closely, as those are the last two counties that may have potential for a stronger storm or two. Other than that, the other parts of the state, you are okay to go to bed. I am officially giving you the all clear for severe weather tonight. I do not see it happening again unless, again, Monroe, Lenawee counties, you have the best potential with the environment at hand with the current radar. Okay? The chances of this turning into anything are very, very low. Very low. Did Perry, Michigan get hit with anything? The answer would be no, unless you mean rain and thunderstorms, and yes, but severe weather noise, no. Perry's okay. If you do not live in Lenawee or Monroe counties, you are okay. Go to bed. Remember, guys, thunder and lightning that hits close to you is considered not to be severe. Severe weather is damaging winds, large hail, and or tornadoes, none of which are happening at this current time. And I would say that nothing's going to happen with these storms. Thunder and lightning, heavy rain do not make a storm severe. We have a camera at Raptor Industries in Hudson. We do not have one at the fire department. Lots of night light. Apparently it's French night. A lot of lightning in, I believe they said Newport, which is Monroe County. So I would believe it. That northern half of Monroe County is loudest as well. Let's flip on the airport radar and take a peek at velocity here with the wind and make sure we're not missing anything. And the answer would be no, we're not. There's nothing happening. I think we're completely safe and well within our reason here to wrap this stream up in 6 minutes at 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. Yeah. We're going to wrap things up at 3 a.m. on the dot here, so 6 minutes or so. We'll wrap it up, roll the outro, and then I'm going to revert back to my bed, lay down, and monitor from my phone. I will keep everything ready to go in the event we need to come back live, but I do not anticipate that. The current radar suggests these storms are pushing out. The last two counties to watch are Monroe and Lenawee, with these blobs of rain currently pushing through. Back up here to the north, the Thumb region is just getting a lot of rain and thunder and lightning. Nothing to be concerned about there. West side of the state, scattered showers, moderate rainfall. There's a pocket of thunderstorms down here by Cassopolis, but this is not severe, nor do I expect it to be severe. I would be very, very cautious in Lenawee and Monroe counties, as there is a very long training line of thunderstorms that are moving up along that direction. The southern half of Hillsdale as well. That could spell trouble for flash flooding across the southern tiers of counties of Hillsdale, Lenawee, and Monroe, and also those northern tiers of counties in Ohio from Montpelier to Wauseon to Toledo. That is not a good look there. That is flooding written all over it. So with that said, we're going to be on for 4 more minutes. I am starting to drag very, very, very hard. We've been live going on just under, I sound like Patrick Mahomes, holy cow. We're going to be live just under 7 hours here today. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. There's still close to 5,000 of you guys on here watching us at 3 a.m. So I appreciate you guys tuning in, trusting us, Luckily, this event did not shape up the way we thought it would, and that's a good thing. So, with that said, we're going to watch Lenawee Monroe counties. I do not think it has potential to go severe again, but weather is weather. Crazy stuff can happen. I'll be back on in the event it does go back severe. But in the meantime, I would not be worried outside of those two counties of Lenawee Monroe. Anywhere else, it looks pretty subtle. So, I could just tell it was getting really raspy there, and it just reminds me of Patrick Mahomes' voice. It's crazy. Yeah, I would say the biggest concern for anywhere in that south central Michigan region from now through sunrise is going to be the flood risk. And I'm really concerned for Lenawee, Monroe, and maybe southern Hillsdale as well, because on radar, there's a line of storms of heavy rain that extends from Adrian down all the way back to Plymouth, Indiana. And it's all moving up northeast in the exact same areas. So that's going to be a flood rate waiting to happen there. So the flood risk, I would say, is actually higher than the severe risk tonight across South Michigan. I do not see more severe weather with this setup. I live in Lenawee. Of course, I'm going to cover Lenawee County. The problem is the storms that are moving through are not severe, nor do they look like they're going to be severe. That's the issue that I'm having here, continuing the stream. Your wind risk, there's nothing here that jumps out for their damaging wind. We're looking for bright reds and greens. There's none of that. For the hail risk, we're looking for the coloration. You can see a little bit here and there, perhaps some small hail. We're looking for those yellows, orange, and red colors to really indicate that there's larger hail falling. This is just heavier rain cores is what this is showing. Maybe some small hail up here in Brownstown, Charter Township, Trenton area. But there's just not much here jumping out that says this is severe. There's nothing at all, really. There's nothing I can see that really jumps out. Yeah, you're going to have some loud thunder and lightning there, Clover. But the good news, though, you can rest with the fact that the severe threat is very, very low. I just don't see it happening again. Is there a severe threat tomorrow? The answer would be no. I do know that they have a risk in like the eastern Ohio area. I think a few days ago, a day or two ago, they did have the risk that did extend into parts of Michigan. Looks like the risk tomorrow is going to be primarily pushed east of US 23/I-75 through Findlay down to Dayton, points east from there. All hazards threat there for East Ohio, tornadoes, damaging wind, and hail. They do technically have the very far southeast corner of Michigan in a severe risk. So we're talking Adrian area, Monroe, Detroit. But I would anticipate them to move that out because the cold front and the warm front will be misaligned with this system. I'm going to double check models here just to make sure I'm not talking out of my rear end. But I would anticipate them to remove that threat by the 9 a.m. update. Let me see what the model says, simulation for tomorrow, and just make sure before I actually confirm those thoughts. Yeah, I don't see anything happening tomorrow, guys, in Michigan, so we should be fine. There's not a lot there at all. All right, we are at 3:01 a.m. All of these severe and tornado watches have now expired. There are currently no warnings in the state, despite this radar software been glitching all night long, still having a polygon here in Hillsdale County. I promise you that is expired. In fact, I will prove to you it is expired. I will prove this to you by going up to my other radar and showing you this is the actual official radar and taking out the 4 panel so it's easier to understand. There is not a single warning in the state of Michigan. We have a flash flood warning in a few areas, but we also have no tornadoes, no severe warnings, no watches at all. So we are finally at a point where it's over and it's not expected to re-intensify into more severe weather. We are just under 7 hours. We're actually less than 60 seconds from hitting 7-hour mark here in the stream. We made it, guys. Breathe. We made it. Back in chat here, checking out what you guys have to say one more time. Is there any chance of a tornado at all in Michigan? At this point, no. The biggest concern that you guys are going to have tonight is dealing with the loud thunder out there. There are many areas still seeing thunder and lightning. Some of it's pretty loud. No, Gabriel, I would say just be concerned for heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding, as well as thunder and lightning. I'm going to take a look here at radar again to make sure I'm not missing anything. Looking at the velocity on this. Again, we're looking for bright greens. And I'm not on the right radar again, am I? Goodness gracious. You can tell I'm starting to drag and I'm tired here. Easy fix, though. There we go. We're looking for bright greens. Right now over Adrian, we have about 20-mile-per-hour winds being shown on radar. There's nothing here in this blob of green that suggests anywhere close to severe criteria, which is 58 miles per hour or greater. It's all 20 to 25 at most. Moving up to the Detroit radar here, checking out the velocity here as well. This is all clutter. This is very common with elevated thunderstorms. The bright green does not really mean anything. It is all just elevated. The radar beam is shooting up 4,000 to 6,000 feet in the atmosphere. It is not on the surface like this radar beam here is on the radar, and the airport radar, should I say. Your hail tracker over Ionia County remains to be very, very subtle. We could have some small pea-sized hail mixing in there, but again, we're looking for those yellows, orange, reds, and purple colors that really indicate the chance for very large hail. We're not seeing that at all. So the radar presentation here is showing us just general garden variety thunderstorms. This line will be in Monroe County and onto Ontario in the next half hour to an hour. We do have multiple rounds behind it, but again, this is more of a flood risk than anything tornadic or wind or hail. This is primarily a flood risk. Again, there's no severe warnings in the state of Indiana or Michigan at this current time. We are all clear. It'll be a loud evening, but severe threat is done. Okay. Clover says, told my mom to be watching you earlier. Shout out to my mom if you're still watching. Love you. Shout out to Clover's mom if you're still watching. Can confirm thunder is still blasting. It will be. It will be. But they're garden variety storms tonight. We are over 7 hours. All right, we are going to wrap it up here, guys. Enjoy the outro. I'll let it roll twice for the ambience. So in the meantime, I am going to relax. I am not going to sleep. I'll be up all night watching this, so bear with me. If Michigan pulls a Michigan, which I do not foresee happening, I will jump back on and go back live. I will be here. In the meantime, I do not foresee that happening, so we're going to roll the outro, and I'm confident in doing so for the time being. Thank you for watching, guys. This has been a nice evening definitely turned out best case scenario, but we made it through here and we did not lose any property or lives in the state tonight. So that's a win in my book. I'll catch you all perhaps tomorrow, another update video for that winter system for the weekend. And then if God forbid we have another severe warning here between now and sunrise, I got you guys. All right. Enjoy the rest of the evening and also enjoy the outro.